market, used to be a meat market, disappeared. The things that was on the shelves before disappeared.
Sometimes I'm amazed by how stereotypical gentrification is. Years back, I remember seeing vegan pastries at a store, and my thought was, too soon. Yet somehow, they're still around. I've always been comforted by living in a rent-stabilized building and knowing that my neighbors and myself have protection from the increasing costs of living in the neighborhood. But the sad and unfortunate reality is that luxury is not available to everyone. When the neighborhood gets masked in new stores and buildings, I wonder if we're trying to hide the problems that are still existing on the same streets. Poverty, crime, economic disparity.
I actually learned how to discern fireworks from shots during those years. The pop, 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 or like, you know, the puff, puff, puff.
When I did see a lot of police around here at that time, I was like also realizing like, oh, that's for me. You know, maybe that's an overstatement, but I realized that the dynamic was so that I could live in the neighborhood like this, basically.
The neighborhood is different now. See, a lot of young white people have bought houses in the neighborhood now. Now, this is no talk. This is what I know from friends, my family. They will come to you in the hospital, offer you money to take your house, cash. That's how they did it. And that's what made it bad. That's so all these houses got bought up. I never wanted a house. All I wanted was one door.
It's normal that some people may get offended by seeing the gentrification or whatever, but I believe in the melting pot in which people all come together, combine, and live, share, and build. Yeah.
I feel it should be a mixture, because a mixture makes better, if it's going to stay better.
And so it goes. Our building, like so many others in the trajectory of gentrification, has been sold.
You have no obligation to talk to them.
We don't know all the details yet, but some apartments have been offered buyouts. After learning about the offers, we decided to meet regularly as a group to share status updates and learn our rights. Fortunately, as a rent-stabilized building, we have legal protections to keep us at home, here. We formed a tenant association and are going through it together as one beautiful, complicated community.
By the end of 10 years, the mayor aims to create or preserve 200,000 affordable housing units citywide. While a new lease in this building runs from $900 to $1,500 a month, longtime residents fear their days may be numbered if a city-sanctioned redevelopment makes the neighborhood more desirable to those who fancy themselves urban pioneers. But what happens to the existing residents when a hood gets hot and the landlord favors new money over old tenants? Things could get ugly, and in Bushwick they did. Then the tenants got organized.
Está vieja. Estoy rellenando el hueco.
My name is Jenny Stevens Romero at Make the Road New York. I work on our housing team. We first found out about the building from one of our members. She was already a member of Make the Road New York. She knew that the organization existed and that we helped tenants. The building is located at 175 Wyckoff Avenue in Bushwick. The landlord hadn't touched the building in probably more than 10 years, so it was in a really bad state of disrepair. Some of the tenants had big holes in their ceilings. There hadn't been hot water for a few months when we first went into the building, and a lot of other pretty serious problems. We started working there initially in April 2017, and we filed our case in July 2017.
Tengo una agenda, quizá puedes compartir con Pedro. Solo quiero saber cuáles son las cosas más serias que tú dices, no voy a pagar ni un centavo hasta que esto se arregle.
Sí. Lo esencial sería el gas de la señora y la calefacción. Las dos cosas en el edificio.
Porque yo pago, son $2,000. No tengo en cuenta cuántos meses que más o menos nosotros...
Ella tiene que arreglar todo. Mira la puerta, mira el pie arriba mismo. Eso.
Gas, techos de Rosario y ventanas de Luis. Ok.
Las dos de frente.
Adentro los cables también están sueltos. Cables de luz.
After a lot of discussion, the tenants all united and made a decision together to start a proceeding to take possession of the building away from the landlord and put it in the hands of an administrator.
Iríamos a la corte, pero ella se pondría de acuerdo con una orden diciendo se tienen que arreglar estas cosas para tal fecha.
Tenemos que ponernos fuertes nosotros, porque si no nos ponemos fuertes, ella siempre va a estarse burlando de nosotros. ¿Por qué? Porque somos gente humildes, somos gente sencilla, somos gente de no problemas, entonces ella abusa de nosotros.
Ahí pasó el tiempo, nunca me arregló nada, yo viviendo aquí tristemente con mi familia. Este tubo de mi calefacción está bien frío, bien helado, así mismo está la habitación. Sin tener gas ni una estufa. Mi situación en verdad ha sido una situación bien crítica. Yo no tenía gas, no tenía mi estufa, no tenía agua caliente. Ay, que yo cocino, sí, con electricidad porque no tengo gas.
Lo único que ella se ha preocupado es por cobrar su dinero. El resto, que vivan como ratas.
The other big thing is that the landlord had been harassing the tenants. When the tenants complained about the conditions, she would threaten that she was going to evict them, take them to court, call the police, and call immigration on them. All of the tenants are immigrants, so those threats were pretty serious and pretty scary to them.
Le voy a llamar a migra, le voy a llamar a la policía. Cuando nos decían así, me daba miedo porque yo no sabía en verdad si era cierto que nos iban a echar para afuera.
El día que ella vino a mi apartamento, la señora llegó, me golpeó la puerta, yo le abrí comedidamente como un caballero y la señora me dijo que le pagara la renta, que qué fue con la renta, altanera, como siempre ella, la señora es. Entonces yo le respondí que si me traía el agua caliente, yo le pagaba. Ella me dijo que si no me gustara, que cogiera a mi hijo y me fuera, porque si no me va a traer la policía. Entonces yo le dije, mire madre, no me falte el respeto, que yo no le estoy faltando el respeto. Si usted quiere traer la policía, tráigale la policía, pero conmigo hasta luego, buenas noches, y nos vemos en la corte, le dije.
Si les interesa.
We had lengthy discussions where we told them what their rights were in this building and that they had the power to do something about the conditions they were living in.
Vamos a luchar este caso y ella no puede seguir con esas reparaciones que no son buenas, que realmente no son reparaciones. Podemos poner el dinero de la renta en una cuenta y que ella nos mandaría las cuentas o las facturas de los que están trabajando en el edificio y de la cuenta donde ustedes tienen la renta se pagarían esas facturas.
Cuando aquí esté frío, el apartamento, yo no puedo estar, tengo que salir, porque no puedo resistir el frío.
Bushwick is one of the places where I think gentrification is happening the fastest in maybe the whole country. So it really feels like this is an important place to be doing this kind of work.
Un 80% ha cambiado el barrio. Antes esto era territorio de puro mexicano, ecuatoriano. Hoy en el día este territorio es de blanquitos, que viene otra gente de otro lado, les pagan $3,000, $2,500, hasta $4,000 por un apartamento. Entonces ellos se ven, lo único que ellos quieren es sacarnos para meter a la otra gente. A lo menos en Nueva York, gracias a Dios, tenemos leyes para todo. El que no tiene papeles, el que tiene papeles, para indocumentados, documentados, para todo el mundo.
Quiero que esté claro que si entramos a un acuerdo, no es que ya terminó y ustedes ya no pueden hacer nada. Todavía se puede regresar a la corte si ella no cumple con el acuerdo. Buenas noches. Hola, Ángel. Buenas noches.
Sí, los inquilinos.
So what are you going to learn me today?
Let's change this flat. I'll show you the easy way to do it.
The easy way to do it. So 7 years in, what was your anticipation when you came here versus the reality of what it was like starting to shop here on Murder Lab 7 years ago?
I anticipated slower change. It sort of skipped a step. This shop is very commuter-oriented, very sort of blue-collar, working class sort of people.
We're into fancier bike
Yeah,
shops,
absolutely. We are, a little rough around the edges. And quickly, we weren't polished enough. Single-family brownstones that changed the neighborhood. So that's one thing I didn't foresee. It's like hyper skip the step, So.
Why isn't this a story of the gentrifier being gentrified?
I'm not sure if I'm being gentrified. I mean, I've been in Brooklyn for 20 years, but I don't live here. And I think like the classic definition of gentrification is the locals, the people who've been there their whole lives are the ones being affected the most. Now it's no longer affordable because the city has changed, because the cycling culture has changed, and because there's a built-in increase in my lease, it's no longer affordable. No, every year we've gotten a raise, but it's been compounded.
Right, so the 7-year itch and you're out, it sucks.
At first it did.
Yeah.
But I'm really proud of what we've done here, and I think that the connections that we've made, the relationships that we've built, are gonna stay here and are gonna continue to affect the people living in this neighborhood. It was a 10-year lease. I didn't make it to 10 years, but I don't think of it like that. This is the wave that I rode, and it's coming to shore. This is the cycle. This is the end of what I can accomplish here.
I moved to Brooklyn, New York, Fort Greene, a little under 5 years ago. Just like any other immigrant, I kind of wanted to find a space where I could feel comfortable and where the hospitality flowed. Red Lantern Bicycles and Cafe became that. The things that are very important to me, that of community and inclusivity and affordability, are really very much within the fabric of this establishment. That just sort of radiates, and I really like that, folks from all walks of life and all ages and all different experiences kind of came and patronized the place, and I was able to mix and mingle with them,
So if you're blessed with that kind of perspective to see your 7-year arc, what could have kept you to 10 to fulfill that lease?
Rent increase had definitely something to do with it. But there were a lot of factors that I couldn't control. And so I'm not sure if there was anything that I could do. And so when we signed the lease, you could only buy books on Amazon. And Amazon Prime now hugely affects my business. Bags and seats are all bought online.
Yeah.
And the core of the business now is necessities, is tires and locks and lights, because things get stolen or things wear out. Or I couldn't predict City Bike.
Yeah.
corporatizing cycling happened. And that's something that I can't control. 50,000 rides a day is what they average. I can't compete with that.
Yeah, I thought that ship or that rising tide
Yeah.
was supposed to lift all the ships. If more people are biking because of City Bike, or more people are ordering stuff from Amazon, that just means we're creating more bikers and keeping mom and pop businesses like yours afloat as well.
Right.
But that never materialized.
I mean, when you spend money on Amazon, it doesn't stay in Fort Greene. When you spend money at a City Bike location, that money doesn't stay in Brooklyn.
So there's this notion of hyper-gentrification,
Yes.
gentrification on steroids.
Right.
I just heard someone recently talk about this notion of cultural gentrification, where these places move in and land in a neighborhood. We lose culture along with commerce in a way.
Right.
In your manifesto of the closing, you talked about the sort of inclusionary cycling culture.
Sure.
So what does the idea of cultural gentrification mean for the loss of a shop like this?
The culture is created by the people that live in the neighborhood, by the small businesses that work here. That's how the neighborhood gets its flavor. I mean, that's always been Brooklyn. You could walk 5 blocks into a different neighborhood and it would be completely different. Giuliani came in and cleaned everything up, broken windows. Bloomberg started to incentivize these businesses and try to attract more people. And I think that's where the switch happened. The control of the neighborhood went from small businesses and the local community to property owners. And the property owners affected that hyper-gentrification and skipped that step.
Yeah.
And it's because the property owners are able to charge an exorbitant amount of money that small businesses can't afford. And so you see Verizon, and you see Starbucks, and you see Chipotle. And these businesses don't care about the neighborhood. They just are attracting dollars away from small businesses.
So if this was the Red Lantern story, who would the bad guy be? Let's cast the villain.
You want to blame the property owners, but in this capitalistic society, it's supply and demand, and that's how it works. So it's easy to be angry at somebody that you can see. Same why people were angry at me for gentrifying this neighborhood. When I wasn't doing the gentrification, it was the landlords doing the gentrification, charging $8,000 a month for a space, I think that question should be asked to the city official. Where do they stand? What are they doing to help? What do they plan on doing with all these empty storefronts, with the influx of corporate America into Brooklyn? But it's so difficult being a small business owner, and it's hard and unpredictable and nerve-wracking. Realize the community that you live in and how special it is and what it takes to create that and to sustain that. Not everybody is made out of money, but try to spend your dollar in your community. Try to support your local businesses. There's no excuse not to do that. That's the one ask.
Yeah.
That's it.
The neighborhood is constantly changing, but we'll always be here to tell the story of Brooklyn for Brooklynites. If you want to check this episode out again, or any of the past episodes of Going In, find us on the web at youtube.com/Bric TV. Bye now.
for a blink moment in time. People are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
We'd like to acknowledge and pay deep respect to the indigenous peoples, past, present, and future. In particular, the Lenape and the Canarsie. We acknowledge and are extremely grateful to them for the land that we are gathered on this very moment. Please join me in this acknowledgement with much respect and gratitude. How do we begin to undo 400 years worth of ties, respecting the ties that bind us while dismantling the knots that would keep us in bondage? A national anthem, a foundational document, an original sin. One nation under God, indivisible, our collective birthright. Square that with the constant drumbeat for a remedy for grievances that stretches back to the 1607 arrival of America's first undocumented immigrants. On the east bank of the Powhatan River, about 2.5 miles southwest of modern-day Williamsburg, Virginia. In what was once the Sukumana country of the indigenous Powhatan people. A relationship that started with dancing and feasting and evolved less than 2 generations later into a treaty that confined the Powhatan to reservations and required the declining indigenous community to pay yearly tribute to the English for the privilege. If the dictionary definition of compensation or money or material payable by defeated country to another country or individual for losses suffered during or as a result of war is to be believed, then America's first formal experiment with reparations left its indigenous people in debt to an alien enemy combatant. We've come a long way since 1646. What about reparations now? With all due respect to that historical context, we have some contemporary thought leaders here to share their respective insights. It's a question with deep roots leading to a national conversation that's finally starting to bloom. And we're here to do our part and confront it as a community. Welcome to this Bric Be Heard Town Hall, presented in collaboration with Seeding Sovereignty. Taking a walk right now to introduce you to those folks I prefaced just a little bit earlier. You can see the town in our town hall is here. Thank you guys for joining us. So if you are watching on television or on the internets right now, or if you happen to be in the room, we appreciate it. And I'm going to do the honor of introducing the folks who are assembled for our panel here. Start with the chief.
This town hall is BS. You want to discuss reparations?
We do want to discuss reparations, and we're going to do it as a collective. So if you would like to take part of the conversation, we'll have the conversation.
It's BS.
Thank you.
It's not a campaign slogan for the Democrats to try to fool black people into voting for them. It's not a game. Reparation is not a game.
You know what?
There's a reparations movement, and ain't none of them on it.
The reparations movement is happening, and if you'd like to participate, you can stay.
Reparation is not a game. Reparation is not a game. Reparation is not a game.
All right, is everybody else secure in their seats? Let's have a conversation. And I can assure you, no one in this building, no one in this zip code thinks that reparation is a game. Agreed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and my community? All right, forward. I'm going to introduce you right now to Chief Perry. Thank you for being here right now. It really is an honor to have you here, especially in the face of people who would make that we're not here, but we're glad to have you. Just to let you know, Chief Dwayne Perry is the chief of the Ramapo Lenape Nation, and he is no stranger to the front line. He's also a Vietnam veteran, and he's been engaging in a fight right now for his very community. So thank you for spending some time with us this evening, Chief. All right, now I'm looking at Noah Millman. Noah Millman is a Brooklynite. He also happens to be a screenwriter, and he is a columnist and critic at The Week. Thanks for joining us, Noah. Coleman Hughes is a columnist and contributor at Quillette, the New York Times, as well as the Wall Street Journal, and he's also written for the National Review. Thanks for joining us, Coleman. And L. Joy Williams, in addition to being a brilliant political strategist, is also the president of the Brooklyn chapter of the NAACP. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. The Reverend Mark Thompson is here. He's one of the early founding members of NCOBRA. We appreciate him being here. He's been a voice on reparations and the fight for liberation for a very long time, and we're happy that you were here this evening.
Thank you.
Finally, Professor Catherine Franke is here. She's a professor of law, gender, and sexuality studies at Columbia University, and you may be very interested to know is the author of the just-released book. Oh, it gets better. The book is titled Repair, Redeeming the Promise of Abolition, and just by way of a little letting you know what it's about, it makes the case for racial reparations today by telling the story of an experiment in South Carolina and Mississippi in the 1860s where people were actually given land as a form of reparations that was later taken away from them. So, historical context, and it's all in the book. So, we're going to start with, Professor Franke. Welcome. So I'm going to Bernie Sanders you all for just a moment. I'm saying we're talking about reparations, but what is it? I'm going to ask each of you, starting with you, Chief, to give me your working definition of reparations.
Well, my thought is perhaps the most important thing that reparations can do is present history and knowledge as it really occurred, not as a paradigm to abuse and to manipulate the society. A good example would be my people were instrumental in ensuring the success of the American experiment. However, they said, we'll let you guys stay alive in place. That's okay. That meant we were the first slaves in the state of New Jersey. So reparation, I think, have to start with the integrity of true history, of knowledge, before we can work beyond some more finite approaches.
So Noah, from where you sit, how would you define reparations today?
I'm probably the least qualified to do that on the panel, but when I think of what reparations means, it is an attempt to reconcile with the past between communities that one has suffered at the hands of the other. And whether that is in the form of monetary or whatever, it is an intracommunal agreement, effectively, that what we are doing now is settling a long-standing grievance.
Eljoy, I know you're a fan of a very large perspective on just exactly what reparations meant, but if you had to top line it and give your elevator pitch, as it were, what would you say reparations are now?
Well, I would begin where the chief begins. Is the first thing is the acknowledgement and the truth-telling of our combined history. And so that means not telling the story of the American experiment if we're simply talking about reparations here. You know, there's a larger conversation about reparations. But if we're talking about it here, then we have to tell the true story, and it can't be through the lens of the white colonizers who were here. So it has to be a holistic conversation, starting with there. We're talking, you know, you mentioned the book. We're still uncovering stories and places of, you know, what was done, what harm was done. That is part of reparations. Part of it is uncovering everything and then being able to tell the true story. Following that is then the discussion on how do we repair? How do we provide whatever resources or what have you that contribute, you know, that contributed to where the community is. But the other piece that I take from the UN's definition of reparation is there's also at the end this making sure that it's not done again. And so when we're talking about reparations overall, it's uncovering, it's truth-telling, it's, yes, the discussion on how do we repay. And for me, that doesn't necessarily always have to be in the form of a check and written out from who and who writes the check. There's a repayment, and then there's also a commitment not to repeat it again. And that comes in different forms as well. So for me, I would say that is my working definition of reparations, beginning with the truth-telling. And because people are afraid of the conversation of a check and who receives it and who writes it, we never start at one, which is truth-telling and uncovering.
So Noah, how do these Coleman perspectives jibe with your idea of reparations?
Well, I think we've seen in the past few months that the word reparations increasingly means whatever anyone wants it to mean in the moment. Last year there was a bar in Portland that had a reparations happy hour where white people donated into a pot and black people drank for free for a few hours under the heading of reparations.
It was something like that. I happen to know that the black people got $10 in cash each. It wasn't about them getting free drinks. They left with $10 to do whatever they'd like, just as a point of fact.
Okay, so that's reparations for some people. To me, reparations is something of a misnomer because the wrongs of history are generally too deep to actually be completely compensated. No Holocaust survivor really was made whole by the check they were given, no matter how large, by the German government. So I think it's easier to say what reparations is not than what it is. What it really, I guess, an approximation would be, it's a full-hearted recognition that a wrong was committed. Something happened that should not have happened. And more than that, it's an apology that feels more sincere because you're attaching something tangible to it, because words are very cheap. That's what it should mean, I think.
Looking at you, Reverend Thompson.
Well, first of all, thank you for having this important conversation. One correction, not an original founder of NCOBRA. I just want to correct that so I don't get in trouble. And I don't think do I look that old, brother, to you? But it's all good. But again, thank you for having us. I agree with what everyone has said. Obviously, reparations, the root word is repair. And so if we're talking about oppressed people in this country, and particularly, and let me just say, I'm in solidarity with my brother, the Native American people. A lot of the conversation around reparations right now is around Africans who were enslaved. And as a descendant of African people who were enslaved, for many of us, reparations means spiritual repair, cultural repair, repair through the means of education, health, economics, society. All of those things go together. And so it is obviously much broader than individual checks, but helping to build and establish institutions so that at least African Americans can catch up with white Americans. White Americans had help in terms of the Homestead Act, which didn't include us, housing loans, FHA, that helped build the suburbs, Social Security did not include us. And someone said, we see gentrification going on right now. So there were all of these helping hands given. And we as African Americans, not to exclude the indigenous people at all, none of us can ever catch up because everyone else got a head start and we didn't. So until we deal with that, that's why I think it's also important. And I know that NCOBRA feels like that, and the National feels this way, and the National African Americans Reparations Commission, and the new HR 40 deals with it in this way. We can't only talk about slavery. We have to talk about slavery's vestiges, because as soon as slavery was over, we had the Jim Crow era and everything that resulted from that. And now we live in an era where we have modern day lynchings by the hands of law enforcement. We have a racist criminal justice system. So the clock just keeps ticking and the toll keeps going higher and higher. So the sooner America addresses all of these injustices, the better.
Well, I'm saying we got to pace ourselves. We got 90 minutes to go here. We got a lot to go to. Professor Franke.
It's hard to add anything to these amazing insights that the co-panelists here have contributed. But let me say, reparations are a tool and they're an opportunity for us to recover a kind of history, as Aljoy described, but to not relegate it only to history, but make it part of our national memory. So what we need to do with reparations, say for the Native American community, may be very different from what we would do for African Americans or for others in this country. So reparations are designed to repair a fundamental cultural form of injustice. And if we think about it specifically in the context of slavery, what we did with enslaved people was we legally freed them, but we never made them free. What we did is we abolished the institution, and then we said to a group of people who were abjectly poor, who could not read and write because it was illegal, actually it was criminal, to teach enslaved people to read or write. What we said to them is, go on, live your lives now as free people. What we needed to do at that time was give them the material resources in order to be actually free and full citizens. But we also needed to use those resources to recognize retroactively the terror, the rape, the death, the family separation, the humiliation of being enslaved. So reparations then were both backward-looking in terms of recognizing the fundamental soul-killing nature of this institution, slavery, but also forward-looking in terms of creating the very possibility for people to be free. We haven't done it in the United States since then, and we need to do it now.
So listening to each of you share your perspectives, I wonder why this moment? Why, after doing a number of these town halls, we have definitely met with very passionate members of our community and been able to sit across from each other and share contrasting views, but still share and speak and be engaged. Why are people prompted to act so passionately and in some cases be so amazingly siloed as we talk about reparations in 2019?
You mean, why is it a conversation that has now gotten to the level that it has?
That, and why are people walking out of a room before hearing one word about what we're actually engaged in this evening?
Well, I'll start with the first point. I think it's because of political power. So as you amass political power in this country, political and economic power, you get to be contributors in terms of setting the agenda and setting what is at stake and what the conversation is. And so as people, as marginalized groups gain more political voice, more economic power, particularly more political power, you then have an opportunity to bring to the forefront issues that, to some people may have been, a small group here or there. You now are able to make it a central point in, say, a presidential election or something like that, because you've now amassed power as voters. You've now amassed power in terms of elected leadership who can bring this voice to the table. The first iteration of just a commission, we ain't even talking about giving people checks. We just talking about a commission study, like the thing was I was born in 1978. It was 1978, right? And having that conversation. But if growing political power allows those people, us, to be able to set the agenda. And for me, the conversation about having a full throttled, whether it's a commission or conversation or movement about reparations, connected to that is gaining political power so that you can set that agenda. So the more you see marginalized groups gaining political power and economic power, we're able then to set the table and determine what's on the menu. And reparations just happens to be on the menu because we have greater political power now.
I think there are two sides to this. This is absolutely right. We have people of color running for president as serious candidates, and many of them, and their constituencies are pushing them to talk about this issue. We also have somebody in the White House who is an abject racist that isn't shy about it. So the evil, the ugliness of white supremacy is out in the open in a way that we haven't seen before. Which isn't to say,
it's been racist and
white
supremacist before.
No, I'm not saying we haven't had it before.
Oh, okay.
No. But I think Donald Trump is giving voice to it and giving the blessings of the presidency in a way we haven't seen before. It's out in the open. Well, I mean, right. In recent period. So I don't want to say that we've not had white supremacy in this country before. I mean, that's been the founding value of this country from the first time that Europeans arrived. But I think there's something about the way that Donald Trump has inhabited it with a kind of joy that has also motivated people to think deeply about racial repair in this country.
Well, I think also we can be very specific. Donald Trump is no longer using the Nixon Southern strategy or the Lee Atwater strategy, quite frankly, which was a little more subtle. There were certain code words. I agree with you, Joy. We've always had racism and white supremacy, no question about it. People were, doing the hagiography of H.W. Bush, but, let's face it, he did Willie Horton. I haven't forgotten that. Yeah. But again, that was somewhat subtle. Donald Trump has thrown all that out the window, so he is an openly white supremacist individual. And right, it's a white lash. I agree with the audience. I think that's one of the reasons you're seeing, in answer to your questions, reparations come to the forefront. But I think we also have to give credit where credit is due. Our brother Ta-Nehisi Coates wrote the piece. And it's good and bad in many ways. It was great that he wrote it, but I think we all would agree. He wrote it, and it was in a mainstream white publication. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, as much as the black press and black institutions and black organizations have been struggling around the issue of reparations for a century or more, it wasn't until it was published in a mainstream white publication, this might really be about something. And lastly, to Joy's point in terms of constituencies and power, even more so, I think, than presidential candidates, Catherine, Democrats control the House. So you can't talk about a new empowerment for women and Latinos and other people and African Americans in general, and not finally have to consider the John Conyers legislation, which has been out there for almost 30 years or more, and now it's been renewed, and you can't really hide from it. Why? It's a very logical question for somebody to ask, well, Democrats, are you finally going to pass H.R. 40? And right now, there's serious discussion about doing that. So I think those are all the contributing reasons.
I think it may be somewhat Pollyannish, but I think also an element that's being missed is that as the population in general, we sort of have an intellectual parity that didn't really exist even 10 years ago. So that allows for sort of an intellectual outreach to a more expansive thought, particularly like a real code word is reparations. That's war. So now you're able to expand on the different meanings and what does that really look like And that would not have happened if the society in itself hadn't matured forward a bit. I'm not saying there's not all of these problems, and I can give a whole soliloquy, can't speak, on the fact that Jim Crow is happening now.
Right.
Manipulation of zoning is happening now. I'm in a fight for our lives over our own property from people who feel it's entitled to manipulate the politics, to manipulate the security forces, to manipulate the communities. That's happening now, but on the other hand, it also gives some hope that our allies have all of us here. We have a like thought towards humanity. And I think if we sort of keep that light in front of us, we'll be able to walk forward and we shall overcome.
I don't know if we want to still talk about the sort of the political situation, but I'm curious just from a chronological perspective. I don't disagree with any of this, but my sense from the outside was that this national conversation really started in an active way in the second Obama administration when we had a black president. And I wonder to what extent a lot of this reflects disappointment with what that administration ultimately represented in terms of progress on some of these issues. That Black Lives Matter was still needed after we had a black president.
Yeah.
Well, I want to go back 1 second to 2007 when the president addressed the NAACP and warned about reparations, saying this may not be the fight right now because it would give other folks license to say we're done with the black question, where we should be galvanizing ourselves to fight for specific injustices in the courts and in society. And if we just put all of our steam into reparations, we don't have to, they will say that reparations is done. We don't have to pay attention to everything that's happening.
Yeah, there is, I mean, we are now having the benefit of time away from an Obama presidency to really evaluate as a whole, sort of how that presidency had an impact on our lives and on the country overall, right? The more time and distance that you have, even I would say even from the Trump presidency, the more you have distance from that election, from that presidency, you're able to see it in a different light. And so as we get further along, we start to have these conversations immediately afterwards about what was he able to do for the people that helped him get there in terms of voters, but then also from the community from which he came. And so the conversation of reparations is not new in society overall. And when I talk about that connection of political power, right, and here was this hope that people had, well, now we have a black man in office. Clearly, he's going to do something to address or repair, the harm, right? And then there's a lot that you can say that the administration did that did, etch away, but how no one person is going to be able to repair the centuries and sort of decades of racism, Jim Crow, enslavement, and all of that packed up. That's a ditch that you got to really, get down and dig in. And so I think over time we'll continue to have the conversation about the failure of an opportunity, but there's also within our own community the dialogue and the disagreement about whether or not we need to pursue reparations. And just to add, what I was going to add is there's HR 40, but Charles Barron has a bill here in the state of New York to set up a New York commission, right? Because there's also, living in a states' rights society, there's also the individual states and what they did to contribute to the harm of communities of color and marginalized groups as well that we have to look at, right? So it's not just a federal conversation, it's a state conversation, it's also a corporate conversation, particularly from some of those corporations that still have existed, mainly banks and insurance companies and things of that nature, that we have to have this holistic conversation about. So yes, I don't personally, don't put all of the blame on one particular person because they were in a position of power. Am I disappointed that he didn't go far enough? Absolutely. But is he the sole person to blame? You know,
I
for
wasn't
not
suggesting blame.
right? To not. Well, I mean, I'm talking about that in general. He's not the sole person to blame for, you know, the entire institution.
I would also say that sometimes there are just changes in the culture and ebbs and flows. So when Ta-Nehisi Coates 5 years ago now wrote the case for reparations, he specifically said that he suggested, despite liking Obama, that Obama not pursue reparations. 2014 felt different culturally than 2019 did. And we should also remember, right around 2001, there was a wave very similar to this one, where there was debates about reparations, and it was a hot debate in 2001, and then a couple years later, it just kind of fizzled. And I think it's something, there's some kind of difficult to explain, difficult to pin down the causation, just kind of ebb and flow with this conversation that is probably likely to continue. I don't expect this moment to continue for 5 years, maybe a year, maybe 2, I'm not sure. But it's probably going to ebb and flow again based on history.
I think a missing element with all of this is we need to have or somehow come to a decisive understanding, a focus of where we're going with it. Otherwise, it's going to become an intellectual exercise. And you're right, it's going to ebb and flow, and before you know it, nobody's even going to know what you're talking about. So I think that maybe perhaps not this forum at this moment, but we do need to convene and sit down and say, what are we talking about?
Well, it sounds like a good moment.
And I think, yeah, and I think a good example is the doctrine of discovery. I mean, I know people know more about it than the Pope. What's it doing us? It's just been watered down into an intellectual discourse. So.
And I think connected to that is, who are the actors that need to participate in the reparations process? I think that's one of the things, is that we call and demand for reparations, but it doesn't mean that if you're relying on American government to control and chart out a process for reparations, we will be waiting for 400 more damn years for that to happen, right? I think the overall process, in starting first, we're talking about telling the truth and uncovering the dirt. That process is happening. Right? And that doesn't have to come from the government actors to do that. That can come from professors researching. That can come from elected officials, uncovering documents. That can come from Ta-Nehisi Coates writing in detail, about the case. That can come from The Color of Law, which, a book that details the housing discrimination and the laws and the Supreme Court cases that were ignored outright in order to create that. So part of it is the uncovering and the digging, and that doesn't all have to happen by the government as the actor, and I don't think it actually should. I think the uncovering, the truth-telling has to come from the outside, continuing to bang at the door to tell the truth on that. And that process is happening now. And so even though it may not be, the terminology may not be reparations, sort of uncovering that, New York Life Insurance charged Black folks more, and then they had some that's part of the reparations and uncovering conversation. Talking about the banks and insurance companies, or talking about Wall Street and property that was taken, or even just finding out where you came from and your genealogy, because that was hidden and that was, you were separated from that. That's all part of the conversation.
It sounds to me, and forgive me if I'm wrong about this, that we have a little bit of disagreement anyway about what the word should mean. That you have a very expansive conception of what reparations is, and particularly that it is effectively an open-ended process, because there's always going to be more to learn.
Yes.
And so I guess what it sounds to me like what you're saying is that reparations is a way of thinking about social justice generally that focuses on what the sources are within society that caused the situation that we see today. What are the harms that were historic that have continued down into the present, either in terms of continuing to happen or in continuing to have ripple effects from things that happened in the past, the things that were done in the past. And I'm curious if that's what you're saying, really, why you think from a political perspective that's the right way to frame things in terms of getting what you want accomplished.
Well, because I think it's so connected and embedded in our society. And to your point of, we have a reparations conversation. We've decided this is the Reparations Commission. This is what we're going to do. We're going to open books and we're going to give checks and we're going to do that, and now it's done. Well, that still doesn't address a criminal justice system that still has, right? Yeah. That still doesn't address housing policy that's still on the books to this day, right? That still doesn't address all of those connections. It's similar to how I tell young people, just saying, sometimes saying things are just racist without talking about how specifically is racist is like throwing the bomb in the room, right? Because it's like just racist and then everybody's off guard. To say specifically, oh no, there was an actual law that said black people couldn't live here and that's what the racism was, right? Like gives context and saying this was deliberate, it was planned, it was written out, thoughtful, and continues to this day. And that's the uncovering the dismantling that needs to happen. So reparations is not an event, even if we have a conference or a commission or a study, like there's still so much interconnected in our society that we have to unpeel and disconnect.
Well, to be clear on that,
I'm sorry, just for 1 second. Sure. I just want to let you guys know we've been here for a half hour already. So if you have some questions that you would like to get in on the conversation, you can make your way to either of these aisles, and I'll be hopping by. You can see that guy back there, and we'll bring the voices in. So thank you. Thanks.
Well, what I was going to say is, first of all, in terms of addressing the moment, much of the progress that has been made in the reparations movement over the past number of years has happened outside of the context of mainstream media coverage. So even if this moment right now, this very popular, may seem to ebb, and things do ebb and flow, we have continued reintroduction of H.R. 40 and a new H.R. 40 because of a movement that made it happen. That wasn't on television, so everybody in the room should know being a part of the reparations movement may not mean you get your name in lights or that it's constantly covered. That's number one. Number two, to address the conversation between Noah and Joy, those who've been working in the movement, for example, in COBRA, the National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, and they're also part of a larger coalition, the National African American Reparations Commission, have helped to rework and redraft H.R. 40 in such a way that some of the academics and thought leaders, and obviously some politicians, would be a part of a commission to determine what forms reparations should take. Mind you, the original H.R. 40 was going to study whether or not there should be reparations. So this is different now. There's consensus that there ought to be, and now it's a question of what form it should take. And the 10-point program that some of those thought leaders in COBRA and the National African American Reparations Commission have put together is online, IBW21.org, and also in COBRAonline.org. And it charts out even some of the things you just named, how specifically we address issues of land, economics, access to capital, which is larger than just an individual check. Because we get individual checks now every 2 weeks. But again, we don't have the capital that others have had to build successful businesses. What do we do to change the criminal justice system? So it may not be a group gets together, says this is reparations, and then it's resolved in 6 months. Right. This may be something ongoing. They also make the case for there to be institutions for the ongoing study of oppression and what has happened to African Americans. Institutions that go in and revamp the education system. I remember when we used to debate about more African-centered education. That's not a popular term anymore. But we know that a lot of our educational systems still educate people from a very white-centric point of view. How do we overhaul that? How do we change what's in the textbooks? How do we support our HBCUs, which still need support, particularly our medical schools, like in Meharry and Howard, where people need to be educated to deal with the health disparities that are ongoing in the African American community. So, all of those things, in that 10-point program, if you want to go online and look, are laid out very, very specifically. But that's just one stab at it. This commission will consider everybody's thoughts in the process. That would be the plan anyway. And I also agree with Joy. Everybody in this room and everybody watching around the country lives in a state of cities. City councils and state legislatures aren't waiting on H.R. 40 in Congress. They're doing their own things to address reparations in their communities. So what some of you can do is do that at home as well.
So I'm hearing a lot about the theme of justice and restoration, and it just puts me in the mind. Earlier I was looking at the 4 pillars of restorative justice. So the 4. Inclusion of all parties, number 1, encountering the other side, making amends for the harm, and finally, reintegration into communities. So taking those 4 pillars of restorative justice into account, how would restorative justice be different or dovetail with reparative justice? Professor Franke.
Well, this is my chance to be the law professor in the room, although there may be others that could jump in if they'd like to. Reparations is actually a more narrow concept than restorative justice. Reparations addresses, in the law, at least the way we think about it, and I think some of us have a more political conception of it, but at least in the law, as repairing a specific injury or a specific harm, even if it's massive, like white supremacy or slavery in this country, right? Reparative justice is about repairing an entire society. And that can be a much larger project. And I think sometimes the question of reparation gets collapsed into what I think we would all also agree that we are in favor of, which is creating a non-racist society. And so some of the measures that we would take to excise structural racism from every corner of our society may be more than what we would actually say would be entailed in reparations for slavery. So one way to narrow the question and maybe just distract attention from the happy hour version of reparations that Coleman was talking about is to keep bringing us back to the history. That the contemporary criminal justice system and its deep racist roots began the day that slavery was abolished. Right? The imprisonment of black men, mostly black men, but not only, but mostly black men in the 1860s was a response to their cry to be free. Right? We didn't imprison black men when they were enslaved because why would you imprison something that's working for you? Right? We allowed discipline on whatever manner to take place on plantations by the slave owner, him or herself. But once we abolished slavery, we created public prisons for us to collectively punish people as an act of racism in so many contexts. And we would trace the criminal justice reform, I think, backwards and recover that memory and reclaim it as part of our present, of understanding those roots as coming from that original evil from the founding, really, and before the founding of this country. But there's one last thing. I don't want to leave out Chief Perry and the issues of Native Americans, which it's so often the issues of reparations become overwhelmed by the very compelling issue of how to deal with the ongoing problem of not having repaired slavery or the enslavement of black people in this country. But the kinds of reparations that we might talk about for Native people have so much more to do with restoring sovereignty, right? And an identity as a separate national group or tribe or collectivity. And those sorts of collective injuries and the genocide and of the acts of discovery, it was a sort of a lovely term that covers up that genocide and killing from the very beginning. Those kinds of remedies look very different, I think, than what we would look for in the context of how we have treated and mistreated African Americans. So I want to make sure that you continue to be part of this, this conversation.
Everybody, how do we need to look at how do we provide a comfort level now that will allow us to set our people free? A good example, right now we're looking at systemic denial of education generationally.
Right.
So now we have people for unknown generations that have been encouraged to get out of school at 15 or 16. The only good living wage job you can get is, say, driving a snowplow for the town. But if you wanted to be a lawyer or a doctor or an editor or a professor, it's not there because you weren't allowed you were denied the education. So in effect, what you have is indentured servitude going on now. And for those people trapped in that sort of cycle, in that morass, what do we do to bring a comfort level, to bring enough strength to say, hey, it's okay to speak up. When Johnny drives a snowplow, I'm Johnny's cousin. Where are the people, what does the allies look like that step forward to resolve those forms of modern day slavery? And if it's happening for my folks, I'm sure it's happening for a lot of other people.
I fear that we're kind of talking around the main issue, though, because there are many people, including people on the right wing, like the Koch brothers, who support criminal justice reform. The First Step Act, obviously they support it because it's costly, right? So for a totally different reason. But the First Step Act just passed bipartisan, reducing mandatory minimum sentences, right? So when people hear reparations, which is this very controversial topic, I don't think they're thinking, oh, they mean criminal justice reform, they mean repairing society. What they're thinking, and what the public meaning, I think, right now in America is programs or benefits or a check or a deeper program that is allocated to descendants of slaves and not to other people. And I think that's the crucial variable that makes it, for most people who hear that term, controversial. It's not that it's just criminal justice reform,
What do you mean
right?
by most people? When you say most people?
Well, reparations in America at large, it's a very contentious topic. People yell at each other on cable news over it. When they hear that word, I don't think they're thinking, we've been talking about criminal justice reforms, a lot of structural issues that exist in this country, but I don't think that's what people are thinking when they hear the word reparations, and I don't think that's what they're opposing when they oppose it either. So I fear we're talking around the most controversial part.
Well, clearly we aren't. I think what happens is a lot of these talking heads are people on television who don't know anything about reparations and haven't been involved in it. The people around this table, so to speak, obviously have a more holistic view, and the movement does as well. And if people who are legitimately involved in the movement were allowed to have more open conversations and allowed to be on some of these panels that don't include people who really know about reparations, I think the public would be much more informed about it. As far as the Koch brothers and what Jared Kushner and everybody does, you know, they don't deserve credit for that. The criminal justice reform movement has been going on since, as you said, since we were first criminalized as a people after slavery. So they're just riding on whatever popularity that exists right there, but they're riding on the backs of those mostly people of color who started that movement over a century ago.
The other thing I would add to that conversation, because whether it's reparations or any other kind of work on behalf of marginalized people in this country, is that there has to be some kind of PR thing that has to happen to make people sort of be more accepting of your humanity and your dignity and the rights that you deserve being in this country. And I always call BS on that. I don't need to make you feel better about what I'm rightfully entitled to. Right. And so there's a different kind of organizing model of negotiating, sort of organizing from a position of power. I'm not going to ask for anything that you are giving me out of charity. I'm going and fighting for something that I am deserving and that I'm owed. That's a different level of organization. I'm not asking to borrow $10. I'm asking for the money and for the land and for the support and the resources that marginalized people in this community. That's a totally different thing. So I'm not interested in trying to massage, even as a strategist, I'm not interested in trying to massage people's ego or package it differently in order to get what a human deserves in terms of rights and responsibility.
Well, I think that's exactly right. I mean, I mean, sort of the whole conception, as I understand it, I hope I'm following it all, is of reparations is that it starts with the conception of a debt, right? So it's not charity. Yeah. It's never. I mean, even when you go back.
Not doing me a favor.
The word can change.
We did y'all a favor.
Absolutely.
Okay, I want to draw your attention to a slide that we actually compiled. Mark, you were just a second ago asking about what people. So we have some general ideas about the public perception of reparations. So overall, the opposition to reparations, when we're looking at a large group, is 68%. If we break that out, millennials are opposed to reparations by about 49%. Whites, as a general, are opposed by 81%, and we're looking at the public perception about reparations and those opposed to it. So at the bottom of that scale is 35% of people who identified as Black say that they are in opposition to reparations. So looking at that, we see that young folks are getting on board, black folks continue to be overwhelmingly on board, but white America not so much feeling reparations at the moment. Lorraine.
So that actually is sort of the basis of my question. As someone who does believe in the theory of reparations for African descendant and Native people, recognizing that we got voting rights, we got a form of reparations immediately following slavery, a form of. It was quickly taken back because of violent white supremacy. We had a form of voting rights again, civil rights again, Fair Housing Act again in the 1960s, which has been almost essentially eroded via the courts and through the resurgence of violent white supremacy and the respect for and the institutionalization of violent white supremacy 2019. Given that, and given Derek Bell's theory of interest convergence that says white people are only willing to support black interests so long as and up until the point that it helps white people, and as soon as it no longer benefits white people, they will pull back. What sense does it make under this reality to continue to push and invest black energy into fighting for reparations, which would have to come from folks who believe what we just saw on the screen, as opposed to recognizing, yes, it is owed to us, and just like any other assault or major trauma victim, it would be wonderful if the oppressor would acknowledge it, repair it, and allow us the space to move on. But if they never do, we still have to correct, heal, and move on regardless. And so my question is, cost-benefit analysis, do we continue to put another 100 of years into trying to get back what they took back in the 1860s, while we're losing ground and what we lost in integration because what we thought was going to give us in progress, we now no longer have our own businesses, our own economy, our own ability to employ our own people. We have lost so much trying to integrate into this space that has been so explicitly hostile to us. Is this more than a theory and a discussion, or is there actually something concrete that I will be able to say that my great-grandchildren will be able to experience the benefit of what we're arguing for now? And I do believe in it. I'm just saying, is this a space that we should be investing energy after the past 200 years?
Absolutely.
Yes.
A cost-benefit analysis.
I would say yes, until we burn it down and create something new. Then within the space and the institution that we're in, yes, you continue to seek grievance.
And also, I would add to that, how many centuries were we enslaved, sister?
Enslaved
Yeah.
before the
Before Emancipation Proclamation, how many centuries?
Oh, about 200 as a country, but then there's the 1619 up until the country is formed.
There were some people in those centuries. Some people were born and died who were enslaved.
Yes.
I'm sure there were some who said, we never gonna get out of this.
Yeah.
When Dr. King was alive, there was some who said, we're never gonna change this. The price of freedom, as Frederick Douglass said, is eternal vigilance. What you leave to your descendants, your grandchildren and their grandchildren, is just that, eternal vigilance, to continue the fight. Other cultures do it. The indigenous people are here. They haven't stopped. So it's ridiculous. Those who are victims of the Holocaust don't stop. So it doesn't make sense for us, and see, that's why we still need to continue to fight for reparations. First of all, we never had it. The right to vote, no, we never had it. The right to vote, desegregation, the right to intermarry, those were not reparational. They weren't even considered that. As a matter of fact, the proof that they weren't is because they always threatened to be taken away. To be very specific, the field order, Marshall's field order, was reparations. 40 acres and a mule. We never got it. That was reparations. That was never given us. So we've not had it yet, and we can't give up the fight. One of the arguments that is being made in terms of what would be a form of reparations is education, is access to culture, is being re-educated about who we are. Dr. Jonathan Clark used to say the greatest thing stolen from us was our ancestral memory. Not knowing when people lost everything in the flood in New Orleans, the thing they complained about, not the furniture and the cars, but the photographs. We don't know who our ancestors were, where we came from. So what reparatory justice would do, that could also be included. Who are we? Who can I connect with? Who would I have been if my ancestors were not captured and brought over here? That is something that will always be worth fighting for, this generation, the next one, and on and on.
And some of that action, to my earlier point, some of that action, to my earlier point, you cannot give over to a government entity to do, because they're not going to have the same care and the same concern. Just as the sister who just asked the question says this all the time, or like you giving over education of your child to a system that is racist and doesn't, and doesn't believe that you are, equal in as a citizen or as a human. So why would you give over your children's education to someone who is racist? The same thing. We can't give reparations in its totality over to an institution to control. We have to control it for ourselves and say what it is. And part of that's why I talk about what this current institution currently understands and moves with is political and economic power. And so the more that we advance in political and economic power, then we can control and set the table of what happens.
So I have a question, and this is also prompted by something in your writings, Noah, looking at reparations and seeing the strain that we're talking about now about empowering people and educating children in a culturally specific way that is in line with developing them as whole people. Are we calling reparations a sort of separatism by another name? Is it possible to repair and have one nation when people have been so aggrieved and obviously in need of correction? What does that do to our fabric as a country if something needs to be addressed in that way that is completely foreign from what has been in place to this point? Can we stay a united state if people are repaired to the way where they get their dignity and still be integrated into a country?
Brian, the reparations that actually were delivered to formerly enslaved people in the Sea Islands and in Davis Bend, Mississippi, were in the form of 40 acres. They were in the form of a mule, but they were also in the form of community safety and exclusion. So Sherman's field order said, you're going to get this land, and we're going to keep white people away. And so part of what I think we also have to be talking about is healing. And healing, I think in this context, can probably take place best with communities on their own. You don't need me there to help the African American community to heal. I can tell the stories, but I think for some period of time, Black folks need to be with themselves to figure out what this new world should look like. And that to me was just one of the fundamental crimes of what happened at the end of the Civil War is people were given land, lots of land, right? In these various contexts, Lincoln is assassinated, Johnson becomes president, and the first thing he does as president is grant amnesty to the former slave owners and give them their land back. And it was violently taken.
In reparations for slaves that they lost.
Exactly. Well, no, not exactly, because that's the one thing that they didn't get. But that was certainly the ethos of the time.
Okay.
But the idea then is that repair could only happen with the Black community themselves to build a free life. So
you can clarify something about something that I wrote, which is I don't think I was saying that reparations are a separatist movement. I think what I was saying was that the concept of reparations is inherently intercommunal, right? One, and as such presumes that a separation already exists. Right. Presumes that there are distinct identities, distinct
to a nation state.
Could be traditionally, yes, from a nation state to a nation state. It doesn't have to be, but presumes a divide that already exists. It's a way to repair the divide, but because it presumes that a divide already exists, you have to organize politics around that existing divide. And I think that's the political question at the heart of what you were saying was, is that the most, just from a purely pragmatic perspective, whether emphasizing the divide that does exist and organizing around it is the best way to get the most practical results. I don't know the answer to that, but I think that's underlying the question is whether that's right or wrong, and I don't know.
I think perhaps a working strategy, I was going to mention before you so eloquently sort of outlined it, is that I think we're a bit too egocentric with this reparations, in that, I know, don't let your heads blow up yet now, just wait a minute. It's just that there is a very powerful tool that's been used throughout history to keep people of color down. It's being used right now to keep people of color down. Now, what is that tool? It's this tool that Lyndon Johnson, let me paraphrase him. He said, as long as you can make the dumbest white man think he's smarter than the smartest black man, you will control him forever. That's the tool that is keeping us fighting about reparations. Ain't no white man in no nice house coming down here. They got a knucklehead coming down here looking for you. So what I would suggest is maybe in the terms of reparations, maybe one of the things that could happen is maybe a little better outreach in terms of general education. I'm not at all trying to suggest we put these people on par. These are people that specialize in hanging people. You know, and if you think about it, and I don't want to be mean to any white folks, but this is a fact. I've been on this earth quite a while. I have never met any people of color that sat down and said, hey, it's Tuesday, let's go hang some white boys. That's a white thing. And it's a dumb white thing. I'm just suggesting maybe you can hang it out a little bit.
I agree with, there are so many things to fix. There's so many systems to fix in America today. And that really seems like a separate issue to me than the pure issue of reparations. When I hear the talk of burning the system down, replacing it with something new, what I think of is not some kind of utopia where we've abolished racism. What I think of is Zimbabwe in 2000, where black militias marched onto white farms, said, rightly, you took this from us, we're gonna take it back. Right? They literally did that at gunpoint. And what happened? It completely destroyed the economy of the country. Zimbabwe used to be called the breadbasket of Africa. After that, it couldn't.
Are you saying that's what's going on with the reparations movement? You're comparing the reparations movement?
What I'm saying is you don't burn the system down. You don't burn the system.
I want you to continue the example.
So
and that if you're going to use the example,
I was continuing the example.
No, but I want you to explain why the
I was
economy.
about to.
Explain why the economy's back.
Okay, so, well, you march onto somebody's farm, you take their farm, they've been there for decades, they know which fertilizers work with the soil, which don't, right? Every patch of land is very different. You don't know how to do it as well as they did because it was their patch of land. Investors pull out because crops are failing. Now you're no longer the breadbasket of Africa. You know what I'm saying?
That's the reason why the economy.
But I still don't understand how that analogy relates to reparations.
Okay, just to keep us on track. I happen to know we have a question here, but I can tell you that since about 2009, white farmers have been compensated about $69.4 million for the loss of the land that they had taken from people before they got expatriated from it. And much of the impetus for that compensation of those farmers was to not draw the ire of the Western world and get reinvestment in Zimbabwe. So, we have a
and
question.
what about the fact that calories went down 45% for the average Zimbabwean in that period?
But what does this have to do? What does Zimbabwe have to do with what we're talking about right now?
Well, they've tried to do reparations, land-based reparations in Zimbabwe, but you can't blame the reparations movement for the collapse of the Zimbabwean economy. You just can't.
Why? It's a direct consequence.
You've got random facts.
No,
they don't connect.
What? No, they're not.
Talking about
This
a
is
holistic system that was opposed to black people taking control of their own land.
You guys should Google Zimbabwe in the 2000s.
So then you then have a corporate and a banking society that then decides that you taking back what it originally belonged to you means that I'm not going to invest anymore. That is the collapse of the economy. The collapse of the economy happens because white institution and white supremacy says you can't take something just because I had it, even though you originally owned it. So that's what that is. It's not just because they didn't know which seed to go in the ground. Are you kidding me?
So you know something that all of the mainstream historians and economists and journalists in Zimbabwe don't know. You know something they don't know.
No, but
I would say expand, and I did study that case, and I would say expand who you are reading about that.
Yeah, I think that the struggle for reparations is a legitimate struggle in and of itself. At the same time, there's the struggle around police brutality, environmental racism, structural and institutional racism. And to me, the key question I'd like to get a response is, how do you integrate? Now, as if Obama said, put reparations on the shelf and deal with the issues. The real question is, how do you link the two? How does the struggle for reparations play itself out in the course of struggling for land rights, for instance, for black farmers as well as Native Americans, the fight against police murder, the fight against the kind of racism that we see throughout the society? I'd like to hear if there are any thoughts about how that gets integrated, because to me that's the basic question.
Well, that's the part of what we know is that there is so little land in black hands. And because of that, black people have very little control over their own communities, whether it's how they're policed, what sort of stuff gets dumped in their water, right? And so one of the things I recommend in the book is that we increase the estate tax. And we tax what is the largest intergenerational transfer of wealth we have ever seen, ever, right? And most of that wealth lies, and you've got another slide somewhere that I saw go by earlier, most of that wealth lies in white families.
Right.
Why have white families accumulated wealth in scores more times than black families? Because of land ownership. Right. Here it is, the median household income.
So, of course, Ta-Nehisi Coates brought this issue to the forefront, and he, in modern times, he brought it to the forefront, couching it in the story and the truth of housing discrimination, and particularly the redlining. And we happen to know that household income is most often, household wealth.
Yes.
Most accumulated through land and property. And this is just one of the breakdowns of the wealth gap in terms of race. In the median income, household income in 2016, we're looking at Native Americans just over $39,700. Black people below them, just below at $39,400. And white Americans' household median income from that same year. The numbers
you
are
should
there.
actually have wealth numbers up there because the disparity would be much larger.
It would
Yeah.
be.
Oh, the disparity is
I mean,
much
disparity
larger.
income is smaller than it is.
And I think also when you're talking about going deeper, right? Because the conversation, people think wealth gap just means, oh, he has $5 more than I do, or, more in his savings than I do.
Tell us the difference between income and wealth.
Rather than talking about the overall wealth, but there's also the strategic, somebody sitting at a desk and contributing to this conversation on even the land that black and marginalized communities do own, valuing it lower than others, which actually has an impact on our communities overall, because where do education dollars come from, right? So if that is when I talk about just saying racism alone, or just saying and not talking about the strategic ways in which this decision has to be made. A decision has to be made in terms of valuing land over another, and sort of talking about robbing people, or even the conversation on gentrification, which is a whole nother town hall, but talking about devaluing land that marginalized communities even own, which also strips of wealth.
No.
I think some of the discussion about economics ties into something that we've been talking about how open-ended the question of reparations is. Because from a business perspective, the business isn't based on justice. And it isn't. So if you're interested in wealth generation, if you're interested in sort of what conditions allow businesses to grow, allow people to accumulate wealth, it's understand in an honorable way, let's say, if not a just way, not cheating people. It's having rules of the road and an understanding that the accumulation is possible and knowing what will happen. A one-time decision, a closure that transfers wealth from one group to another is very different from an open-ended process that says this is potentially going to go on. We're going to discover more things. We're going to keep this process going. And I think I guess I take the opposite view of you about what people are afraid of, to the extent that people are afraid of reparations. I think people are less afraid of a sense that, there's going to be a check written one time to somebody who's not me. I think there would actually probably be more support if there were a sense that this was an end of the discussion. And that's actually not the end of the discussion, as you're saying. It is an ongoing.
It's similar to the Voting Rights Act, right? Think about how the parameters of the Voting Rights Act was, that it wasn't just simply about one event to fix. It was creating a check and a monitor in a way that allowed to monitor this process going forward, right? That you had to present a plan, you know, of changing voting laws or changing polling sites or, you know, drawing districts and things of that nature, because we recognized at that time that this was an ongoing, like, you know, voter suppression was an ongoing thing that was going to happen, right? And so we created a system, if you will, to keep institutions in, that being the states, in check, because we knew this was a tool that would consistently be used.
But I guess,
and so that's what I'm sort of arguing in terms of the reparations conversation, is that people in power in general are always going to drum up new different ways to keep their power, keep their wealth, and keep their money, right? And so it's an ongoing conversation. That's just part of the human condition, right? It's just the more power you amass and the more money you amass, you want to keep it. And so you're going to do everything possible in order to do that. And so that's why I'm saying this conversation overall, there has to be this ongoing conversation and not just a one-time thing, oh, we sorry, here's something, and now we're done.
Yeah, I'm a little bit,
I'm sorry, 1 second. Just on that theme, we actually recently had a chance to meet a woman from a community that has experienced reparations in the American context. It was a one-time thing that is in danger of being lost only to scholarship. So I invite you to take a look at this story.
On the morning of December 7th, 1941, my mother got a phone call from my sister's best friend's father, who was an editor at the Daily News. He said, "Tell your husband to come home right away." And my mother said to him, "Are you crazy? It's not even noon." And Mr. Wagner said, "No, really, you tell him that Japan just bombed Pearl Harbor."
Citizens are urged to remain calm and avoid all unnecessary confusion because of hysteria.
The day after Pearl Harbor, the one family said, "We are loyal Chinese Americans. We're not like the Japs in apartment 52. And so then we used to go to school together and play together. They no longer, played with us. Some of the Japanese Americans were sent to Ellis Island. There were Japanese Americans like my parents and others who were here on the East Coast, many of whom were not put in a concentration camp. But there were effects financially and emotionally that were a kind of damage that was different from being put in a camp. Our neighbors were sending their daughters to a summer camp, sleepaway camp. And so they asked my parents if my sister and I would like to go. And on visiting day, one of the things that happened was everybody came to visit and take their children away somewhere on Visitors' Day. And so my parents didn't come, and my sister and I ran into the woods and we cried and we said, "Our parents don't love us the way real American parents do." Many years later, my mother was a widow by that time. And so she used to eat dinner with us every single night. And I said to her, you will have to fix your own dinner tonight because we're going to visit our children in camp. We think it's important to visit children in camp. And so my mother burst into tears, which is the first time I'd seen my mother cry. And she said, "We would have come to visit you, but the FBI wouldn't let me leave Manhattan." And I said, "What are you talking about? The FBI, leave Manhattan?" And then she explained something that we had not known the entire time of the war, was that the FBI had my mother under house arrest because she was born in Japan. Because my father had been in the ROTC in college and because he was born in Hawaii, and it became a marriage where my mother was made safe by the fact that my father was not going to get put under house arrest, but she was. how do you pay back somebody when something happens? How do you say, I'm sorry? And so the Japanese Americans who were put in concentration camps in the West Coast, they lost their homes, they lost their farms. I think we expect reparations to be tit for tat and you're repaying somebody. I think there's too many implications for what damage has been done to simply be able to pay back reparations. What we have to look at is how we define racism and classism and privilege and the idea that some people are entitled to one kind of life and other people don't have the right to have that kind of life.
That was Suki Terada Ports, born 12/12/1934. She's a force. So a part of that act was that $20,000 you saw to each of the 100,000 surviving folks who were interned in those camps, largely on the West Coast. But there was also an educational component to make sure that the story lived on. And another leg of that agreement was that people who had resisted the orders and were essentially outlaws were forgiven.
Right.
So that's the context of the act that the United States tried to make right for what happened to folks of Japanese heritage during World War II. We have a question here.
You mentioned that, it would take more conversation, more study to figure out exactly where we can allocate reparations from. But Israel didn't have to do that. So why do we have to do that? And when you mention Conyers' 1984 initiation of the reparations study, that's ridiculous. All these years and you're still talking, and now Sheila Jackson Lee picks it up? No more conversation. There's a reason why you have over 20 candidates on the Democratic Party. Is because they lost their black base, and we are finished. We are done, and we will get ours by hook or crook, as Malcolm said, by any means necessary. I don't want to hear about what Ta-Nehisi Coates is talking about during former President Barack Obama's presidency. We are clear in that. Those two presidencies were a presidency for the LGBTQ, had nothing to do with African people, although we put him in office 98%, twice. So then I say to you Africans who are in the room, are you still going to take lip service, or are we going to rightfully take what is ours? You cannot mellow out racism. White supremacy invests over $1 trillion into itself yearly. There is no way we can dilly-dally with that at all. You are who you are. Be what you are. But we are coming into our own. And the new voices of independent black media and others are fed up. So either you're on the same page with us, or we're going to run you over. I don't want to hear about institutions that will help us to educate ourselves a little bit better, to work within a white supremacist system. That no longer works. I know my heritage. I have certificates from 2 uncles who fought for our freedom during the American Civil War. My uncles did that. Lincoln didn't give us nothing. Those black men and women fought for our freedom. 2 of my great-great-grandparents owned speakeasies right here in Brooklyn before the Irish came and rioted and took it from them. I'm clear on who my people are. I am clear on my heritage, and I want what's mine by hook or crook.
So, Reverend, I know that you have talked about what that would look like in a form of reparations that also includes, as we just heard about, an independent media that is not centered on stories of othering people of color. What else would be encompassing this idea of reparations? By hook or by crook?
You asking?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, you know, and again, if you go to the website, ibw21.org, and you go to the Reparations Resource Center, one of the things it talks about is support for black media. And because that's a part of the process. A lot of, you know, part of our struggle again here as Africans in America has to do with knowing who we are and our own self-esteem. That's why we don't say anymore that we come from slaves. We come from enslaved people. And frankly, before that, I mean, that's if we're talking about America. We actually come from the first civilization that was ever here on the earth. The first, you know, teachers, doctors, lawyers, the first civilized and the first people to interpret humankind's relationship with God. Those people in antiquity are my ancestors. My ancestors came over here in the 1200s and 1300s before Columbus to hook up with his ancestors and establish trade between Africa and North America, the red people and the black people. But a lot of us don't know that. Right. And no matter what, you know, our sister knows her heritage and her lineage, but the average kid growing up, going to public school in one of these 5 boroughs does not know what I just said because it's not taught in our schools. We talk about STEM and math and science. What if we began to have taught in our schools that we were the first scientists? A black kid can look in the mirror and not be intimidated by math and science anymore if that black kid knows that she or he is a descendant of Imhotep. So those are the types of things that any reparations program must also include, educating ourselves. We can't become so self-congratulatory militant. I got it, somebody else got to get it on their own. No, we have to develop institutions using reparations to do it, and whatever else we can come up with until we get reparations to educate our young people that through education and through our own media, like this right here. This isn't on a major television Big 5 network, but this is an institution that ought to be supported so that people can get this information.
I'm closing in on 9 minutes, so we really want to get some more voices in.
I think one of the sicknesses in our society is this whole zero-sum mentality. And just to give you an example would be education, you know, affirmative action, or people getting into higher education. I mean, I think it's a good thing, whether it's healthcare or education or training, for any person to develop their talents. I think that's a good thing. I remember my friend Woody, who's a professor at Virginia Tech, I asked him why was there so much opposition, more opposition now than before in terms of, say, affirmative action. He said in the 60s it was a period of expanding enrollment, and now we're in a period of more contracting enrollment. Now, I just had a question for Professor Catherine Frank, looking at the statistics there and the opposition of 81% of white people. I mean, if you're a white person, you'll be the representative white person, I suppose. So what, from that perspective, that zero-sum perspective, if it's not zero-sum, what benefit is there for white people for reparations?
It's an excellent question. Thank you for it. I think the project of reparations is really about setting us all free.
Yeah, everyone.
It's everyone, right? And it's absolutely for African Americans about being freed from the badge, the stain of inferiority that is the residue or the afterlife of slavery, that justifies all manner of criminal justice, violence, police violence, lack of education, all the stuff we've been talking about. But white people need to be free too of this history, of the burden of that sin. Not that we need to be forgiven, because I don't think reparations is the same thing as forgiveness. But I think we need to have a conversation amongst ourselves as white people about our responsibility for this racial order that has continued since the founding of this country. I did an event last night about the book and about reparations, and we talked a long time about white people's responsibility to be free from that history, and how these are conversations it's good for us to have as a mixed group of people, but we need to be having those conversations as white people to see this as our project too, not just a project of African Americans that gets forced on white people, but that we sign up for it as well. And it's true, your earlier questioner about that cited Derek Bell's idea of the interest convergence dilemma. He was a professor of mine and a wise man. I don't want to be as cynical as he is to resort to this kind of zero-sum idea that we all have stakes and skin in this game, and white people need to see what ours is.
Yeah.
One of the other questioners brought up the Israeli example, which I think is interesting as a point of comparison, just because at the time, very early in the history of the Federal Republic of Germany, it was Germany that was eager to settle reparations with the Jewish people, with the state of Israel, because that was their ticket back to being part of the family of nations.
Yeah.
Right? They just lost an enormous war, which they started, and so they were in a position of needing that ticket back. It was controversial in Israel because it would have meant saying this chapter is closed. It didn't mean that everything was done in terms of fighting anti-Semitism. That continued to be a process in Germany. It didn't mean that everything was done in terms of even individual claims, that they're still going on now for things like stolen art and other property and things. But from a collective perspective of the German state versus the Jewish people, that was settled, and that was a very controversial matter. Malcolm Begin was against it. So I think it does, notwithstanding the dramatic changes that have happened in the power dynamics within America, it does tell you one difference in the power dynamic, that it's shaped the other way, that you have an 81% white opposition to the idea, even independent of what it actually is actualized as, independent of whether it's
also worth noting that almost all of the successful examples of reparations, whether it was the very touching video we just saw, or whether it was the reparations paid to the victims of the Tuskegee experiments, black men were injected with syphilis, have been to the specific individuals who were harmed, not to their grandchildren, right? My ancestors were on Thomas Jefferson's plantation. We can prove it. We have the documentation. The question from a public policy perspective is, in a condition of limited resources, where we are trying to fix the broken public education system, where we have healthcare costs that are so far gone compared to our peer countries,
which disproportionately affect black people.
Let me just finish my point. My point is that we can either allocate limited resources based on who needs it the most, or you can give it to someone like me because my grandparents were on Monticello. The second thing doesn't make sense, and doesn't make sense to most Americans, and it shouldn't make sense.
Well, I think that's absurd. Let me just address that. I think that's utterly absurd. And let me just, we out of time? Let me say it quickly. Let me just say this very quickly. It's...
Either one of you can say it quick enough, because I know what we have to go into. But we are literally on our last 60 seconds. This conversation, she's giving me a come on. It was 90 minutes. We can part 2 in the hallway, but before we do finish our broadcast hour and a half, I do want to thank each of you for being here and adding your voices, and thank you for your tremendous questions and your presence. It always goes by so quickly. And thank you to Seeding Sovereignty for collaborating with us on this project. Thank you for being our town in the town hall, and we'll see you next time. Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Watch BronxNet on Bric TV. Tune into the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on Bric TV, the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. right here on Bric TV.
Mr. and Mrs. Honore. So good to see you again.
Hey, Dr. P.
Hi, nice to see you too.
Oh, Teacher Amy is ready for you. Okay. Of course. Who's not ready to talk about DeAndre? Oh, come on. Wait till you see our new greenhouse. Come on. Color for the day's yellow. Here you go, Teacher Amy.
Hi. Hey.
So nice to see you again.
Same
How
here.
are you?
Hi, Teacher Amy.
Hi,
Really
so
nice to see
you
you.
both. Let's take a seat.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I just want to start by saying DeAndre is an absolute delight. He is a smart, thoughtful, rambunctious ball of energy. He's a great dancer.
Dancer?
Yo, during our Friday dance parties, he's a regular Justin Timberlake. He's like,
That's enough. That's enough.
it's crazy.
That's enough. Okay, all right now.
It's so fun. It's crazy. It's pretty magical. He is also a natural leader, which is almost always a good thing.
Oh, when is it not?
Well, children are sponges, and they really absorb everything they see and hear, and they repeat things without fully comprehending what they're saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So a couple weeks ago, DeAndre got really into the phrase WPS.
Really?
Yeah. Like, I don't want kale for lunch, that's WPS, or I don't want to play Duck Duck Goose, that's WPS.
Yeah.
Or
You know, we get it.
yeah. Yeah. And as we all know, WPS stands for white people shit. Are you sure? Yeah. I looked it up on Urban Dictionary.
News to me. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that term.
Yeah. Okay. So now every time we have a healthy lunch or we play a collective group game, suddenly I have 15 6-year-olds all saying, WPS, WPS, WPS.
Yeah, but you people do like to eat a lot of kale. Would it kill y'all to serve some mustard greens every now and then?
Well, as the school dietitian, really works
You know what?
hard.
We'll talk to DeAndre. Won't happen again.
Thank you. So last week I had the students draw their neighborhoods. This one's DeAndre's. He got the brownstone, the street, and
What are
the car.
these yellow things?
Those are crackers.
Crackers.
Yeah. DeAndre told me his daddy says the neighborhood is being taken over by crackers.
My neighbor likes to feed the birds, and he's always littering the block with breadcrumbs and crackers and littering all on the street. You know what? It's an eyesore. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. He also drew this. These are pigs in police uniform beating a brown person in the head with a nightstick.
Oh, goodness.
And then he wrote up top here.
Oh, we hate the popo, wanna kill us in the street faux show. I don't even know where that would have come from.
It's Kendrick. From a song by Kendrick Lamar.
You know Kendrick?
Everyone knows Kendrick.
Good album. You know, I've been playing a lot of To Pimp a Butterfly in the crib lately, so.
Teacher Amy, can I be frank?
Always, yeah.
It's very important to us that we raise DeAndre as a socially conscious, proud young black man.
Mr. and Mrs. Honore, I get it. Yeah. I do. I fully understand the systematic oppression of the black man based on a history of slavery and hatred. I know the system punishes you for being unapologetically black. I get it, sister.
Sister.
I mean that in the feminist sense, not in the African American woman sense. Anyway, we are fully focused on creating a world without bias and oppression everywhere, starting with the children.
You know what? Fair enough. We'll be more mindful of what DeAndre listens to and hears at home.
Hold on now, baby. Not so fast. Let's talk about this for a second. I'm gonna be real honest with you, Miss Teacher Amy. That all sounds great, but that's not exactly what I'm teaching my son at home.
Really? You don't want a world free from bias?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I'm raising my son the way I was raised. Look, DeAndre needs to know that there's certain things you can't change about this country, and he needs to be prepared to work twice as hard to get what he really wants in life.
Oh, I see.
Teacher Amy, you should know that my husband has had real reservations about sending DeAndre to private school.
I didn't need any fancy private school to make it, and I'm real strong in my blackness.
Are you saying I'm not because I did go to a private school?
I didn't say that. It's different, Dawn. You're a woman.
Whoa, and what is that supposed to mean?
Excuse me.
It's just different for women in these type of environment, okay?
Sorry, you think that's made it easier?
You think that's
not easier?
It's not about that. What I'm hearing is that you all want to see DeAndre dancing more and talking about race less. Now that's a problem
Can I steal Mr. Honore for just a quick sec?
No, we were just...
Steal, borrow, pilfer, whatever. Please, take him.
I love DeAndre's blackness.
You know what? And it's one of his most prominent things. I mean, I just don't know what even else to say about it.
Look, Dr. P, I don't know where you from, but you know the challenges of raising a black boy in this city. I mean, you got to really know what's going on.
I was born and raised in Kingston, Jamaica. Huh? I came here when I was 13. I know Bed-Stuy. Old Bed-Stuy.
Okay. Okay, then so you understand. Look, you ain't got to go to none of these bougie schools to get an education. I went to an all-black public school. That turned out amazing. Now, the types of brothers I meet that go to these schools, let's just say that's a different type of brother.
You just seem like really cool people, and I champion you for championing your son's blackness. I want to protect that as well.
It's kind of comes with the territory, really.
When DeAndre leaves here every day, he has to go to his home in Bed-Stuy, where he got to be as comfortable on those streets as he is in here.
But the hood is changing, though.
Nah, not my hood. Now, we still got more Popeyes than Starbucks. There for now. But look, I ain't no fool. And I ain't trying to raise no knucklehead. I mean, my brother upstate right now because he a knucklehead.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Where at?
Greenhaven.
You must know my brother Cam up there. He coming home soon, but if your man's in Greenhaven, he know Cam.
What's going on here, man?
Listen, real talk, okay? All right. Hey, Mr. Poindexter! Love the work on the greenhouse. You worried about the school changing your son, right?
Yeah, you damn right.
Okay, I get it. But my job is to change your son.
Yeah, but not into a pussy.
I hear you. But remember, these 42-inch tyrants will be running the world one day, and you paying a shit ton of money for us to make sure that your son is one of the people running things. If you want him to understand the streets, that's cool. But that's your job. Got it?
Yeah. I'm good.
And for what it's worth, DeAndre's a good kid. He gonna be all right.
Thanks, man.
One love.
Really, right? And look, and remember Mr. Ross?
Do I remember Mr. Ross? Come on!
Hey, how's it going in here?
Oh, it's great. It's great. How about you two?
We good.
Good. It turns out that Amy, teacher Amy.
Please, Amy.
Amy also went to St. Barnabas, and we had all the same teachers.
And we were both on the debate team.
How funny is that?
Now, the types of brothers I meet that go to these schools, let's just say that's a different type of brother.
I understand you. You worried about your son being one of these Tiger Woods, Don Lemon, Brian Gumble type of brother, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, once you start talking to people, it's all the similarities, you know,
Yes.
they just start popping up.
Yes.
I have a lot in common with a lot of people.
Yeah.
So we're like a collective household, and we are, of course, all vegan. So are you cool with that?
Yes, of course. In fact, I haven't eaten.
Okay, great.
We forgot to ask you, what are your preferred gender pronouns?
Excuse me?
We're okay with they, or at least most of us are.
What? I just think that it's grammatically weird.
She. I am fine with she or her.
So, love, tell us about yourself. What makes you want to be a part of an anti-hierarchical, matriarchal, cruelty-free collective household?
Well, I am an actor and a singer, and I've lived in New York for over 40 years. Brooklyn since 1980, and in this neighborhood since 1995.
Old school, nice.
I've lived in the same apartment for all those years until the last owner passed, and his kids fought about it and decided to sell it with me in it.
That's cold.
And the new owner is a dumb, he's a Wall Street type. Yeah, and naturally he wanted me out so he could flip it or rent it in exchange for someone's firstborn.
Oh my God, for a child? That is way, way, way too much.
No, it's an expression.
No, a child is not an expression.
So I decided I was gonna try to stay in this neighborhood, and your Ed was different than all that other BS I've been seeing.
Thank you. Okay, but what about our politics? Are you comfortable with the politics described in the ad?
Sure. Before it was cool, I was anti-imperialist, vegan, queer positive, gender liquid.
By gender liquid, do you mean gender fluid?
Yeah, that too.
So, be straight with us. Why do you really want to live here? Something feels off.
Yeah, isn't it a little weird that you want to live in a household that's just all, you know?
Yeah.
I know what.
Just that we're all...
Yeah.
White?
Oh,
okay.
Excuse me?
Hi. Sorry, sister. Almost all white. I guess. I don't know. I don't care.
I was actually going to say all younger, because we're obviously not all white. I mean, Mia is, of course, black.
Oh, we're half
Well,
black.
and Amy is, of course, 1/3 Ojibwe.
No,
and
I'm not.
You're not?
No, my grandfather spent his summer on a reservation and he had a girlfriend there, so I was almost Ojibwe, but...
Okay, but you're definitely part, what are you? It's like,
excuse me, I'm a Sephardic.
I just have
it's like
big eyes.
quasi...
Getting back to answering the question about why I want to live here, that's easy. It wasn't the political stuff that caught my eye. It was the $650 rent.
So were you lying about all of your politics so far?
If you must know, I debated the role of feminism in the Black Power movement with Angela Davis. Yeah. And drank 1 too many mojitos with Asata Shakur in Cuba.
Come on. Oh my God.
Young people, I can talk the talk and walk the walk. But can I be straight with y'all?
Yeah.
If you wish.
Please. All this political stuff is cool, but all I want is a room with no rats that doesn't cost 2 weeks' salaries.
Yes.
Well, okay. Our household is a consensus-based household. Therefore, all decisions must be consented upon by the group openly and transparently. So, we're gonna do that and we'll get back to you.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds great.
Guys, she's everything, right?
Yes, she's woke as fuck. I'm just gonna say it, I love her.
You love? Decker, you said that about your last hookup, and you said that about the hookup 2 times before that.
Yeah, but this is for real, though. I am stanning right now. I wonder if she's on Instagram.
Standing?
A hybrid word combining stalker and fan, hailing back to Stan by Eminem.
But, just to be clear, she is a bit,
What?
nice? Old, right? I said it, she's old. Maybe she wants, like, quiet hours after 10?
What if she doesn't like us smoking weed?
What if she doesn't like us hooking up?
What if she's hooking up and we hear it?
Do we get to hear what old people sex sounds like?
Guys, I want to get us back on track. If we are committed to our goal of a diverse, inclusive household, reflective of our community, we cannot dismiss love because of her age. No.
Ageism. The last socially acceptable ism. You know, this is exactly what they did to Bernie.
Oh, God. Because all you want to do is talk about
that
Bernie.
we have to deal with.
My brother Ed Sheeran, a ginger.
No, do not talk about Bernie right now.
I just think that it's still very,
Don't
very
talk about Bernie. I will light my head on fire.
All I'm saying is you guys would all love Shape of You a lot more if it was done by a person who didn't have red hair. That's all I'm saying. It's a good point, though. I say we do it.
What do you think, love? You want to live with us?
You know, I could have stepped out of the room while you had your little powwow.
We're a transparent collective.
There is such a thing as too much transparency.
This is the bathroom. We only shower on odd days in honor of the water protectors.
Hope you don't have an electric toothbrush.
Oh.
Okay. This is your room.
The door doesn't close quite right, so we have a rotating schedule so you can let people know when you have company.
Like hooking up, just to be clear.
Yeah, like, you know, with other older people.
Okay, showering only on the odd days.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this door doesn't close.
Yeah, no, you got it.
Electric toothbrush.
Waste energy.
You all put me through all of this for this closet? Hell no. Y'all are crazy. Okay, you kids are trying to do the right thing, and that is a lot better than most folks. But you know what? You want to do the right thing? Just move the fuck out of this neighborhood. Just plain go. Park Slope, Sheepshead Bay, whatever.
Now listen to the smooth sounds of Crick and Daddy's music.
Young Ace. Skyzoo.
I just really feel like being listened to right now is ultimately like its own form of validation, which at the same time is like making me listen. And that's so nice.
Wow.
I'm just pointing out there is such a phrase, redheaded stepchild, if you guys have ever heard of that. It's a derogatory term.
Everybody gets so mad when I talk about Bernie. All I want to do is talk about Bernie.
The side of me that's fighting for things that I never had. Never tired though my physical speaks differently. Optimistic though the opposition tries to get to me. I see a spirit that reminds me of innocence. My mind.
the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
I gotta go to my cousin's wedding next week. I'm gonna be a groomsman.
Russo's by the bay?
Nah, Johnny's by Bay Street. Staten Island version. Instead of the couple coming up through the floor with the smoke like at Russo's, they walk to their dais over a miniature Verrazano Bridge.
Oh, classy.
I gotta rent a tux for this shit.
Good luck with all the jizz and puke.
Yeah, my family's weddings are wild.
No, I'm talking about the tux rental. There's only two types of people who rent tuxes. They're either for weddings or proms. One's a group of irresponsible teenagers on one of their first nights of true partying, all swollen with booze and fucklust. The other, they're a group of irresponsible adults confronting their loneliness, all swollen with booze and fucklust. Like I said, jizz and puke.
I fucked my prom date like 6 times.
Yes, high school Craig, all 6'2", 165 pounds of pure punk rock muscle, looking great in your tux, covered in fuck juice.
I like this. I do, it makes sense, right? Clothes have souls.
Yeah, of course you like this. You're renting a tux for a 6'2" guy, slender tux. Of course you think it's got the mojo of 1,000 fuckable men. Me? I'm 5'7". I'm renting a 40 short with irregular arms and short legs. The last guy who wore mine looked like Kim Jong-un.
This place is bugging me out. I get it. For the 100th time, you moved into the neighborhood you used to buy your weed in.
No, this is the actual store. The wig heads were over here. There was a bunch of junk over there. The bag of Fritos that made this front to front, it was right up there. They made you buy a bag every time.
We've been to 5 different stores on Franklin. Each one was the spot you bought your weed in.
There was a buzzer that you pressed and they buzzed you in, and the door locked so you couldn't leave. I still remember them calling me 21 Jump Street.
Maybe this is the spot you thought was the weed spot.
What the fuck you want?
Let me get 2 dimes and a 20.
So, 2 20s?
Yeah. Excuse me, I meant 2 20s of weed.
We don't sell weed here. That's next door. Now get the fuck out.
Can I give them back to you? Yeah, for my money?
Are you fucking serious? This is not how these transactions go down. Look around you. Does it look like we have a return policy? Just do some coke, you fucking pussy.
I do coke.
Yeah, and you fuck bitches too.
I fuck bitches.
Give me that. Get the fuck out.
You still haven't tried coke, you pussy.
She wants white, the cheapest Sauvignon Blanc they got.
These are cheap. Yeah.
These 2 bottles and,
Is that it?
double chocolate Thai.
You know, the one with the chocolate chips on the bag?
You got the hydro?
Let's get 2 for $5. You know what? You got a 50 of murders?
I'm sorry. We're just taking a trip down memory lane. Believe it or not, before you moved to New York, this used to be a weed spot.
Yeah, what's your point?
No, this used to be a front. You know, the dumb waiter, the camera that didn't work, The bag of Fritos. The whole place was like The Wire. Marlo, Omar.
Look, he bought his weed here like once back in the 90s. He's being nostalgic.
5 times. Man, this neighborhood used to be wild.
And now you're back. It's $26.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought you might want to hear a little neighborhood history, you know? Some real seedy New York shit.
Sorry, I got other customers to attend to.
There ain't nobody here. We're the only ones buying shit. People just come in and leave.
There's not a really big selection.
Okay, you got your wine. It's $26. There's the door.
Another entitled non-New Yorker telling me how to live in New York.
I'm from Long Island.
I'm sure you're turned on.
What a fucking asshole that lady was. Is this gonna ruin the day? Because if so, I'm going home.
What? What did I do wrong? I was just trying to enlighten her about the New York that she inhabits.
Look, not everybody's gotta bow down to the crap that comes out of the shit shell of a brain of yours.
You tolerate it.
Barely. That's what friends are for. Now be a pal and let it go.
I'm sorry. Look, I haven't slept right since the baby was born, and I haven't smoked weed in days.
What? How you standing upright?
Johnny V got pinched.
Fuck. You've been going to him since before college.
I know, I'm in a panic, but the little bit of weed that I have left, I've been giving it to my wife so she doesn't murder me in my sleep.
Call my guy.
You guy's a fucking weirdo.
No, he ain't.
I don't have the heart for his vetting process.
What are you talking about?
Craig, the last time we went there, we had to watch TV with him for like 2 hours. Actually, we watched wrestling for 2 hours and he watched us.
He's harmless.
I don't know, man. This whole thing's got me thinking it. I'm pushing 40. What happens if I lose a connection and can't get another one until a Cuomo legalizes it in New York?
Is there another Cuomo?
There's gotta be. Yeah. I bought a jar for my weed in '93 and it's been filled ever since. I mean, I always have. Now it's like my ecosystem's disrupted.
I got you.
Oh, not in front of the kid.
This is fucking delicious. What is this?
Some Icelandic-style yogurt.
Everybody's got a yogurt now? When we grew up, it was just Dannon. Then the Greeks. Now you got a Finnish yogurt, Norwegian yogurt, Malaysian yogurt. How come Puerto Ricans ain't got yogurt?
It was called mofongo.
That's Dominicans, man. Sometimes I don't get you.
What? That's the good stuff. It's got fermented chia seeds. It's got probiotics.
Is that the one for shitting?
Yeah.
Can't believe you let your kids eat this shit.
That's expensive shit.
Yeah, but your whole little preserve Brooklyn cause, shouldn't he be eating public school butter crunch cookies and slugging a quart of water? Instead, you got him sitting here eating cut cucumbers and celery and warm Frisian glazing. And we gotta get you up on New York food, Henry, okay? Next time, cart knishes with onions, Jamaican beef patties, hot dogs, Zeppelis.
Nah, that food's poison.
We grew up on that food.
Yeah, and look at us.
What you do about the weed?
I got a number from Jose, my super.
Hey, yo, you still looking for me?
You Mikey? I was texting with Mikey.
You Jose's boy?
Yeah, you want to go do this at my house? I don't want to do this out in the open with my kid.
Go to your house? Nah, man. Just have your man take the kid around the block, and me and you go in here and talk business.
This used to be a front, right?
Where you from?
Bay Ridge.
New Yorker. You must have bugged out coming up here. You should look mad different, right?
Yeah, I bought my wife's wine in here earlier, and I was telling the girl that this used to be a front. She bugged out on me.
Oh, that was you? That's fucking classic. I gotta tell my therapist about this shit.
Go walk around the block.
Yo, you really pissed her off, bro. She said 2 yuppies came in here and scared off all the clientele.
Yuppies?
Nuh-uh. He cost us like 3 sales. Him and his friend were pretending to piss on each other in the corner, and all the walk-ins walked out.
You was pissing in here?
No, I was pissing in a diaper.
You wear diapers?
No, I was telling a story that I was pissing in my son's diaper pail because I couldn't make it to the bathroom and I don't want to wake him up.
That's fucking smart. He's smart. I like that. We should sell to this guy, man. Look at his face. He'll be loyal.
I will. I will.
All right. We'll serve this block historian and move him on his merry way.
So, how much you want, bro?
What do you got? Dubs, eighths, quarters?
Got whatever you need, man.
All right, I'll take an ounce then.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah? Serve him. Hell. Serve the man. So that's 1,500, bro.
You guys don't have weed? This fucking place.
This fucking place?
Oh, you're making my kid curse.
The fuck did I do? Well, that didn't count.
Yeah, I agreed to go to a play date with your au pair du jour, and she's got to live here.
What's wrong with Kiwanis?
I prefer to remember it how it was.
A place you didn't go because you weren't a longshoreman, prostitute, or junkie? You're just mad you got priced out.
You're damn fucking right.
Besides, I didn't say she lives here. It's her friend. She's throwing a party.
A party?
Look, her friend's having a little warehouse party. I wanted it to be a surprise.
For what?
DJ Chick Norris is playing.
Are you kidding me? No warning. Just boom, a surprise concert. Craig, I got a kid. He's here. Craig, this is why you don't have kids. You don't know how to take care of him.
He can come.
How? He's got fucking baby ears. Tender, damageable baby ears. They better not have those air traffic controller headphones.
No dipshit. It's a kid party. A mommy dance party, whatever you want to call it.
Nah, I'm turning around. That's it. We're on a mission, Craig. To make him from where we're from.
Would you live a little?
I'm living.
It's gonna be great. My girl could watch Henry. Me and you could relax and have a couple beers. You're gonna love my new wife.
Yeah, it's great to watch your friends in Borough die in the same place.
Whatever. I'm excited for you to meet her. I think she might be the one, man.
She doesn't stand a chance.
I'm serious. This one is special. She used to ride horses in junior high school.
Enough. I'm about to meet her. I don't want to spend the moments before learning how she loves to eat asshole. Well, I'm sorry, Henry.
I didn't say nothing.
Oh, there's a spot right over there. What's that guy doing?
Hey, yo, guy, what are you doing?
No, hey, spot's taken.
Yeah, by me.
Hey, come on, man, I'm saving it for my girlfriend.
There's no saving spots. Hey, Henry, is there saving spots?
No, there's no saving spots.
Hey, she's gonna be here in a minute. She's got our kid.
Really? This is where you've taken me.
Dude, sorry.
My God, dudes, we're like a Seinfeld episode here.
No, we're not. If we were, I would have beat the shit out of George and fucked the lane by now.
You flatbush flathead.
Who would have thunk it?
I know, right? Trapped in a room full of beautiful nannies, young moms, and husbands whose wives I'll potentially steal.
We got the best bait of all.
No, that this is what we became. That this is what Brooklyn has become.
What are you talking about? This is awesome. I wish we had shit like this when we grew up. We just went to the aunt's house so Mom could smoke cigarettes and play pinochle.
Yeah, but our aunts didn't move to the big city, become a parent, and dress like MC Search like this schmo.
What are you talking about? You're wearing neon limited edition sneakers and a polo bear shirt on Dad Day.
Yeah, but I earned it. We grew up here. Our whole family lives here.
So we get a hipster pass because we occasionally have a New York accent? You're more like him than you think.
Get the fuck out of here.
Hey.
How you doing? You look amazing.
Stop it.
Oh, this is James. He's thrilled to be here.
Hi. And you must be Henry. I like your shirts. Oh, you're such a little ladies' man, aren't you? What a muffin.
Thanks. He gets it from his mother.
Such a muffin. Hey, let's go dance.
Get him out of here. Have fun. Yeah, let's go outside.
So how'd you meet this one?
A friend's having an affair with my friend.
An affair? Oh, he's married and he's fucking a 22-year-old.
What do you expect them to do? They're everywhere. They're like bed bugs. They transplant here and just want to get in trouble.
And you're the problem. You keep banging him out and encourages more of them to come. You're a transplant banger.
Bang, bang, dude. Your wife's from Connecticut.
Yeah, and I get a pass on it. Because here I am raising the last of a dying breed. The last of the born and bred Brooklynites with an accent.
Is this what marriage did to you? Huh? Brooklyn's changed. It's full of 22-year-olds on Tinder, dying of sex with guys like us that are actually from here, and your way of dealing with your monogamy is through plotting and anger?
I've entered my Al Bundy stage.
I'd rather enter these transplants.
You're just infatuated with all the available ass looking to make the Craig mistake. You're the one they find right before they find someone to marry.
Yeah.
Hey, put this out. Let's go get a beer.
Can we get a couple beers? Two blue?
So, what's this one like?
She gets it. She knows what I need. A little dress up, clean feet.
Choking?
Dainty hands with a strong grip. I think I'm gonna put a baby in her. I mean, she's good with kids, nice family.
Yeah. Yeah, just jump right in. That would be great for the kid.
Yeah. I just don't think I can, though.
Oh, tell me more.
It's her father, man. He's bald.
Oh! You can't do that to your potential sons.
I know. I got a great head of hair. My father.
Great head of hair.
I mean, she's fucking perfect, but...
Hey, listen. Out of all the reasons that you should not have a child with a stranger, this one might stop me.
Who's a stranger? It's 3 weeks.
Hair? That's a problem, but it's second only to father's dick size.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah, I thought we talked about this. Look, in my mind, you owe it to yourself to find out what her father's dick size is. You owe it to your future sons to find out what you're potentially strapping them with. You gotta let them know that you tried to make the family keep on growing. Not shrinking, growing.
The future of your son's dick keeps you up at night?
No, I did my homework, no jeopardy.
You've seen Devin's dad's dick?
No.
You asked her?
Well, I couldn't get a look myself.
What am I supposed to do? Ask every girl I'm about to bang about their dad's dick?
No, only the ones that you plan on impregnating.
Oh my God, Henry is so cute. What a doll.
I know, that kid's amazing. Hung like a horse, that kid.
Stop. You are so bad.
I'm just saying, important things to consider when making a family.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about important things to consider when making a family. Heart disease, cancer, male pattern baldness.
What? My dad's bald.
Yeah, but is he well hung?
You better be kidding.
You know, this is amazing, and I don't want to be in a frivolous relationship anymore, you know? I want to take you seriously.
So...
Just give me an idea.
Stop, enough. I can't tell if you're being serious or not. I gotta take Alice home. Call me later, tomorrow. What's wrong?
Remember when you were a kid in the summer? And you just get home from the beach. Grandma's back from Florida. The kitchen's really hectic. You're running late for dinner, so you jump in the shower with your dad. Boom, you've seen your dad's dick.
Really? I've been in the city 6 months, and somebody I barely know is asking me this?
It's been 3 weeks.
Okay, so who's to say it's my dad's dick that matters? How big is your dad's dick?
I haven't seen it since I'm 5 or 6, but you remember the one about the baby's arm in the apple?
Yeah.
His dick was holding that baby.
Figures. But what if it's not the grandfathers that determine the size? Macho pig. What if it's my mother or... Or... So, Craig, how big's your mother's pussy?
I'm fucking beat.
Word. That wedding last night almost killed me, man. It's nice to be out here relaxing in some peace and quiet.
I needed this. I stayed out too late last night. And I was nicely buzzed and in the cut, and it was fun, but I just stayed out too late. I got right to that point of too drunk, too old, and too married for the place that I was in. I was with that kid Corey from work, the one we're meeting later.
Yeah, the kid you said is me 10 years ago?
No. He could be you in 10 years. There's still hope.
You should be so lucky.
Nah. I learned from your mistakes. I'm better prepared and better equipped for this. It's like I'm being sent back in time to change the future. It's like I'm John Connor.
John Connor led the resistance against the Terminator army. No, you're like the guy who fucked his mother.
You mean his father?
Oh, wait, so tell me, genius, how you gonna prevent me from 10 years ago from being me now?
It's just a joke I have with him. No big deal. Just about how, eventually he'll lose the ability to deeply care about a person for years at a time. And the trade-off is the ability to walk into a room and find something to fuck.
That doesn't sound so terrible.
Yeah, it figures. But I think I got him thinking straight.
How so?
He's 28.
So what?
So I told him what happens to a man right around 30.
The Great Widening.
We need a new name for that.
It'd be scary to most, but I welcomed it. They all became so beautiful at once.
I wonder what it is. You're so picky in your 20s. Perfect tits, thigh gap, fat ass. And then all of a sudden, you love them all.
Is there a little awkward?
I love it.
A little ugly?
Fine with it.
Fucked up teeth?
Bring it. Big bush.
Bush is back.
No bush.
Big bush, no problem.
Wrinkles.
I fucked a grandmother last week. I followed the lines like map trails.
Lately, I can get off on one positive trait and some sense of humor. I mean, club foot, bad hair, pink eye. If she's got one good titty, it makes me laugh. If I wasn't married, I'd be in.
I mean, a little thick? Fuck it, a lot thick.
I prefer it.
Cellulite.
I got it.
Saggy tits.
My balls are almost pendulums.
Flat ass?
Not at all. But if they got a bad attitude.
No, then it's overdone. I mean, like one morning you wake up, as long as they're trying, they just all start to look so sexy.
That's what this kid doesn't get. Is then all that's left is to try to fuck them all.
Yep.
You're going to try to fuck them all.
Yep.
It's a curse. You're cursed.
Pray for me.
With all this ass floating around Brooklyn, it's like you're a kid in a candy store. Actually, it's like you're a kid stuck in a candy store after an earthquake for a really long time, and the power's out. So you gotta eat the candy for sustenance. I mean, he's forced to eat what he loves until it becomes what he hates.
But it all works out in the end, right?
Nah. But there's hope for others.
To be honest with you, I was pretty creeped out to meet you.
Jason, you do this to Corey? You blame him for everything?
No, we actually haven't been hanging out much lately. I just got engaged, so there hasn't really been any time. You know, I want to set him up with one of my fiance's friends so we can like go on vacation together.
But he keeps fucking him and leaving.
Keeps fucking him. So we're kind of running out of bridesmaids to pair him with.
Yeah, they'll hold his cock, but they won't hold his hand down the aisle.
Oh, hey, he can't help it. Look at the kid. So you're getting married. Must be tough watching Corey fuck all your girl's friends. I've been in long-term relationships before, and let me tell you, there ain't nothing more beneficial for their longevity than wanting to fuck all your girl's friends. Listen up, boys. I read all about this. Human beings are not actually the descendants of chimpanzees as previously believed. We're actually the descendants of the bonobo, a matriarchal, polygamous ape driven by orgy.
Stop! Your bonobo theory doesn't work. We're evolved from chimps, a disgusting, warring, patriarchal ape that's territorial, womanizing, and overtly cruel. Just look at the election this year.
Look, that's because we repress our true nature. Deep down, we are built to competitively fuck. Our bodies evolved that way. Look, I can prove it to you. Jason, imagine me fucking your fiance doggy style.
No thanks.
Holy shit, dude. This is my work friend.
Whom you're trying to convince not to be like me. This should only further prove your point, no?
Well, valid, but fucking his wife, doggy style?
It's for science. Don't be so close-minded. The doggy style is just because I'm a visual thinker. All right, so let's say me and Corey are engaged in a threesome.
Yeah, Dib's hitting that one first.
All right, so he's fucking her, and then he comes inside her, right? Here I come with my dick. And while I'm doing my thing to please this woman, I come inside her. But while we're enjoying this pleasure, I'm also displacing his sperm. You see, listen, the male penis is like a meat straw. And while we thrust in, our foreskin also pulls out the last lover's sperm. You see, she wants our cum. She's programmed to procreate, and she's maximizing her chances by having multiple lovers. And I'm obliging, but I'm also competing.
You fucking lost it. I'm sorry, guys. He gets like this sometimes. Let's get out of here.
No, I haven't. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, guys. Your wife wants a life full of orgasms. Besides, more sex leads to less conflict.
I do agree that we live in a matriarchal society. I mean, what's more matriarchal than what James and I have?
What do you mean?
I mean, we're forced to brunch, we're forced to express our feelings, we have to clean up after ourselves, listen and eat salads.
No, I choose to live a pretty sweet life with my lady and my boys.
No, she conditions you to live an optimal life for her and gives you sex to pacify your primal urge. I mean, she's got your nuts in a sports sack. The same bag that she kept her weed in all throughout college, weed that she doesn't let you smoke now.
Forget this. This isn't just about you. Think about your wife's needs also. When the female bonobo screams out during orgasm, she's screaming for more males to come and fuck her. She's screaming for more dick. Look, our women want more dicks. Corey gets it. He gives more dick. Jason, give her more dick.
Suddenly, I hate myself.
Craig, I lived with you for years. I've heard you fuck. You're like Marlon Brando having sex with Marlon Brando in a sex scene directed by Marlon Brando. And secondly, I am positive, when she has that fake orgasm, it's so that she can go to sleep and get the trauma of your sex screams behind her.
Look, you can tell yourself whatever you want. You can't refute science. The fact that my dick and fuck motion combo sucks out other sperm proves that we evolved as polygamists, further proving that our girlfriends and wives want pounds of dick.
You're a sick fuck. You want to be like this, Corey?
No, I want to be like you and Jason.
Are you happy?
No.
Why not?
You have Corey to groom. But who am I to impart my wisdom to? Today, all this, it made me realize that I need a protege. You like fruit, Henry? Why not eat all the fruit?
Henry, too much fruit makes you sick. Greggy has too much fruit.
But fruit's so sweet and delicious.
Henry, vegetables make you stronger. Bitter greens might not taste good at first, but you get used to them.
for a blink moment in time. People are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day? How much? 75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Do you, Trey?
Yeah, you ever that?
The flesh, baby.
Not really what I expected.
Yeah? Yo, I'm an entrepreneur. Just carrying that bag, trying to get that guap, boy.
Why you talking like that?
Talking like what?
Like that. Oh, forget it. You got that cash?
Yeah. Yo, you got that?
Yeah. Cash? Moolah? Dinero?
Yeah, of course. Yo, chill. Yo, hold a second.
You serious?
Dead ass, boy.
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. Bout go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for off-white. Cause she love my off-white. Gotta cop that on site. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait. Why do I keep flowing my checks on new dish?
Feels good to be back in good old Brooklyn, USA. The place that made me. Does it feel good to be back in Brooklyn?
Yeah, feels okay.
I have a good feeling about this.
Me too. I mean, they did not deserve you at that other place. Taking all your creative and your ideas and then using it as their own and then taking credit for it. No. This is gonna be good. Look, I know that you are going to be like the Steve Jobs of all things kicks and mobile apps and sneaker blogs, etc., etc., etc. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay.
You know, until all that happens, I gotta get this store up and running by next week.
And I think you can do it, babe.
Ava's gonna love Brooklyn.
I hope so. I mean, she was just starting to make friends, and then we up and moved.
She's
so
gonna make a ton of friends here. Trust me. Have I ever stayed you wrong? Okay, besides that time.
All right, fine.
you going?
I'm about to go buy a dinner spot. Then I gotta go meet this dude, sell him a pair of dunks. I'm trying to save up and cop the band ones.
New sneakers? You just got the ones you have on.
And I need those band ones.
Maybe if you start spending all your money on sneakers, we can have our own apartment together.
This again?
I don't want to have to worry about one of my roommates cooking scrambled eggs in her underwear again.
She do got a nice. I'm kidding.
Well, I'm not. Jay, I've been thinking about the next level in our relationship. Saving, building a life together, you know?
Okay. You save, and whatever money I have left over after I sell these sneakers, I'll put in the savings fund.
I'm really starting to think you care more about your sneakers than you care about me.
That's not true. Like, you're not gonna make me choose, are you?
I don't even believe we're having this conversation.
Come on, you know you only with me because I wear these sneakers.
That has nothing to do with it.
So you'd talk to me if I had on a pair of bum-ass Pro-Cats.
What are Pro-Cats?
My point exactly. I see you, babe.
Franklin, take your hat off in the house.
Nah, you made me miscount.
What are you doing with all that money?
I'm a businessman, Ma. Jeez.
Don't be fresh. Look at you. Where are those chubby cheeks I fell in love with at the adoption agency? Huh? Where are you going?
I'm gonna hang out with some friends. We're gonna play some video games.
Okay, have fun. Play nice.
I'll play nice, all right.
Oh, the store is really coming along great, D.
Getting there. We should be ready to open by next week.
How's Cassandra?
Good.
I know moving back to Brooklyn was the last thing she was thinking.
She believes in the dream, little bro. We need to get you one of those.
Yo, so since we opening next week, we gotta throw a dope opening bash.
You know I ain't about all that. We gonna open the shop without all that fanfare. It's about the kicks.
These days it's about the hype.
Facts.
Let me get up out of here.
Where you going now?
I'll be back. I gotta go meet this dude to sell him these new Jordan SBs. Trying to cop the band ones.
Well, thanks for all your help.
Anytime, bro.
Yo, be careful.
I got this.
Be here tomorrow. Early.
All right.
Trey, I'm serious.
All right.
Are you Trey?
Yeah, you ever die?
The flesh, baby.
Here's to new possibilities. I left Brooklyn a prince, and I'm returning the king. King of the world.
Oh! My bad, bro.
Yo! Yo!
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, before she tell him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet. Pretty laces.
Your mom's home, though? She not home?
You know this is a job interview, right?
Oh, hold on, man.
So I'm here for the job or whatever, but let me tell you about Peaches. Peaches don't do mornings, because if she don't get her good 10 hours, she's a bitch, and you really wouldn't like Peaches in bitch mode.
I could change my ways. I could be a nighttime pimp.
Who doesn't love kicks? I mean, nothing like some skinny jeans and a fresh pair of J's.
No, I could work any day of the week. It's just I prefer to be here every Saturday because that's when the J's come out. You don't just put the 10.5 to the side. You ain't got to pay me. You know, I don't want anything but the shoes.
Peaches, I don't know if this is the job for you.
You don't want Peaches? No? Fine, then Peaches don't want you neither.
This is my girl's birthday today, so I know I'm gonna get this job because I'm on point. I got a quick question though. I can get a free pair of kicks so I could bring her something right now?
In this neighborhood, you know, it get kind of sketchy, you know what I'm saying? Because the last owners that were here, they used to get robbed. You know, Brinks used to stop around the corner, you know what I'm saying, because they didn't want to come in this neighborhood.
You look familiar, man.
Nah, bro, you don't know me.
Come on, man. Your sneakers look great today.
Well, I had to clean them after you stepped on them.
I'm just here for a job, man. I used to be a barista around the corner, but they canned me, so I'm just on the market. Come on, man. I know sneakers, but I got a great idea for the store. What about boots?
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for Off-White. Cause she love my Off-White. Gotta cop that on site. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait. Why do I keep blowing my checks on new dish?
Brother, I'm running for city council, but we are focusing on local, community-based boards and government to empower the community and implement change.
I'm good.
Nice kicks. Copper foams, right?
Yeah, how you know that?
I used to rock some fly kicks in my day. But the 5s were my favorites.
The 5s are cool, but the 3s are fire.
Can I ask you a question? Why is it so important for you to be so fresh?
Oh, it's when I put on sneakers, you know, and they're fresh and crisp. I don't know, feeling like it makes me feel like somebody.
No, you can also feel like somebody by making a difference in your community.
Yeah.
Ain't you D's little brother? I think you look familiar.
Yeah, how you know my brother?
Me and D used to run the streets together back in the day. How's he doing?
He's good. He just opened up a sneaker spot in Brownsville.
You know, he's been collecting kicks for as long as I've known him.
No, man.
Take one. Everyone deserves to be fly, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Tell D Big Riley said what's up.
All right, got you.
Yo, man. What took you so long, man?
I had to get fly, bro. I was with your girl, too, earlier, so I was...
You got jokes, son. You got jokes.
I play.
Anyway, you seen Hannibal's new video? Joint fire. Look at that.
Get money, get famous, gon' live forever.
Watch it. That's my part right here.
Horrible, bro. He's overrated. Overrated, yo.
You crazy, man. People just don't understand him because he ahead of his time.
Ahead of his time? More like a head case, bro.
You bugging, man. Anyway, good looking for coming when we cop these J's, just in case some fools out here try to zoe me.
Really, bro?
My bad. I forgot, man. Please forgive me, man.
Not even
I'm sorry.
funny. Like, I'm still not over the fact I let Jeremy Lin rob me. When I catch him, it's on sight. Believe that, bro.
You ain't gonna do shit.
What? You want me to show you?
You ain't saying nothing but a word.
Don't play with me, bro.
Zip off, man.
Yo, let's get it, bro.
Shit.
Hey, where are you, man? I thought you was gonna be here for these interviews. I need your help. Everybody's like, man, everybody's crazy. Hit me when you get this.
Yo, D? What's good, bruh?
What up, love? What you doing now?
What you mean what I'm doing now? It's good to see you too, bruh.
My bad. When did you get out?
Last week. Good behavior.
So how you find me?
Wow. Yo, like I said, it's good to see you too. I was just in the neighborhood, man. Had to go check out my PO. Heard you had a shop, so thought I'd come check you out. What, you think I'm stalking you or something?
I'm just messing with you, man. It's good to see you.
Word. I see you hiring. You're my brother's keeper, right? I get a job?
This is what it looks like when your past comes back to haunt you.
What's up, baby?
Hey,
What's for dinner?
whatever you cook.
Peanut butter and jelly it is. You want some?
Did you pay the light bill today like I asked you?
Yeah. See, what had happened was, I had met up with, Trey. You know Trey, he got the curls and, well, these new sneakers came out. I really like them. So, I spent $180 on them, but tomorrow I could flip that for $250 in cash, baby. We about to come up.
Kicks, Cisco, I told you the bill had to be paid by today.
I'll get the money.
Dios mío, ayúdame, por
It's not a
favor.
big deal.
Ay, Dios mío.
Baby, I love you so much. You know the kicks I bought, they glow in the dark. Should I go get them?
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, but first she tell him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet.
So, Mr. Harrison, how are you feeling today?
Call me by my artist name, Hannibal, because I eat these MCs.
Okay. Hannibal, how are you feeling today?
Honorable. That's how I feel.
Can you talk a little more about that?
Trying to be what people want you to be is hard. It's not always about making hits, being lit, stunting on these hoes. People also need to be loved, you know? The fans don't love Curtis. The fans love Hannibal.
Well, love and acceptance are a basic human need. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
You're not gonna tell anyone about this, are you?
Of course not. Doctor-client privilege. What we talk about here stays in this office.
Because if you tell anyone, you know I'll kill you. I'm just fucking with you. But I will kill you.
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go ate. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for Off-White. Cause she love my Off-White. Gotta cop that on site. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Why do I keep flow with my checks on nudish?
Take a step back, let me show you where real rap's kept at. Man, I rep that type of shit, that's like legit. I keep it moving like transit. I give it rhythm like drugs, my hands hit. Make plans with some cats and I smoke grams with. Same dudes I now make jams with. And take a breath so fluent in a birth the game. I just stepped into it, made no mistakes, I meant to do it. Opposite of a dimension unit, makes sense, knew it. My floor at last, for sure at last. My potent with words at last. My syllables cut through glass. Head of the class, steady your
Sasha, you're supposed to be working.
I am working. Okay, I'm posting some of our new inventory, and you want more customers up in here, don't you?
Not an excuse. I'll be in the back.
Welcome to Woodstack, where it's all wood. How may I help you?
Well, you can start by telling me when you're getting the new Buscemi's. I need 5 pairs in every color, size 11.
We don't carry that shoe, but I can special order them for you and personally call you when they come in.
Hey, Ray, I just thought of something. I got mad inspired. Kicks. These chicks so mighty. You know what? I'm on my way to lay this one down. I'll be there in 10 minutes. At 1.
Girl, you're never gonna guess who just walked into the store. Lulu, I might be pregnant. We're barely surviving as it is, and now we might have another mouth to feed. I just can't.
Think of it as a blessing. You know God will never give you more than you can handle.
Well, the way God's been doing me these days, I want my money back.
Okay, bitch. Don't write a check your ass can't cash.
Girl, bye. At this point, he be doing me a favor.
Don't talk like that. Don't even joke.
I'm just frustrated. It's like I can't catch a break.
Speaking of the devil.
The devil? What?
Nothing, babe. What's up? Where you going?
I'm heading into work. My boss called me in to do some overtime. I know we need the money, so don't wait up. Word? It's like that?
Yeah, it's like that.
Bonding. Keep showing off from Lulu.
This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Mother Nature gives my mind a little spark, but I ain't talking about picking dandelions in the park as the cruise walks. My smooth talks to make you sway. Some will say I got sunshine on a cloudy day, but hey, maybe I just push the clouds away. Stay positive when the negatives around the way. It's such a fun display. Happiness to step away, even through the toughest times.
My bitch always popping up at the right time.
Bitch, every time. Tell me you saw Hannibal's post.
Yeah, and?
I can't believe he came in the store. Girl, I would have died. I mean, Hannibal's he's like the fashion god, honey. Did you not see his last post?
Lita, I need to find a way to get to Hannibal.
Maybe you need to put it on him.
No, that's not it.
Anyways, it's real nice in here. It's all fancy and shit.
It is, right? Welcome to Woodstack, where it's all wood.
Oh my God. They make you say that for real?
Yeah.
Everyone needs a plug. But I had to make sure there was no bad blood. You see, we had a situation back in my street days. But now I hear he's the guy to get whatever kicks you need, no questions asked. But in Brooklyn, you always have to stay ready.
Yo, what up, dude?
What up, Jason?
We good?
Yeah, we good. Water under the bridge.
Word. Grown man shit.
Exactly. Now let's get down to business. What you need?
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, but first she tell him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you
Hey. What are you thinking?
I was just thinking I'm gonna head out.
Okay.
I was also thinking that this isn't what it was cracked up to be.
Well, it never is. But you have to admit, on paper, it's a pretty sexy opportunity.
Sexy?
Well, yeah, you know. Getting paid to do something that you'd normally be doing at home. You know, in your bedroom, at night, alone.
You ever hear that thing about not wanting to make your hobbies your career?
No, I don't think I heard that one.
Maybe I just made it up. I don't know. I think I should be a chef or something. Cook. Something else. You coming?
No, I'm gonna stay here.
It's Saturday. You don't get overtime.
I'm aware of that. Thank you.
I'm quitting. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I just decided I'm gonna quit.
Just like that?
Yeah, this whole a woman buys bulk tickets to Jamaica. Yeah, it's not what I signed up for.
That's temporary. We were so close to finishing. We are. We are so close to finishing this thing.
I'll see you around.
See you Monday. He'll be back. He'll be back. No, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Don't. No, don't. Fuck it. Picked a heck of a day to start smoking again. Should I quit my job? Probably. Maybe. No, I don't know. Does anyone even really like their job? No. No, John, don't go down that route. Don't do it. Don't do it. That Glenda lady seems to. Wonder what their office is like. Maybe they do team building exercises.
I hate tomatoes. I have a dog named Tomato. Tomatoes are a fruit.
You hate tomatoes. That's the lie.
Wrong. I don't have a dog.
We should probably do more team building exercises. No, Mark wouldn't want that. Mark would want that at all. What else do people do? Summer Fridays? Summer Fridays.
Have a good weekend, all. I've got to catch my ride to the Hamptons.
Looking to get out of work when I should be working. Obviously, I can't do that now. Got too much on my plate. Also, I like what I'm doing. Just like Glenda likes what she's doing. Maybe she'd like to help out with Plein Air Jamaica. She loves doing that stuff. This would let me code more. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. And Matt'll come back. Yeah, I like the way that sounds. That'd be good. Am I gonna sleep out here? I wonder where Glenda sleeps. Does she have a girlfriend? Is that weird that I think that? It's just the vibe that I got. She doesn't seem to respect men. She doesn't seem to have any respect for me. And I'm a man. Well, kind of. No, I am. Am I really gonna sleep out here? Is that good for me? It's probably good that I have a flat surface.
Bedside Travel Bureau, who's calling? Hi, John. No, I told all of y'all I was staying in today. No, I'm staying put. A block of how many? Oh, you have that many friends? What are y'all gonna do? You know what? Why don't you come in and talk to us about it? No, come in and talk to us about it. All right? Okay. Bye-bye.
Who was that?
A new friend.
Look, Glenda, Sherry and I want to talk to you about something. I'm gonna put some more coffee on.
Hello, Mr. Frederick. What can I do you for?
Glenda, I was hoping you could get me a couple of tickets to Bridgetown.
A couple?
Yeah, it'll be 2.
I tell you, Frederick, I always did say you had some kind of brass balls.
What do you mean by that?
We're not the only travel agency on this block, you know?
Do you not want my business?
Not particularly, no.
Oh, then. I thought we could be adult here, but clearly not.
2 tickets, Frederick? 2 tickets? You're real slick there.
You could have gotten him the tickets. I would have been all right.
Oh, really? Mister, I have to make a pot of coffee right this instant. What was it you two wanted to talk to me about?
Lord. Did you get off at the wrong stop, or...?
Yes, well, I'm here to see Glenda.
This is John. He's my protege. He is Glenda to my Malik. He is a travel agent in training.
Yes, well, I actually was hoping that Glenda could show me how to buy tickets in bulk.
To Kingston, isn't it?
Yes. Well, not for me.
You got a church group or something?
Not yet. Do you know of one?
Glenda, would you mind helping me with something in the back for a minute?
No? I got it.
And I'll help John.
Look, Glenn, I know you don't much like talking about this, and we felt terrible ever since Hilton's passing, and also a little worried.
We have to talk about this now.
I just think that you are throwing yourself into work instead of allowing yourself proper time to grieve.
Everyone should be allowed to cope in their own way.
Richard and I think that it would be best for you to take some time off.
Time off? So you're kicking out the boss now?
No, never. It would be paid time off.
I don't get paid to sit at home on my ass. I'm no charity case.
It's not like that.
Oh, what's it like then?
Malik approved it.
Malik left me in charge. Did he not? There was no asterisk when he gave me the keys to the bureau.
We just want what's best for you.
I am doing what's best for me. I'm at work, doing what I love.
Glenda, please, just give it some time.
Well, maybe some time away from the office would be good. People are willing to pay me for my consulting expertise.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. That man John out there and his partner, they want to pay me to show them the ropes.
I don't think it's a good idea for you to be taking time off just to work more, especially not for some numbnuts who are trying to poach our clients.
What do you mean poach our clients?
What a white boy like that doing buying bulk to Kingston?
So how did you meet Glenda then?
Here?
I ain't seen you around here before.
Well, outside. My friends and I are building a search engine for airlines. So it's kind of like what you do, but with the computer.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Sherry, relax. You think a boy like that mean any harm?
1 week. Just think about it. I ain't telling you what to do. Just think about it.
Sound like she was telling me what to do, yeah? No commercial today. No selling. Just relaxing. Trying to enjoy my vacation. Which is a lot less enjoyable when it's not your choice. Like a lot of things in life, I suppose. Took that paid week of leave. Left with John. Showed him how to order up to 50 vouchers with Amancia, my contact at Air Jamaica. Made my commission and said, hey, mind if I get one? He said, no problem. Sherry was right. I did need a little break. Joan and them had some big plan to push the tickets on their clients and make back the difference as their investment. Some business plan. It'll never work. But Joan's a sweet guy. He means well. I think it's important to support people who share your passion. That's how I got where I am. And Harborview. Sand beneath my toes and... I think it would be nice if some guys stopped by and chatted me up. Oh, a welcome distraction that would be. Instead, I sit here with my thoughts. Thoughts of Hilton. Thoughts of how I'm actually alone.
Excuse me, are you hiring?
What makes you think I'm in charge here?
Thanks, Malik.
All right, see you in 9 months.
A hunch.
Well, you got a good hunch. But we ain't hiring at the moment. We might have a spot opening up in the secretarial pool when Lita has a baby in a couple of months.
I'm looking to be an agent.
Oh, yeah? Why is that?
Booking travel is a valuable trait to have.
Is it now?
I'd like to be able to visit my family, help others do the same.
Where are you from?
Glenda.
Where you from, Glenda?
Honolulu. It's a small town near Port of Spain.
I know where it is. I'm Trini myself. So you want to work here so you can go on vacation back home, huh?
You got me there.
We'll give you a call, Glenda.
Our line's down now, but I can call you.
Come on, all aboard.
Where are we going?
We're going to visit Grandpa's house. All aboard.
All aboard is for boats, I think. This is a plane, right?
We're flying. We're flying.
Okay, come on. Ready for takeoff? Okay. Get in.
Wait.
We need to wait for my mom.
Before we go,
Where's my mom?
she better hurry because I'm going to take off.
Where's my mom?
Baby, don't worry, it's not real. It's okay. Look, take this.
Cool.
If you like him that much, why don't you just tell him?
Excuse me?
I always see you stalking around here, scoping someone out.
I'm scoping out a job. What are you doing?
All right. No need to get testy.
I'll get however I feel.
Milton.
Mm-hmm.
And you are?
Name's Glenda.
It's a pleasure.
And how is it going?
It's all right.
I know it's not ideal, but it's a start. And I was serious about what I said before. I work late on Monday nights, and you can shadow me. See how it's done.
What happens after I learn the ropes? Will you be offloading some clients to me?
We can talk about it.
And I'd make a little commission too?
We'll discuss that when the time comes. For now, it's time to crunch those numbers.
Thanks, Mr. Malik.
Pass me a red stripe, Mon. Jamaica. It's more than a beach. It's a country. Am I in love? Or is this my one love? The capital of Jamaica is Kingston. Jamaica. Once you go, you know. All right, I think something's off. Can I see the frame?
Sure.
Cool. Can you actually turn around for me?
You want to see the frame while you're doing it?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe some kind of more earnest approach would work.
What?
Like you're still selling something, but on the surface it's less out.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. Good note. Good note. All right, we good? Hi there. My name's Mark Johnson, and I created www Travel so you can get where you need to go in as little amount of time as possible, for as cheap as possible, without sacrificing any comforts along the way. That's www.travel.com. Try it today. Okay, cut. Nice. That was supernatural.
Whatever happened to Mrs. Brooks? She was one of our best clients. Maybe I should give her a call.
Arlene will be back. No reason to beg Richard. She may have found someone else for now, but she'll be back. We run a family business. Your clients are family.
I suppose. I'm gonna make a cup of coffee. You want one?
No.
All right then.
Hi there. My name's Mark Johnson, and I created www Travel so you can get where you need to go in as little amount of time as possible, for as cheap as possible, without sacrificing any comfort.
$100? It would be a great opportunity for you. My friends and I are building a search engine for
Travel.
airlines. It's kind of like what you do, but with the computer.
I love it.
What do you mean, poach our clients?
What we have to do right now is get John to get that woman on the phone with Air Jamaica.
It'll never work.
That's www.www.travel.com.
What are you guys watching?
Try it today.
I'm just so happy I made it today. I almost got pulled over. Oh, man. You ever picked up your phone? Hello? And then look to the left and see the police? Oh my God. But I already said hello, so I had to think of something else, so I started singing. Is it me you're looking for? 'Cause I wonder what you say. And then the person was on the speaker. What happened? I started singing. I changed the song. Because the police is right there. And they looking at me to give me a ticket. You ever been involved in the conversation? Oh yeah, no doubt. And then they roll up, your lips stop moving. Right there. You sound straight. Yeah, police right there. Yo, police right there. Call me back. I'm gonna call you right back. I'm gonna call you back. One time I was on the phone, my wife was on WhatsApp. She was on WhatsApp right there on the video. Police came to the window and she ducked.
About New York, I don't know if you're getting pulled over by the police. I don't know if you're getting pulled over by the police out here, but these niggas are getting real police. You hear me? They are gangster. They pull you over and say gangster stuff to you, man. You don't know what the hell to say. They be pulling you over. Sir, what are you? A citizen? What the hell are you? Call the real police. And they say crazy wishes when they pull you over. Sir, do you know you missed that stop sign back there? I'm like, well, lift me bag back. Ain't no sense in you damn working no damn, writing no damn ticket. I could just reverse. Yeah, you're doing a lot of paperwork just for a reverse. Come on now. For real. They say crazy shit to you. Talking about, sir, do you know your tail light was out? Hell no, I drive in the inside of my car. This car say a lot of shit. It say out of oil, out of gas. I say, but they got no tail lights. And you know I'm black. I started asking for some black shit. I'm like, sir, could you go get your manager? Yeah, I fucked the police up. They didn't even know they ain't had no manager. You were like, breaker one, do we got a manager? Yeah, I thought we had a chief.
Check it the other day. Yeah, I live in the Bronx. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm off at the Cross Bronx. I don't know if anybody knows about the Cross Bronx. It's a headache any time of day and night, right? So I want to make the turn on Castle Hill. So I go slowly to the stop sign, and I hear the sirens. So a cop gets out. I'm sitting there. And any other drivers here? What's the first thing they always ask? Do you know why I'm stopping you? I said, I don't know, officer. It depends how long you're following me. I gave him the license. He says he grew up around me. I said, maybe you know one of my daughters. He said, what's their names? What do they look like? I said, one of them is cute. She looks just like me, and she's younger. What's her name? I'll write it down for you. I explained I didn't want to idle at that time. He was nice. He let me go, right? A couple of days later, my daughter's screaming at me. What are you giving cops my name and number for? I said, don't you think I feel bad enough I can't get out of a ticket on my own anymore?
Or my friends trying to help me find somebody, and they was always looking in the wrong places, calling me saying dumb ish. Talking about, girl, you should go up to the dollar store and look at that cute dude that's working security up there. He look good as hell. I'm thinking about saying something to him. I said, I ain't going up there looking at him. I ain't wasting my gas. She talking about, see, that's what's wrong with you. You don't know what his situation is. That could be his second job. He could really be trying to make an honest living. Woo, woo, woo. I said, I don't know what the hell wrong with him if he wouldn't lose his life over dollars-ish. He ain't got no self-esteem. I don't even know what the hell you gotta protect in the dollar store. How much do a person gotta steal out the dollar store for you to stop them? They gotta have like 10,000 pencils. You be like, nigga, I'll see you with the pills. You better put the pencils back. I don't even know what you talk about when the person come home from work. Babe, I saw a brother trying to put a broom down. I'm like, put the broom back, put the broom back. You ain't ready to fight nobody, help no dollar broom. They be calling me. My friends wonder why I smoke weed.
Painful being single, ladies. I get it. I'm single and I'm lonely. I do like lonely girl stuff, like I don't pay my bills just so my phone could ring. Yeah, because they be calling you from long distance numbers, making you feel real special and whatnot. Like the other day, my phone rung. It was like, brrr, brrr. I'm like, who's calling me? Brrr, Iowa? He was like, hello, may I speak to Agent Bennett? I was like, this is she? He was like, my name is Dan. I'm calling to go. I see a Macy's bill. I was like, stop right there, Dan. I may see the bill, but I'd rather see the Dan. How you doing, boo? Shoot.
Join that website, OK Cupid. Yeah, I wasn't brave enough for Tinder. I don't know. I don't like that site because it feels like it's too close to home. Like it feels like the person is right behind you. You're like, don't swipe me. Where are you? But anyway, I wanted to share a few messages I've gotten on the site. I feel like it is my job as a citizen to share these. And if you're in a relationship right now, you can be like, oh, better get out. Market's hot. Everybody's on there. I want a piece of the pie. Okay, here's the first one. Hi, we should meet up. We are both Indian and live in NYC. That is a good reason to meet up. Whoa! Slow down with the charm, buddy. You're like a poet of census information. Getting me all cold and bothered. Mostly bothered.
They got women doing so much stuff. Men are doing stuff too. I snoop. I go on lots of first dates. Meaning I don't get many seconds. But I snoop. I like to snoop. I go in the cabinet and I see the Just for Men. You know what that is? That's hair dye. He's bald. So what are you dyeing? About that time his robe comes open. You've had over 1 million downloads. You have gone platinum. He says, that is knowledge. That is a tree of knowledge with a low-hanging fruit. Eve would not have taken a bite of that apple. Wish would have been different.
Yeah, amazing.
Because without him, there is no story. I can't do this as a kind of second-hand account for a narrative. Without... Yeah. Anytime this week, really. Anytime at all, yeah. I'll make sure that I'm free.
It's really in there.
Oh, ooh. All right. Hold these up, okay. Be still. Hey, girls. What's happening? Her zipper is stuck, and she feels trapped.
I'm so hot.
Sheila, you got stuck in your jacket.
Oh, yeah. You know, last night I was watching Reservoir Dogs, and the men they just like talk and talk and talk. And I was just thinking, like, why isn't there a film where women talk a lot, you know?
Like all the women are on cocaine.
No, but, well, yeah, sure. I mean, that would be fine too, I guess.
Oh, I love Reservoir Dogs.
Me too, it's so good.
Maybe spit on the zipper. Stop.
Let me just
My
have a turn.
elbows need to breathe because I'm at work, you see.
Babies, cut it. Just cut the damn zipper. It's a cheap-ass jacket.
No, it's not cheap. I paid like $40 for it.
Jesus! Good luck, my child.
Okay, so I was thinking for the show, like maybe you can make fun of yourself more, you know? Like you have a really funny sneeze. Why don't you just talk about sneezing?
Help me.
I know. When you sneeze, you sound like you're speaking Japanese.
Seriously?
It sounds like this. You're like, "Sumimasen. Sumimasen." It's really cute.
I think that might be cultural appropriation.
Oh, no, it isn't.
Really?
And if it is, still do it. It's very funny.
Is Karen here?
No. Got any weed?
Nope.
Does White Rachel have any weed?
No.
You want some?
Yep.
All right.
That sounds like fun.
Well, la-di-da.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you. You want to arm wrestle?
Okay, but I'm not gonna win.
How do you know?
Because I've never won before.
Oh my God.
Don't give it to me.
Oh my God, you're
Don't.
totally reading me.
Oh, man. That was the closest I've ever gotten, though.
Can I have some coffee?
Yeah. Milk?
Cream.
Well, listen, I think that you should definitely incorporate it. It's really funny. I mean, it's very, very relatable. Who doesn't sneeze? Indeed, who among us hath not sneezed, right?
Okay, I'll think about it, definitely.
Definitely. She said definitely. That means you're not gonna do it. I know you. These are pearls before swine.
Who's Lucille talking to?
She's cracking a story about a kid that was raised by a cat. He's now an adult man.
He's like a cat man.
Personally speaking, I believe it.
Supposedly, the kid and the cat, they were chained together to a crib for like 3 years.
That sounds like heaven to me. Just like me, my cat, nobody bothering us for years at a time.
I guess. Personally, I don't believe the story at all. I think it's fake. I mean, a kid and a cat being chained to a crib together, the logic, it doesn't add up.
Cuckoo bananas.
Oh, well, stranger things have happened.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
One time, I threw a dog treat to a dog and it landed on its nose, and then he licked it off. And then I did it 5 more times, and that kept happening each time.
It's like a trained dog.
Okay, that sounds kind of like dumb luck. I mean, it doesn't sound like when a cat and a kid are chained to a crib together.
I got it.
Oh,
Yay!
Oh my God, thank God.
Tigers.
That was the worst feeling. I thought I was gonna die in that coat.
You're all right, you're all right. For the record, I really think that story is fake.
For the record, ladies and gentlemen.
Because, I mean, the last story that she broke was about a bunch of people masturbating when Mount Vesuvius blew.
Blue?
I meant erupt. You know what I meant.
Oh, you know what? I read about that. That was amazing. She was the only journalist that got that scoop.
She didn't break the scoop. It wasn't a real story. It got debunked.
I'm sure someone died masturbating. I mean, the French call it le petit mort.
Yeah. That means the little dead.
Oh, oui.
Few people know that I am fluent in this French accent, you know?
I used to do this bit about like, oh, I want to have lunch outside, or as the French would say, al dente. You know?
Yeah, that's cute. See, that's funny.
Yeah.
You should be more like that when you were like less serious.
Right, I just have to be like a fool on stage again.
Like a moron.
Right, who doesn't know what's happening.
Yeah.
More on that later.
You do that well.
Now, what are those two doing out there?
Oh, Simone's making a documentary.
Why?
Why ask why? Why did they do anything?
What's it about?
Lesbians?
Really?
No, I don't know what it's about. I'm just assuming.
Well, if it is about lesbians, I want to be in it. I have a lot to say.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
I was head les 2 years in a row.
That was such a fun pageant.
Oh, I could go on such a tirade about straight girls.
What have you got to say about straight women?
Well, you know, they just like to dip their toe in the Mick pool, and then as soon as they get to the deep end, they swim right back to Straitsville.
Straitsville, that's where I live. Horrible up there. Yeah.
You rent or do you own?
I rent.
This one girl was texting me about tribbing. I was thinking about making a movie called Girls Trib, maybe a lesy porno.
Holy shit, it's cold out here. Hi. Hello. Hi. Hello. Thank you. BRB.
I hope so.
You know what? You should do impressions.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
The only one I can do, like, are you talking about like SNL style?
Yeah.
That's I can do my uncle. He works in a donkey sanctuary back in Ireland.
Oh, that's perfect. You can be all like, Eeyore.
No, he's like a bookkeeper. It's an NGO that rescues donkeys. And that's what he,
Like an accountant?
He's not a donkey.
Oh, he could be like T4.
Right.
I got a good impression.
Oh,
yeah? Let's hear it, Jackie.
You know, Mick, I'm going by Jack these days. So.
Noted.
Thank you.
Let's hear it.
Oh, it smells really nice.
Oh. Careful and careful.
Oh my God. I think I'm gonna chop it all off.
Stop lying.
You have something on your ass.
What?
Oh.
What is it?
It's just a thread.
Falling apart.
Yeah, you were looking really poor for a second. Hey, how's it going?
It's good.
You still have some, right?
No, I'm fresh out and I got 2 runs tonight.
All right. I'll get you some.
Right.
You're getting close, you know. At this rate, you'll be paid off by spring.
All right.
I'm serious, though. I'm gonna get rid of all this hair. I'm gonna just, like, start dressing like a little boy.
Brian's gonna love that.
Oh, who cares? I mean, like, I could, like, give back to the community and, like, donate it to, like, those people that make the wigs for the cancer kids.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna donate my ass to science. What are they gonna do with that? They give it to like really skinny people who like they want some fat on their face, you know? They're like, I want some cheeky cheese.
I didn't realize they could do that.
Yeah, like I use my back to give back.
Oh my God, you can't keep that all to yourself anymore.
Gotta give back with my back.
Give back with your back. Time to give back with that back of yours.
We should do a run-through before the show. Maybe Wednesday?
I don't know about run-throughs. Like, they kind of just take away any spark that I can manage to muster up for the real show. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
But you feel ready, though.
I don't know, honestly.
But you're gonna feel ready before Thursday?
Honestly, I'm just not really feeling it at all.
Come on, Nora, babe. This is gonna be good, okay? You need this.
Yeah.
Plus, it's gonna kill like 1,000,000 birds with one stone.
Right.
And, you know, I worked really hard to make this happen.
No, I know you did, and thank you for that. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. You just have to find a way to just like get it up if you're not feeling it. Like, think about your visa. This will be really good for like renewing your visa.
No, I get all that. It's just, I'm sorry to go on about this, but like, just when everything in the world is so fucked up, it just seems so absurd to be doing jokes about like, this is a funny way that I yawn, you know?
All right, honey. Honey, as your manager, let me tell you, it's not your yawns. Your yawns are very mediocre.
Oh.
It's your sneezes, okay?
Right.
Your sneezes are golden, girl, okay?
Amazing. Amazing. This guy was raised by a cat for 3 years. It's going to be such a good story.
Hi, dude.
Hi, Sheila.
So good to see you.
What's wrong with you?
Oh, she's not feeling funny.
Did I say that?
I mean, pretty much.
But you're so funny.
Thank you, I know.
I'm so glad you came.
Me too.
What good is being funny with everything that's happening in the world, you know?
Yeah, it's true. Things are really fucked up. You know, the cab driver that dropped me here was saying that he's worried about being mistaken for a terrorist just because he's brown. Oh. It's awful, yeah. But you know what's even worse?
What?
No one will send me a dick pic.
I see you.
It is a problem.
I'll send you a dick pic.
Yeah.
Jack.
Great.
It's all really coming together. Mick is loaning me her suit. And Kiana, have you met Kiana? She's flying in today from LA. And Nora is house sitting at this place that has this like really long hallway and it ends in this alcove with all these plants and it's really beautiful and magical.
Nora, you know what you need is an opener.
I do.
Try me on for size, huh? What I got?
Okay,
Give me a shot, coach.
That's what you do? You shimmy?
Just shimmy.
That's your act?
Put me on stage.
No one's shimmy.
I can
I'll
sing.
defer
Jack.
to Rachel because...
I'm just really happy that I'm going through with it, you know? And if I'm honest, I'm a little bit nervous, too.
Why?
Well, marriage is a big deal.
You're marrying yourself.
Yeah, no, I know that.
Jackie.
Jackie!
Yeah.
Simone is calling you.
Mick, I told you for the last time. I'm going by Jack now, not Jackie.
Anyway, you're gonna be there, right? I was really hoping you'd give me away.
Sheila.
Missy.
Can I level with you?
Sure.
This is such a... Inane? Is that the right word? Yeah, this seems very inane.
Come, sit down.
Okay.
I'm gonna interview you. Okay, tell me your name.
Hey.
Okay, we'll start with something easier.
Okay.
Have you ever been to a concentration camp?
Yes!
Great!
Is that Kiana with a cane? Why did I not know that?
Oh, no, she has a walking stick.
So LA.
Really? People in LA are using canes now?
Rappers, the elderly.
Like, I get all that wishy-washy ritual stuff, like burning incense, doing meditation, hugging a tree or whatever, but marrying yourself? Really? I mean, I don't want to hurt your feelings or anything.
No, it's fine. I understand. Weird. It's fine. It's just that, you know, it's my 33rd birthday, and I wanted to do something to really mark the moment, you know? I mean, I could have just thrown a party where everyone got drunk, but I decided to have a rite, a ceremony to mark the rite of passage, you know? I mean, 33 is a really big number in many different religions and cultures. It's my Christ year. It's a master number in numerology, and I think it's also the end of my first Saturn return, which I think technically ends at 31, but then you still feel like a shadow of it until you're 33. Anyway, I'm not really clear on the details, but the point is that I really wanted to do something that would make me feel excited and hopeful about my future.
You could foster a puppy.
I could do that in addition to this. Plus, I think they'd be more likely to foster out a dog to someone who's married, right?
That's not what I meant.
Bam, bam, bam. Kiana!
You look beautiful.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Hi, girl.
Good to see you.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Look at this jacket. Ooh. How much does it set you back? $60? Ooh, half a paycheck. I don't know nothing about that.
Is this what they call Hollywood? You're so LA now.
You're so clever now.
Did you go to Joshua Tree? Did you do ayahuasca?
Look, I'm gonna go ahead and go through with it because everything's already planned. I'm gonna even have the menu planned out. I have lots of gluten-free options for you. Lasagna.
Lasagna isn't gluten-free.
Right, but it is with gluten-free noodles.
Stop.
Oh, hey, Dee, have you met my sister?
Nope.
She's really fun. She's actually really great.
I'm sure.
Hey, Lucille, I got your dick pic right here. Get it? Dick pickle.
Jack! You here?
I went overboard on the yogurt.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. I got lots of different kinds.
How many different kinds of yogurt are there?
Well, I got 5.
5?
Yeah.
Why did you buy 5 kinds of yogurt?
You don't eat yogurt when you get stoned?
No, do you?
Yeah.
You're so weird.
Have you ever had cashew yogurt? So, what's up? What's up with you?
I'm trying to clear out some of this stuff so that we can get onto the roof to smoke.
Oh, I can see that. I mean, how are you? How are you doing?
I'm trying to write this piece about this guy. I told you about it before, right?
Who? Oh, cat guy.
The cat guy, yeah.
Catman.
Yeah, and other than that, I'm just reading about people who are getting killed by their families.
It's an epidemic.
It is.
You know, I had this idea for a movie where all the wives and the wives start killing their husbands and their children.
Yeah.
And then you find out it's because they've been drinking tainted kombucha.
Tainted kombucha? You're insane. Here, should I take the yogurt bags?
Yeah, take the...
Gotta save that cashew stuff. Okay.
Oy, my back. Okay.
Hey, you look cute.
Thanks, you too.
Hi, here you go.
How's Brian?
He's fine, I guess. Playing video games. He's obsessed with this game right now. It's about digging holes. Like, that's all you do is you dig holes or something. I don't know. He's really good at it. But his parents are coming in town this weekend. His mom is on me about this wedding. And I'm like, oh, I'm so over it.
Why?
It's just so boring to me, you know? But I've been saving up, and I'm gonna do this cowgirl dress. Like, going for a cowgirl theme.
That's unique.
You think so?
Yeah, I've never seen a cowgirl bride.
Well, get ready. Yeehaw.
Sweet, sweet world. Peace and harmony all around.
Oh, look, singing lady.
I want to be here when I grow up. You want to dance? Wait, can you waltz? Do you know how to waltz?
I don't know. Oh, God.
Or we could just slow dance. I know. They think they're like flirting with us or something. Come on.
God,
Wait, just
get out of here, guys.
Wait, just slow dance with
Stop.
me.
Go on.
It's okay. Just they'll go away if you ignore them. If you give them energy.
I'm gonna kill you. That's it. That's it. Idiot. Get out! Get out of here! Go!
Really nice singing.
Yeah, but babe, it's gonna be fab. I booked this amazing spot, and industry people are coming, and I'm also gonna do my sexy grandma routine.
What?
Yeah, I'm gonna do sexy grandma
I
as
thought
an
you
opener.
booked an opening act.
I did, but I booked a stand-up. Yeah. But you know, I thought maybe I could do a little character work.
Oh my God, is this whole thing so you can do your character?
No, Nora. You know I did this for you. I just thought maybe I can like warm up the crowd a little bit before the big guns come out.
What is sexy grandma?
Kiana, you never seen Sexy Grandma?
No.
Okay, girl. So Sexy Grandma is essentially just like a straight up grandma, right?
But
She
more
comes
disturbing.
out- Hey, she comes out, she looks like a grandma, you're like, hey, this is gonna be some regular old grandma shit. But then you're like, wait a second, why she got her bra on the outside of her dress? And then I start talking about sex and shit.
You okay? You did good, girl. Here's your jacket. Yeah. Those guys really bother you, huh?
Yeah. They beat me in a game of strip settlers of Catan once, and it's really embarrassing.
Sounds very awkward.
How far do you think I ran?
I guess around the corner.
Oh, I'm so out of shape.
It's okay.
I was on the swim team. We were champions for 2 years.
Yeah, but you can get it back anytime. You just have to I hear you have to incorporate movement into your day.
Oh, shut up.
It just makes me worry that like you want to be a performer and not a manager. And being a performer, that's a type of sickness.
No, I
Kiana
don't.
can
I want to be
absolutely-
your manager.
Oh my God.
Kiki Williams! Hi. I am such a big fan.
Thank you so much.
Kiki is my favorite character.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Wait, so are Kiki and Kyle gonna hook up in season 3?
Oh, I don't know.
But you must know.
But no spoilers, right?
Can you do the Kiki dance? Please.
It's just, we should go. We're a bit late for something.
I know, but I love the Kiki dance, okay? When I passed the LSATs, I did the Kiki dance. I got a pap smear last week, and it was good results. I did the Kiki dance.
Oh, congrats on the smear. It's just, you know what, it's like, it's not that kind of a night.
Yeah,
you
we're
know?
just gonna
We're kicking it with,
home
you know,
and-
I'm here in town, we got some snacks. It's a chill kind of night. It's not a kiki dance kind of
Good night.
But thank you so much. Thank you for your love. Thank you.
I mean, they weren't really that good of results on the pap smear, so yeah.
Give me a beat.
Okay.
Yeah. Go, Kiki. Get it. Yes, girl. Oh my God. Keeks, you okay? Are you doing a bit?
No, I feel like I pulled my groins.
Okay, what does it feel like?
Like a rubber band popped in my vagina.
Yeah, she pulled her groin. Okay, come on. Let's get you. You can go. That's okay. Oh, you're so baby. Come on. There's a bench right behind you. Right. Sit down. Good, good, good. Oh my gosh. It was kind of funny though. Sorry. Here. Try this. Now? Yeah, put it on. No, put it on your groin, girl. Yes. How does it feel?
Oh, like heaven.
That's right, because I know a thing or two about how to ice the old tuna, baby. A little bit of chocolate ice cream on that, a little chocolate vagine. Because she's black, get it? Right. Yeah.
Caramel macchiato vagine.
My bad.
Mine would be like minty green vagine.
Oh, that doesn't sound appetizing.
No, but it's Irish.
Yeah, it's refreshing. Sure, it's very refreshing. So sorry. Like.
No, like parkour. Like parkour.
What is that?
I don't know, it's like the best I can do.
No,
parkour.
This is parkour.
That's you doing a flip.
This is parkour.
That's why I do that.
Like, use your dominant foot and you get up high.
I feel like really nervous for you right now.
Parkour.
We should just walk. That also burns calories.
Watch. Look. I'll get up halfway. Double gainer. This is how you parkour. Okay. When you
I don't
get
think I can catch
you gotta use things in the city, and then
I feel really worried.
I'm not
right
doing
now.
that.
I'm impressed. Let's just. We can do it later. Let's do it later.
You ever get a ringing in your ear?
Oh yeah. So some people are born with really small ear canals.
That's me. That's what I have.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
Oh, wait, I want you to take a picture.
Smile.
Oh, I love it.
Let me see. Hold on. I don't want you sending it anywhere. Well, I look old.
Oh, you look good.
I mean, I didn't say I don't look good. I just, I look old.
Well, you look hot.
Thanks. All right. Saddle up. Get on.
What do you mean?
You're going to sit here.
Oh, that's what the pot holders are for?
Yeah.
Oh, no. No. That's not going to work. I'll sit back here on this seat.
All
Nice
right.
try, though.
Okay, you're going to have to hold on to me.
All right. For my life. How long have you been working for Karen?
What are you, the FBI?
Oh, I'd be great in the FBI.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
We got
Here we go. We're
two
gonna
stops
do it.
in Bed-Stuy.
I've been thinking about you, what I want to do, the things that cross my mind that I never ever say. Roll it up, relax, sit back. Every night I'm waiting, just anticipating. I'm not gonna wait up any longer. I'm ready for a sex, love, and pain. Don't throw my love away. I'm not gonna wait up any longer. Alone again, missing you. I'll be alone for you tonight. Baby, I don't know when it began. This feeling you're drifting out of sight. It's been too long without love. It's been too long without trust. It's been too long, but I'm still in every night I'm waiting, just anticipating. I'm not gonna wait up any longer. I'm ready for the sex, love, and pain. Don't throw my love away. I'm not gonna wait up any longer. For your love, for your love, for your love, for love, for your love, for your love. In my bed feeling you, and it must be all that alcohol in me that's gone between these sheets. Is the memories keep it going? Pretend carry me tonight. It's love. It's been too long without love. Hear me, darling. Without trust, I'm still in love. Boy, you know that every night I'm fading, just anticipating. I'm not gonna wait up any longer. I'm ready for the sixth step. Don't throw my love away. I'm not gonna wait up any longer for you. Your love, for your love, for your love. And it's been too long since seeing your face coming through my door. Never was I for the so blind. Could you see I can't feel you anymore? I'll be yours tonight if you tell me that you're still mine. Every night I'm waiting, just anticipating. I'm not gonna wait up any longer. I'm ready for the sixth level. Don't throw my love away. I'm not gonna wait up any longer for you. Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Y'all know what it is, Laughaholics Live. Laughaholism is a disease worth having, and you're about to catch it today. Season number 7. I'm Redress, your host and producer. I changed around the furniture just a little bit. I don't want you guys to get tired of me hosting, so guess what? I brought some of my super hosts / headliners along. Leading off the show tonight, Stephanie McCray, my good friend, funny as hell. And she is going to lead it off with an all-female lineup. My DJ Barry Blends keeps us hyped and keeps us musically interested. It is season number 7, Laughaholics Live. I'm Ray DeJean. Let's go. Welcome to season 7. Make some noise right now, y'all. Come on, give it up. Laughaholics Live. Y'all know what it is. Barry, give me my theme song, baby. Let's clap your hands in here, y'all. We're going to get this thing started. Y'all know how we do. You got to keep it on beat. Got to keep it on beat. This is the official warm-up song for Laughaholics Live. You know how we do. We get ready to bring you the jokes, bring you the pain. Y'all ready to have a good time? Somebody say, hell yeah. Coming to the stage, our super host / headliner. Please put your hands together. Leading this show on Laughaholics Live. Give it up for Stephanie McCrae.
Hey, 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 it's your favorite comedian, Stephanie McCrae, and I'm here tonight at Laughaholics Comedy Club hosting the all-female lineup. Okay, thank you. All right, y'all give it up for DJ Do Whatever the fuck I want. I'm like, cut it. He like, nah, girl, that's my song. How y'all doing? Dang, ladies, y'all are looking so good tonight. I love it. Thank you. Okay, I see a few of y'all got low self-esteem. What's happening? I'm like, ladies, y'all look good. A lot of y'all was like, nah, bitch, not tonight. Not tonight. I like it, though. I love it because y'all look like some independent, secure women in here. I love it. Yes, because I'm about sick of these dudes judging us, making us feel crazy about ourselves. Y'all know what I'm talking about, ladies. Y'all know them ladies, they be going across the world, altering our bodies, trying to look good for these dudes, putting all that mess in our ass. Girl, why would you want a booty that big? You can't wipe all that ass. You can mess around and get doodle on your forearm. That's just like too much responsibility. Like, what are you doing? I don't know, because we be going too far trying to look good for men, right? Some of us out here trying to look extra cute with them extra long eyelashes. Girl, you look like lamb chop. Take the fucking eyelashes off. We gotta stop letting men judge us, ladies. We do, because they judge us. They just judge us into doing dumb stuff, but we don't mess with them, right, ladies? We let men do whatever they want. We don't say nothing, right? It's been 9,000 degrees all summer. These dudes walk around here with fitteds on and fedoras, do-rags and whatnot. You know why? Because their hairline is all the way the fuck back here. You be like, sir, your edges is gone. You need a Brazilian unit. I don't know. My favorite is y'all dudes that be wearing them tight clothes. Where the tight clothes dudes at? Oh, now y'all want to talk about it. Y'all know what I'm talking about, ladies. Jeans be tighter than ours, but these be the first dudes in your face talking about, yo, shorty, when you gonna let me be your man? I be like, sir, never. Them tight ass jeans on, you my homegirl. Let's go get a mani-pedi, bitch. If you don't get out my face with your mammal toe, you mess around and get a yeast infection in them jeans. Fellas, I ain't judging y'all. If that's what you do, I ain't judging you. If that's what you like, that's cool, but that's just not my type. Ladies, do y'all know y'all got a type? Yeah. Y'all know you got a type, right? Like, I'm old school. I like a bad boy. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind the guys that wear the nice khakis and the button-ups because they smell good. And they hit you with the nicest greetings, ladies. They'll see you right in the middle of the street, walk right up to you. Peace and universal blessings, my sister. You are the sun, the stars, and the moon. You are queen of the now, baby. You are heaven on earth. You be like, oh. If you don't get your corny ass the fuck out my face, because, bitch, that's not my type. I like a hood dude, you know what I'm saying? I like the type of dude that see you 3 blocks away and be like, hey, yo, shorty, come here. You be like, what? Ladies, why we flirt with the shoulder? What is that? Well, y'all know that's the new cleavage. What? I love a hood dude. Come on, y'all know what I'm talking about. I like the type of dude don't take care of his kids, but he raised the fuck out them pit bulls. Oh, bitch. That dude ain't seen DJ in 3 months, but that dog will lay down on command, bitch. I love it. Y'all know them dudes. They don't take care of their kids. 6 months behind in their child support, driver's license suspended. Oh, I hit a nerve. My bad, bitch. Tell your baby daddy to holler at me, because that's my type. I do. I love that hood stuff. That's exactly why I'm single. I got any single people out here single? Damn, y'all getting sadder and sadder. Some of y'all ready to cry. Look, sis in the middle that just got married, she ain't even paying me no mind. She's like, I don't even know the word single no more. What is that? That's cool. And that was cool because when I came in here, Ray was like, y'all got married. I was like, dang. But I just seen this dude on Tinder. Hey, James. 3 miles away, you made it. I'm just playing. She look like she could fight. I'm just playing. I tell jokes. I cannot fight. I don't know. That's what happens when you get single. I get rude. Just start disrespecting people and their happiness. Because I just got out of a long-term marriage. I'm happy to be out of that marriage. Yes. Oh, look at that. Look at the haters in the building. Yes. Get over here to the single world, bitch. I listen, I'm so happy to be out there. It has nothing to do with my ex-husband. It was my mother-in-law. I hate that bitch, y'all. In fact, I hate the whole damn family. Because I'm still getting into it with in-laws. I got into it with my sister-in-law not too long ago. She gonna say some dumb shit to me. She was like, oh, you've been divorced for 3 years and you ain't remarried or got into a committed relationship yet? You must be a lesbian. I was like, oh, newsflash. Bitch, I've been a lesbian when I got in bed with your bitch-ass brother. That was mean. That was mean. That wasn't even part of my set. I just felt like I had a mic and an audience I wanted to share. I don't know. Where was my single friends, my single hating friends, when I was going through this divorce? Because if somebody would have told me this is what I was going to be dealing with, I don't know, I think I would have stayed and worked it out. You know, but I cheated the whole time, so that wasn't an option. I don't know, but you know what I'm finding out about men, though, ladies? Men have a guy code. They have the same pickup line for every woman they meet. Because single ladies, even you, sis, just got married. I bet before you met him, came up with the same thing. Walking down the street, minding your business, right? You get to talking to this dude, tell him a little bit about yourself, tell him you single, and then he hit you with that famous ass question. So why you single? Like I'm a snitch on myself. Like I'm gonna say, cause I key cars, cut tires, and go through cell phones. Nigga, I'm crazy. It's true. And I ain't gonna tell you that. It's none of your business. I'm on 187 milligrams of Paxil a day. All you need to know is I'm cute and I'm available Friday at 8 p.m. And if you don't show up, I'm gonna key your shit. One dude gonna say to me, Steph, you ain't got to worry about keying my shit, cause I ain't got no car. I said, yeah, well, I mess your Metro card up. Say that transfer for 19 pieces, don't play with me, I'm crazy. I'm crazy, I know I'm crazy, ladies. You know how I know I'm crazy? Because I've done some self-inventory. Ladies, it's very important we do self-inventory in ourselves so we know who we are, we'll be presenting ourselves to these dudes, right? So I started reading these self-help books. Anybody read that book about Steve Harvey? Act Like a Lady, Think Like a Man? Yeah, it was like, Steve Harvey, get the fuck out of here. Right? He's a 3-time divorcee. What are you really gonna tell me about a relationship? And on the flip side of that, if I gotta act like a lady and think like a man to get a man, sounds like I'm back to masturbating. No sense in me spending $12.99 on that book if at the end of the night it's just me. Look at all the unhappy bitches. Like, what is she talking about? Bitch, I'm talking about running the train on myself. It was amazing. Y'all thought this was road rage? No, sir, this is a good fucking night. It's fucking amazing. All right, some of y'all need to try it. Get happy in here. I don't know, I know y'all see me up here sweating like I'm on heroin. I'm not. I'm going through life changes. We're my 45 and over crew. 45 and over. That's right, this is 45. And this is 4 years menopause. I know, it's terrible. It's like global warming on the inside of my body. Like my bones are hot. Ladies, y'all know what I'm talking about. And it be embarrassing because sometimes you just be sitting there chilling and just break out into a sweat. And dudes can't handle that. It's just too many side effects, right? Sisters, too many side effects, right? Mood swings. I know some of y'all like, nah, that's old. I've been had that. Hot flashes and vaginal dryness. Oh, look at the PMS bitch. It's like, what's she talking about? Wait it out. Wait it out. I was getting in with this one dude, and I told him, I was like, oh, baby, you gonna have to spit on it. He was like, oh, I like that freaky shit. I said, no, dude, you gonna start a brush fire in this bitch. Like, you really. I have to spit on it. It's terrible. I'm telling y'all all my business at this point. I know, and then, trying to go to the doctor because it's creams and pills for this, menopause thing, right? So I just started this new job. So a little bit about me. By day, I do accounting. At night, I do comedy. I'm a single mom. I got a lot of stuff going on, right? So y'all look like a good working class crowd. When you get a new job, you're supposed to fill out your new hire paperwork, choose your doctor and your health insurance form. I forgot to choose my doctor. So what they do? Chose a doctor for me. Girl, I got my health card in the mail the other day. Primary care doctor is Dr. Toe. Good Asian doctor, I know because I had a Dr. Toe before. But my GYN, Dr. Deshaun P. Johnson. I said, hell no. Ain't nobody named Deshaun messing around with my vagina. Bitch, I know a Deshaun. Deshaun should be cheating on me right now. Like a Deshaun should be messing my credit up, not down there judging my vagina. And I was confused anyway. I was like, what happened to Sanjay Gupta? He wasn't available? Like they couldn't find a Dr. Patel nowhere in my network? Look at all the unemployed people like, who's Dr. Patel? Bitch, that's everybody's doctor. These Indians is killing the game. I know, it's crazy. Anybody got adult kids in here? Adult children? All right, so y'all feel me on this. Sometimes them adult kids, they worse than the younger ones, right? I got a 26-year-old son. Came home for Mother's Day not too long ago, right? U.S. Marine, big dude. He is feeling himself. The problem with that is he came home, but he didn't come home with his friends that he grew up with. He came home with his Marine friends. And your mama single. Coming through the door, talking about, good morning, Miss McCrae. I said, no, baby, you call me Stephanie. So now me and my son get to arguing, and he mad at me, talking about, Mom, you need to stop yelling at me and talk to me like a man. I said, shit, I just paid your cell phone bill the other day. We see things differently. Then he gonna follow with some extra stuff, talking about, oh, you always talk to me and make it seem like it's a privilege for me to be your son. I didn't ask to be here. I said, I didn't request you. Truth be told, I just wanted a back rub. All right, Laughaholics, we got an amazing show lined up for you guys. We need a whole lot of energy for your next comedian. She hails all the way from Detroit. Funny as hell, she's living right here in NYC, and she's here tonight at Laughaholics Comedy Club. Y'all give it up for Courtney B.
It's your girl, Courtney B. from the D, better known as 313, also known as Detroit City.
Hey, drop top boy. Hey! Cardi B straight son. Okay. I almost turned into Cardi B in this motherfucker real quick, right? What's up, y'all? Felt like y'all was at a concert. Y'all got me hyped as hell. Damn, we about to turn this shit into karaoke. You know what I mean? So anyway, y'all, my name is Courtney B. I'm from the D, better known as 313, also known as Detroit City. And I'm in this bitch. I'm happy to be here. It's lit. So anyway, y'all, I want y'all to look at my ass. Look at my ass, y'all. Okay. All right, calm down with the laughs. I ain't even say shit, okay? All right, so ain't no ass, okay? Ain't no ass, okay? It's like an extension of a back, you know what I'm saying? All right? But I got these titties, you know what I mean? And I use my titties, you know what I'm saying? Y'all got y'all drinks, I got my drinks, you know what I'm saying? This shit like a hot sake, you know what I mean? Bitch, my man ain't gotta worry about shit. I put honey buns in this shit. That nigga have a warm honey bun, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, y'all, I'm a teacher, Al. Yeah. I'm a teacher. That's why I need my drink. You know what I'm saying? I just dropped that shit in my morning coffee. You know what I mean? I heard New York was trying to do drug testing. They would have no teachers. Fuck out of here. We need our drink and our weed for y'all badass kids. Hello. And so anyway, y'all, listen. We can all agree that bullying is bad, right? They have a lot of great bullying initiatives for the kids these days, right? A lot of hotlines that the kids can call. And that's amazing, right? But all I'm saying is, when I was growing up, wasn't no hotline that I could call. If I had a bully, I had to call my cousin TT and them to whoop that bully ass. You know what I mean? Because my mama told me that if I came home with my ass beat, she was gonna beat my ass. Exactly. You know what I mean? And so anyway, my students, they always coming up to me. They say, Miss Courtney, so-and-so is bullying me. And you know what I tell them? I'm like, yo, talk about his mama. You know what I'm saying? Don't be no pussy. You know what I mean? I feel like we raising punks, you know?
So anyway, y'all, I like to do this thing called Freestyle Friday with my kids, right? It gives them the autonomy to say what they want, you know what I'm saying, and do their thing. So I like to interact with them. 6th and 7th grade, right? I go in the classroom this one day. I said, who want it? This little boy named Kamari said, I got you. I said, oh, shit, right? So I started off. I said, Kamari, he wearing pink, and he looked just like his underarm stink. The kids was like, oh! She said your underarm stink. Kamari said, calm down. I was like, oh, shit, right? He said, my name is Kamari and I'm not a dummy. Look like Miss Courtney got 16 babies in her tummy. The kids was like, oh! He said you got 16 babies. I was like, I'm being bullied. I called my cousin TT quick as fuck, like, TT, get the fuck up here. We gotta fuck this little nigga up. Kids walking around asking me when I'm going into labor and shit. I said, when your fat ass mama go into labor, I seen her wobble her fat ass in here for parent teacher conference. You know what I mean? Kids is crazy. You see why I got my fucking Tito's. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, y'all, I got a man, yeah. And he claimed me, Cause you know you get you some good dick. You be claiming dick that ain't yours. You know what I'm saying? You turn into scissor real quick. My man is my man, it's her man is her man too. You know what I mean? You be claiming all types of shit. So anyway, listen, I feel like we family now. Y'all done laughed at one of my jokes. You know what I'm saying? And so anyway, I'm gonna be honest, right? I feel like me and him gonna be together maybe today. You know, today. It's hard to gauge. So today, we're happy today. And so anyway, I feel like we should be able to have sex when I'm on my period. You know what I'm saying? I do. Let's talk about it. Look at y'all. Y'all motherfuckers like, whoa. Nigga, don't act like you ain't never did this shit. Okay? I do. I personally feel like that. It's natural. You know what I'm saying? And this nigga from Harlem, so I feel like he should put on his Timbs. You know what I mean? Because if you can stomp through the mud, you can fuck through the blood. You know what I'm saying? Put it on. Nigga, put the towel down. Nigga, put the towel down. People don't like that joke. That's a tricky joke. That's a tricky joke. You know? But anyway, listen, this is some real talk. This is real conversation, okay? Because don't nobody want to have it. So listen, ladies, I know y'all gonna agree with me on this, right? You are 10 times hornier when you on your period, right? Right? Like, I feel like God was up there and he fucked that shit up. You know what I'm saying? Like, he just got it all wrong. You know what I mean? Because I'm telling you, you could catch me humping a 2-train pole just like this when I'm on my period. I'm on a 2-train pole just like this. Don't touch a 2-train pole when I'm on my period. I guarantee my vagina didn't touch it. I promise you, right? I'm humping them. You know what I mean? And so anyway, I get home and I call my man. I said, babe, it's that time of the month. I know. I want to have sex. He says, babe, you know I don't like ketchup sex, right? And I'm like, babe, it's really not that consistency. It's more like a tomato basil soup. But I get what you're saying, right? So he get home that night or whatever, and you know I'm on him like white on rice. You know what I mean? You know, a little bit of that, right? And so anyway, y'all, this nigga rolls over and goes to sleep. Right? Right, the disrespect. But you know I'm not the type of bitch to take no for an answer, so y'all know what I did. I climbed his back and I humped his back like a 2-train pole. Click to back, click to back, click to back, until I came, y'all. And so anyway, I wake up the next morning and I look on Facebook and his status said #MeToo. That's right. That's right. Ladies, that was for us. So anyway, ladies, I want y'all to understand that you don't owe no man a flat stomach, okay? You don't owe no man a flat stomach. And I want y'all to say it with me, okay? You can even read my shirt. Say, I don't owe no man a flat stomach. And I'm going to tell y'all why. Because Halle Berry is bad, right? We can all agree. She's bad as hell, right? And Eric Benet cheated on her ass. You know what I mean? Beyonce bad as hell. Beyonce done did 983 world tours. She done popped out 10 kids for Jay-Z at the same damn time. She done went up to heaven, spoke to Jesus, came back down and served the whole world lemonade. And Jay-Z still cheated on her ass. But let me tell y'all who living their fat ass life. That bitch Adele. Adele is living her fat ass life. Adele is eating her cookies and crepes and everything else. So you eat your cupcake. Cause see, I was gonna get the surgery done, y'all. I was. You know what I mean? Cause I was sick of every time I'm laughing, my back jiggling like this every time. You know what I mean? You know, that's how fat bitches are. We just, our backs be jiggling and shit. I was sick of it. And so I was gonna get it done. But they wanted me to pay $50,000, y'all. You know what I mean? Cause I was gonna walk in looking like this, but I was gonna walk out looking like Kylie Jenner, unrecognizable. You know what I mean? And so anyway, I go on the website and I said, what they got for women? They had so much stuff for women, you could re-sculpt your elbow if you wanted to, right? So I said, well, what they got for men? Y'all, the only thing they had for men was ab re-sculpting. Ab re-sculpting, like that's the only work these motherfuckers need. So you know what I did. I wrote some shit in a suggestion box. Dear Mr. Doctor, we can iron out the wrinkles in their balls. You know what I'm saying? Men walking around with braille on the back of their heads, you gotta read their thoughts and shit, you know? Baby, what's for dinner? Italian. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. So anyway, listen, before I get out of here, late at night I get hungry and horny. It's a whole thing, you know what I'm saying? I got my degree in marketing. I'm constantly thinking of ways to market things. I feel like there should be something called like Uber Dick or Dick on Demand. Like I feel like it should be a thing, you know what I'm saying? You swipe right, you swipe left, it's good, it's clean, it's dick, you know what I'm saying? I personally like a schmedium dick, you know what I'm saying? Nothing too big. So anyway, I came up with a jingle for my company. I want you to sing it if you know it. It goes a little something like this. If you're up and horny and you need dick now, call J.G. Wentworth, 877 dick now, yes. If your man ain't dicking you down, call J.G. Wentworth, 877 dick now. We have thousands, will help you too. Orgasms are guaranteed to you. You know that's hit or miss, okay? If you are hungry and you need food, all of our employees can do that too. I am stressed the fuck out and I need dick. Now I'm calling J.G. Wentworth, 877 dick now. Make sure you follow me at My Life is a Joke TV. My name is Courtney B. Thank you for your time. All right. Joke TV going for Courtney B. Let me see your shoulders. All right, DJ. That was funny. 87. We calling on dick now. Amazing. I don't know. I think I might need to try that number because the dudes I've been getting it in, they talk too much. Ladies, y'all know what I'm talking about. You ever be getting in with a dude and he just run his mouth the whole damn time? Sis, I was getting in with this dude, right? And he was hitting it from behind. And it must have been amazing because he talked his ass off. He was like, oh, Stephanie, you like it? I was like, yeah, I like it. He was like, oh, well, whose is it? I was like, oh, it's yours. He was like, oh, well, who's your daddy? I said, Robert. Robert is my daddy. What the fuck does that have to do with what we doing? I was like, what kind of pop quiz is this? I thought I was having sex for dummies. It's like, look, I'm over 40. I got a good 19 minutes in me. You either gonna have sex or have a conversation. Pick your poison. Asking me all these questions. I ain't seen my daddy since 88 anyway. You know the statistics. Look at y'all. Some of y'all got sad. I know my daddy. That was a joke. Know my daddy. I don't know. I'm realizing I can't be out here dating young either, right? Because I'm at that age now where I'm just like real complacent with a lot of stuff. But I'm realizing I can't date young. Like this little group right here, I couldn't. I know y'all see it. Y'all like she cute. Y'all looking at the booty like, oh, she thick. I know you see it. That's the lies we tell ourselves. Everybody's looking like thick wear, bitch. Thick wear. In here, motherfucker, here. That's what I tell myself. But I can't date young. I can't date no 29-year-old. 29-year-olds do 29-year-old shit. Started talking to this 29-year-old dude. That dude texted me the youngest shit in the world, ladies. He was like, yo, when you gonna let me come over and shoot up the club? I'm an old bitch. I didn't know what that meant. I had to text my young homegirl. I was like, Amina, this dude said he wanna come over and shoot up my club. What that mean? She said, girl, that mean he want to come over, have sex with you and not pull out. I was like, whoa. I text this dude back immediately. I was like, look, you could get in the club, but you can't shoot this bitch up. I'm too old for a pregnancy scare. Can you imagine my old ass down at the abortion clinic? They mess around, kill the baby and me. You can't come right here with no pistol anyway. That's a felony, sir. What's going on with these young dudes? Look at them say, y'all know y'all have no chance, right? None whatsoever. Now, how old are y'all right here? This little table right here. 27. All right. He said, all right, yeah, listen. You got pubic hair and a driver's license. We good. I'm just playing. Uh-oh, I don't think I was supposed to go that route. I don't know, y'all dudes looking like y'all want to come up too. You know what else, ladies? I've gotten very complacent in my love making. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm at that age. You know what I'm saying? I was married for over 20 years. Like I don't want to do nothing new. We ain't talking about nothing new. Don't show me nothing new. I'm grown, right? Since I'm grown. These dudes out here, they want to do freaky stuff. I was getting in with this dude. Bruh, he asked me the weirdest thing with him after sex. He asked me to take a shower with him. Oh, y'all look confused. Y'all think because I'm black I ain't want to get my hair wet? Nothing to do with that. I can't properly wash my behind in front of no man. Come on, ladies. Y'all know we got to throw that leg up on the soap dish. Right? Act like you grating cheese. Like, I can't do that in front of no man. How can you properly wash the crack of your ass in front of a man? Ladies, y'all know we got to wrap the rag around the middle finger, right? Get up in the hoo-ha. That's some grown woman shit. Like, what if you got a white rag? Shit happens. All right, so a few of y'all in here ain't laughing. That's because you ain't washing your ass right. Sitting up here looking at me like I'm an alien. But these fellas, you better look at these single ladies. These be the ones you get home and they be like, ooh, turn the lights out. It's more romantic in the dark. No, the fuck it ain't. She just don't want you to see what's happening in them drawers. Turn them damn lights on. Fellas, you ever get some of these ladies home and they shimmy out them drawers real quick, ball them and tuck them real fast? Bitch ain't washing their ass, so them sit them drawers, bitch. Hand them drawers over. And then you got these young girls out here taking it way too far. Talking about they want to do to eat the booty like groceries. Who came eat the booty like groceries? I'm grown as hell. Do you know what I had for dinner last night? You eat my ass like groceries, you gonna have a heart attack. Yeah, you mess around and get the pink eye in my ass. Last dude ate my ass, came up with the wingworm, okay? Yeah, some of you dudes in full beards, you mess around and get dandruff in my ass. Now, by round of applause, how many of y'all eat ass? Oh, damn, nobody want to admit this shit. Ladies, I'm gonna let y'all in on a little secret. Any dude that eat ass, eat his boogers, bitch. Ain't no boundaries in that shit. You mess around and get the flu and E. coli messing around with these dudes. Some of y'all lost your appetite. That's how I feel. Stay out of my ass. Didn't your mama tell you don't eat where you shit at? All right, Laughaholics, we about to bring our next comedian to the stage. I need y'all to give these comedians a lot of energy. The more energy you give them, the more they're gonna give it back. I need y'all to put your hands together and give it up for another Detroit's own, Miss Ronnie Chanel.
What up, though? It's your girl, Ronnie Chanel from Detroit. I'm here at Laughaholics at the Lindenwood dining with my homeboy, Ray Dijon. Oh, my, cut it. Oh, I love that old rat ass shit. That's my shit. Do it, baby. Stick it, baby. Move it, baby. Lick it, baby. Suck up on this clit into that pussy. Get a hickey, baby. What? Little bitch, little city bitch. Little city girls. I'm telling you, that was my song. Until I looked in the back seat. And my 14-year-old daughter was back there like, do it, baby. Stick it, baby. Move it, baby. Bitch, you ain't got no pussy, bitch. You are a Barbie doll. Okay? Ain't nobody sucking on shit. You don't get a pussy till you're 18. Little city bitch. Little city bitch ain't. And city girls ain't shitty. They tell me, I take your man. Bitch, I'll fuck you up. Got all these little young girls running around here talking about, period poo. Period poo. I said, nah. I told my daughter, don't say that shit. You better have a period poo. You better have one. I'm checking pads, bitch. I'm counting them. Man, y'all all right? Listen, I drove 10 hours straight. I stopped one time to get to this motherfucker. Y'all better clap it up for me. I had a half ounce of weed, a pint of Hennessy. You know what I'm saying? I only really came to get away from my kids, though. Y'all like y'all kids? And fuck them kids. Fuck them kids. I can't stand my motherfucking kids. Oh my God, the little 14-year-old little city bitch. She was trying to kill me and shit. One day I woke up and she's like, oh my God, you're so strong. I was like, what did I do? She's like, you woke up. I was like, bitch, what'd you put in my casserole last night? Then I got 17-year-old Cinnamon. Yeah, that's fucked up. That's what happened when babies had babies. They name them fucked up shit like Cinnamon. You know what I'm saying? She lucky. She could have been named Paprika, okay? Cinnamon graduated high school 1 year early, going to Xavier University to be an anesthesiologist, y'all. Yes, I did that shit, yes. But I named her Cinnamon for a reason. I really thought she was gonna be a stripper. You know what I'm saying? I did. I had been oiling her down. I was oiling her down and throwing glitter on her since she was 2. And she actually wanna be somebody in life. Little girl, if you don't go twerk somewhere, you don't go twerk. I used to sing little hood rat lullabies to her, you know? You ain't nothing but a hoochie mama. Hood rat, hoochie mama. Don't stop, puff that pussy, let me see you do the rap. Puff that pussy, hey, puff that. And you wanna be a doctor, bitch, you know? You wanna be somebody in life. Girl, piss me off. Paige and Dr. Cinnamon don't even sound right, do it. I don't want no bitch named Cinnamon putting me to sleep. Y'all ain't got no regular Ambers or Ashleys back there. I don't want Cinnamon putting me to sleep. Yeah, then I got 22-year-old Ivan. I know y'all thought I was young. Then y'all know so cute shit. Yes. Ivan 22, he lame as fuck. It's lame for no reason be getting mad because I be fucking his friends. Oh my God. I didn't know this was Bible study. Y'all are very judgmental, okay? First of all, I like Lil Javante, okay? Yes. Lil Javante got a strong ass back, okay? Yes. He can lift all this 150 up, yes. First of all, okay, Weight Watchers, okay? Okay, I'm lying, it's 175. Ray, I don't want to do this shit no more. Okay, fuck it, it's 200 and some change, okay? Okay. But they still fucking my little fat ass, yeah. I'm taking some good pussy up under here, yes it is. I stay wet, shit, wet, sweat, whatever, moisture is moisture, motherfucker, okay? Yes, I like Lil Javante, yeah. Some good, it's some good pussy up under, you just gotta lift that shit up sometime, you know? It's like the hidden treasure into the rainbow, into this pussy, I'm telling you. Fuck y'all, ma'am. I ain't gonna take it on y'all, fuck you, ma'am. Man, so guess what, y'all? I just lost 82 pounds, y'all. Yes, ladies. Guess what? I'm fucking all y'all niggas this summer, yes. I swear to God, that's what happens when the fat bitch lose weight, yes. She thinks she can take anybody, bitch. I'm fucking all y'all niggas this summer. Yes, I am. I fucked around. You was talking about having the surgery and shit. I had the surgery. I had weight loss surgery. I had my stomach cut out. I'm hungry than a motherfucker. Y'all got all this food. I'm just waiting for y'all to get finished so I can lick y'all fingers or something. Like, I'm hungry. I'm so excited I lost this weight, though. Because, like, I can do regular shit again. You know what I'm saying? I can do regular shit like take whole baths. I can just hit the hot spots and go. Bam, 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 you know? When I was 286, I couldn't do that. The bitch had to shower. You know, big girls got a little stench. I could do that. And I could fuck regular again. Yeah, I'm fucking face to face again. Yes. I was tired of niggas face down, ass up fucking me. I want to look at you. I want to kiss. I was tired of that. I'm back riding, y'all, yeah. Look at God, won't he do it? Bitch is back on top riding, yes. Well, I was riding before, but it wasn't a real ride. It was more like a scoot. I was just going, that motherfucker just rocking on out, just rocking on the dishes. Rocking. But look at me with the bounce, look at me. Won't he do it? God is so good. I've been watching news, all this bullshit going on. You got Bill Cosby in jail for raping bitches that he don't remember. They don't remember. Fuck, I don't remember. You got R. Kelly about to go to jail. That's fucked up, ain't it? R. Kelly's a good man. I think he's a good man. He was giving them young ladies a place to stay. He was helping them lose weight. He was only feeding them 3 times a week. Helping them take control of their weight. I was ready. I was over there. I was outside with my raincoat on and my boots just in case shit got wet. Catch up. That's being on bitches. You get it? Usher got sued for $1.3 million for giving the chick herpes. $1.3 million for giving the chick herpes. I was like, that is some bull. Divide the 2, create the 3. I take the herpes for $1.3 million. Yeah. Some of y'all ain't got it for free. Some of y'all ain't got it for a half pint of Amsterdam and a dime bag of Reggie's, okay? Y'all know what they say. 1 in 3 people got it. One, 2, 3, bam, you got it. 1, 2, 3, bam, you got it. That's my time, y'all. I'm Ronnie Chanel from Detroit.
Y'all having a good time? Everybody enjoying themselves? All right, the food is delicious, right? Laughaholics Comedy Club. Y'all make sure y'all hashtag that. #1 comedy show in the tri-state area, right? Right? Can I get some energy on that? All right. We're about to bring up our next comedian. Detroit is in the building heavy tonight. We about to bring this young lady up. She is performing in the colleges and comedy clubs all throughout the city. You guys are going to enjoy her. She's here tonight. I need y'all to put your hands together. I need a lot of love. I need a lot of love from Miss Shawnee D.
What up, though, y'all? It is your girl, Shawnee D. Shawnee D. SHANIE_D_313. Follow me on Instagram, Twitter.
Turn it off. I had to have them bring me up to some music I understand. How y'all feel? I had to go back to some music I understand. They came up to stuff, all this music confusing me. Do it, baby, till you get a hickey, baby. I don't know what they talking about. And y'all dancing, I almost lost my mind in church. I'm worshiping, and somebody went past playing them city girls. And I was in there like, back, like, oh, okay, Jesus, I'm so sorry. We had good music. I'm 48, y'all, I'm almost 50. We had good music. We had music that made you want to be better. You know what I'm saying? Didn't make you want to put your nipples on the plate. Didn't want you to make you want to sell your body. We had people that made you get your shit together. Uncle Ricky. Y'all remember him? Could you read us a bedtime story, please? Hi, please. Everybody remember Uncle Ricky. He said, all right, you kids get to bed. Once upon a time, not long ago, when people wore pajamas and lived life slow, and wars to stir and justice stood, and people always hyping like they all too good. Y'all remember the story. Y'all knew Uncle Ricky. I hear y'all. Uncle Ricky told these kids a whole story about this boy who was misled by another little boy, and this is what he said. Me and OG, we gonna make some cash, robbing old folks and making a dash. Told the whole story about this dummy. How he done ran through, grabbed the pregnant lady and pulled out his automatic, pointed at her head, said the gun was full of lead, told the cops back off, a honey here, dead. It was a whole story Uncle Ricky told these kids. And when he got to the end of it, the little boy done got killed and everything. And Uncle Ricky said, straight and narrow your soul gets cast. Good night. They told us stories that made us want to get it together. We didn't want to show our titty nipples after Uncle Ricky told us that story. Because we didn't want to go to hell. Nobody want to go to hell. Everybody trying to go to hell. Listen to these cities, girl. Y'all better stop listening to these people. Y'all know we messed up. Everything messed up. Trump running the country all wrong. We got Bruce Jenner still looking just like Bruce Jenner. Am I the only one? Don't nobody want to be they self. All my girls came up here tonight. They was talking about they self. I did. Last time I did, I was here in New York, y'all. I done lost some weight I have, and I did it for my health. You know what I'm saying? I did. Thank you very much. It's okay, but I still don't wear a girdle. You understand what I'm saying? Because I don't believe in all that extra stress in my life. You know what I'm saying? Girdles hurt. I got friends out here that's modeling. I got a friend named Delicious. She always send me stuff, the girdles and the teas and stuff. And you sit up and you drink the stuff and you don't read the, yeah, be careful, you're gonna boo-boo on yourself. You're gonna boo-boo on yourself, that's all I'm telling you. Then they give you the girdle, you gotta button it, all these buttons, and you uncomfortable. If you miss one button, you link the wrong way, you gotta start all over. Yeah, then it go in between here and, yeah. I was in the club looking good. It was holding me in, but I felt restricted. Felt like I still had my seatbelt on. Every picture I was frowning. We sitting up here trying to be something we ain't. This you. This you be you. This all of me. Don't like it, don't look. This me. Buy some drawers to fit you. Quit trying to wear stuff that don't fit you. How about that? Tired of seeing fat girls in the club, like in there like they killing. Then they friend want to fight me because I done looked over saying, what the hell? That's my cousin. Well, you need to tell your cousin she can get a bigger shirt. They sell 3X's for us. You see this covering all of this. You understand? Let's get it together. It's all man. I don't care. People don't like it, don't look. I ain't about to put no girdle on it. You think he want me to have a girdle on when he go to hit it? He no. Sitting up here. How y'all doing? I'm sorry. Did I ask y'all how y'all was doing? How y'all doing? I care. I'm lying. Don't you hate when you ask somebody how you doing and they ruin your whole damn day because they really tell you how they doing? They be like, girl. You already be like, I shouldn't have asked her. Yeah, girl, you know, I found out I got cancer. You know, my mother had a stroke and a heart attack, and somebody stole my car. They be done blew your whole day, don't they? But you don't want to mess with me. I out-complain people. I be like, yeah, my mama died from cancer. My daddy had a heart attack and stroke and died. And I don't even got a car. Bitch, I win. Everybody in here going through something. Understand that. When somebody asks you how you doing, they don't really want to know how you doing. So quit telling people how you really doing. Call the people that you're supposed to tell. We don't really want to know what's going on because we got enough of our own stress going on. I know. The last time I came to New York, y'all, since then I lost my brother. I lost my daddy. This shit real. When you be losing, and we don't lose them. We don't lose them. Let me tell y'all something because people be down. We losing. No, you don't lose them because to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. If you know that, you know they with God. So you didn't lose them. But here go my thing. It still don't stop it from hurting, do it. Boy, you lose somebody. I lost my mind. I had to see a therapist. The shit got real. You know what I'm saying? When my brother got sick, I cussed the doctors out. I told them, you don't know my God. They said, your brother died. Shut up. You don't know my God. They said, but we do know medicine. And I was like, okay. Couldn't argue about that, now could I? Went out in the hall. I'm screaming in the hall, you can't have my family. You can't have my increase. You can't. I plead the blood. They said, come, man, excuse me, it's other people dying here. Then turned around, I done had to bury my brother. Now I had to pay for his funeral, and then my daddy turned around to get sick and die. This shit real. You know how much it costs to have a funeral? This shit real. I don't even want to die. I'm like trying to hold on because I ain't got enough money. I ain't got enough money yet. I had sold, I'm telling you, when brother died, I had to sell everything from pussy to purses to pills. But listen to me. I got him down, though. Got him down. We did good. But I want to talk to y'all. Get you some insurance and shit. Don't make it so tough for everybody. We don't want to do the GoFundMe. We tired. Shit, we tired of cash apping people we don't even know. You know what I'm saying? We a little tired. Get your ass some insurance. And then find somebody that know how to read at these damn funerals, too. I'm tired of that. Shit. Get to your funeral and they reading your obituary and they can't read. They don't know nobody's name. They sounding Rupert. What the hell is it's Robert? Somebody yelling, Robert!
Sorry, Robert. He gave his life to Chris at an early age.
Oh, it's Chris! Why the hell he give his life to Chris? Get your shit together. I've been through a lot. I can't make it up. I thank God for getting us here, man. We did. We drove straight on in from Detroit. Got a good guy. Y'all make sure y'all recognize that. He a good guy. Y'all don't know what nobody been. My daughter was in federal penitentiary for 6 months. I had to keep her little 1-year-old. He 2 now. I ain't never thought I could be bullied by a goddamn baby. These goddamn kids coming out different. She had nerve to come home from prison and got another baby. She had another little baby. She don't learn. She just don't learn. And then she came home doing some bull crap. I couldn't believe it. 6 months in jail. She still came home doing some crazy shit. And I don't understand because I did 4 days in jail. How many of y'all did some jail time? Anybody in here did? You listen to me. I did 4 days in jail and I was saved. Listen to me. I was saved. I was in jail singing. I was in there singing. You see stuff in jail, you know, and then you don't get to take a bath. Ladies, you don't get to wash up. No. So if you going to prison twice because your vagina turns on you after a while. Y'all know we got a time clock on our vagina. Don't act like I'm the only one know this. You know what I'm saying? They caught me. I had just took a bath, but I ain't had 4 days. You know what I'm saying? I was in jail 4 days. My daughter come out of jail being crazy. I said, girl, I did 4 days. I was in jail singing. I ain't lying. I can't make it up, y'all. I was in there like, if I were you, I would sing it. Speak, Lord, speak to me. I wanted to get out of jail so bad, they was like, shut up! Oh, speak, Lord. I was like, fuck y'all. I don't want to be nowhere without a window. As soon as they got me out of jail, I stepped out like, I know I've been changed. I wasn't playing. I came out like Detroit looked different. My attorney said, you ain't been gone for 4 days. I said, I'm going to need some new clothes. My daughter came home doing all kind of stuff. She was still a little shell-shocked from jail. She came home waking up 5 in the morning. What is you up for? 5 in the morning, cooking breakfast and yelling out shit. Child time. Last call. Turnkey. You are not in prison. Went in the room, she had soap in a pillow. Can't lie. Soap in the pillowcase. She had soap. We are not your bunkies. You are free. Get your kids together. I'm hot. I love y'all. I love y'all, but I'm tired of y'all music. I came here last time and went to Thug Life Missionary Baptist. Do they still got that church? That's a nice church. The last time I talked about y'all. Y'all got a wonderful church here, and it's in the hood. And it was Youth Day, and they was like doing secular music, like thug music, you know, like be up. But they didn't say be up. They're like Jesus, like Satan scared, Satan acting like a punk, he's scared. You know what I'm saying? So we went again, and I'm telling you, they was still doing same stuff like bagging it up. Little girl singing Cardi B. She like, I'm a queen and I repent and Jesus backing me up. Like, backing it up. I was like, what? I know how to go and get a bag, don't I? I know how to make the devil mad, don't I? Lose your soul, repent and get it back. That's a fact. Say it louder for the sinners in the back. I was like, what? I'm tired of these kids, y'all. I'm tired. I love my grandson. He stank. Let me tell y'all that. He 2 years old, he running me. He cussing and stuff. As soon as his mama came home, we trying to potty train him. He's so damn smart, y'all. He take his pull-up off and put a clean one on. Ain't that some shit? He skipped over the whole part of using the goddamn bathroom. Ain't that some shit? Then he come and tell you, all clean, not shitted. I don't know where he got shitted from. Keep saying shitted. My daughter want to know where he got it from. As soon as she came home, he called her a female dog. He did. I can't make it up. He came home. He said, she told him, she said, I'm going to knock your eyeballs in the back of your head. And he said, bitch. And she going to look at me. Talking about where he get that from. I was like, bitch, I don't know. Like, I mean, I didn't say this to him. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I got to get ready to go because I want to tell y'all I love y'all. Hopefully I can find me a boyfriend or something while I'm in New York because I'm tired of dudes in Detroit. I'm tired. I just broke up and got out of a side chick relationship. Thank you. He too young. That's okay. It's okay. Thank you. I said a boyfriend. I should have said a man. Sorry. And I ain't saying you're not a man, but you're a little boy to me. You look like my son. You know what I'm saying? I got a son, 15 years old. I want a man. I want a grown man with a 401k. I want some motherfucker that got some life insurance. I ain't got to have a GoFundMe if he die. I want, do I got to put this out here? I'm sorry, just finished being a side chick. I just got 13 years side chick. I finally quit. Yes. Thank you. I didn't mean to. I was snuck. I was snuck into the side chick position. We'll talk about it later. She over there judging me. I was snuck into the side chick position. I just want you to know. I was snuck into the side chick position. He snuck me in, girl, but it's okay. I'm out. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to be a side chick. Nobody want to, if something happened to him, he died. I got to do extra shit because I'm the savage. I got to come in with like that, move some dress on with sequins. You know what I'm saying? You got to bring your little friends, be your cheerleaders so people know who you are, and they stop you in the aisle like, you can do it. He loved you. Stupid shit. Then you go up there in the 2-minute remarks, you got to sing Whitney Houston. Cause I'm saving all my love. You used to tell me. You like, sit your dumb ass down. I've been a side chick forever. That's terrible, ain't it? And I love y'all, but for real, know your worth. You know what I'm saying? Know your worth. I've been hurt, and I let myself get hurt, because I just chose the bad people. You know what I'm saying? I had one dude left me for a 15-year-old. Can't make it up. It wasn't R. Kelly. It probably would have felt a little better if I had a little money behind it. You know what I'm saying? But he left me, and I asked him why, and he said she was doing stuff that I wouldn't do. And I said, like what? He said she took it in the ass and she swallowed. And I said, well, you should keep her, because she is bad. She strong, like she is courageous, Ain't no, where's she at? I want to send her a drink, you know what I'm saying? Because it's just some shit you ain't going to get me to do. He kept asking me to swallow somebody's good for my skin. I said, well, you swallowed, you got more bumps than me. You just can't tell me anything. Don't just tell me anything. So I broke up with him at karaoke. I ended up getting back with him because y'all know we always get back with him because we stupid. But when he, anyway, I broke up with him. He didn't know it was coming. I had his whole family come to karaoke, and I just started singing like I want to dedicate this song to my ex. And I came out with Usher like, how you make me want to bite your little dick? Burn up all your Coogee shit, fool, what you want to do? I think about how good your boy looks, and damn, it makes me wanna bite your little dick. Before any beef start between us, I should've fucked your best friend. The one I used to wanna talk to, but met you first, that was the problem. Used to say that your boy was gay, but I can just tell your boy could screw. And when I come home at night and lay some head down right, I used to wish it wasn't you. How you make me wanna bite your little dick? Now what's bad? And this is gonna mess him up, boy, I never been true. Now what's sad is that he loved me, but I never loved you. Now what should I do? Should I do a little drive-by? Should I fix this drink and put a peel inside? I don't wanna go, can't say I'm gay, but we can't continue sleeping together. Oh, ooh, baby. We broke up after that. I'm Shawnee D. Y'all been a wonderful audience. Thanks God for holding.
Y'all keep it going with Shawnee D. And all my Detroit sisters. All right. Okay. You got that, DJ. Any of y'all in here dating and dicking? Chicken and dicking? That's probably what some of these people in here doing right now don't want to admit to it. You ain't never been out with a dude just for the meal? Dudes is getting hip to that, though. I went out with a dude. I was like, I'm going to get this free meal. This wasn't pay week. I'm hungry. Went out with this dude, right? But listen, dudes will set you up. Because before we went on this date, he was texting me, right? He had it all set up. He was like, yeah, we're going to go out to eat. Then we're going to go back to my crib and chill. I'm telling him whatever he want. I'm like, yup, that's what we going to do. Girl, we got out on that date. Food came. I tore that food up. Here come the waiter. Slide the bill over. I was like, Stephanie, think fast. What you going to do? Bitch, I just started barking. Sitting at the damn table barking. He like, yo, what's wrong with you? I was like, I don't know, I just got a little bit of gas. This would dudes get real. He was like, I got some Pepto-Bismol back at the crib. He didn't give a fuck about that barking. So now I'm back at the crib, getting hit from the back, barking. You like, just stand still, girl. Just dudes don't even care. Listen, you guys have been super amazing. I'm gonna bring back the producer, the creator, the founder of Laughaholics Comedy Club. You guys know him and love him. Y'all put your hands together for Mr. Ray Dijon.
All right, Barry. Y'all give it up for my super host headliner tonight. Y'all give it up for Stephanie McCrae. And let's recap the show right quick. Let's bring up our first comedian. Come on up. And then our second, she did a great job, right? Where's Roni at? Where's Roni at? Roni, where are you, baby? Roni from Detroit, come on up. And then also our last comedian, please, all the way from Detroit as well. Give it up for Shawnee D. Yeah, I'm surrounded by a bunch of vagina, ladies and gentlemen. I'm feeling warm right here in the air. Y'all give it up for all the ladies from Laughaholics Live tonight. I appreciate you guys being our audience. Thank you and have a good night. Thank you.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Ready?
So, in the last episode, I confessed to having a crush on Eleanor. And I also explained that I've been keeping it a secret from both her and Mandy. And I've been meaning to tell Mandy, but I've been waiting for the right moment. But now that I was telling the whole world, I needed to tell Mandy before it aired. Then the question was like, when and how? I knew she'd take it a lot better if she was high, so I got her very high.
I'm just so stoned. I barely know what we're talking about.
And she took it really well.
This is gonna be great for the next episode.
And she even gave me a really good idea for the show.
You should film Eleanor when you tell her.
And we had a really good talk. And I was like, I can't believe this is going so well. But I was worried that the next day it was all gonna come crashing down, which it did. She was very, very depressed the next day. She like had a hard time getting out of bed, and she was really just sad all day, you know, and she felt rejected and unloved, I guess. And, you know, she was so like deeply sad that she wasn't able to be as attentive to the children, and I felt guilty about that in addition to everything else. But so there were 24 hours of gloom. But then the next day she seemed much better, and you know, the truth is, it brought us closer together. I mean, you know, secrets pull you apart, and confessions bring you together, usually, unless they don't. But so now I needed to tell Eleanor, but I wanted to film it. So she came over to look at the footage I'd shot, which included my confession about having a crush on her. Do you mind if we film you watching it?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. Ready.
You wanna sit next to me?
Sure.
So he can elbow
Yeah.
you? Fine.
Okay, here we go.
Ay, ay, ay.
So after the first episode, I kind of had a little bit of a crush on Eleanor.
She said that she was really good at giving head, and so am I.
You know, she's beautiful and free and wild and open and just, you know, and I was kind of joking to Peter, isn't it? And I was like, maybe I should break up. Maybe I should, you know, Eleanor, she's my soulmate. I don't know. And then me and Mandy, we get stoned together, like once a week. I try to get stoned with her once a week because I find that that's like our couples therapy. If I get stoned with her, we get along really well. And I was like, we got to get stoned, and we got to talk about whether we're going to stay together or not. And she was really worried, and she felt worried about being abandoned. And her mother committed suicide when she was a kid, and she has these abandonment issues. And I was like, I'm not going to abandon you. I mean, we have kids together. We're always going to be together. But Eleanor is wonderful, and I think anybody is very lucky to be with her.
This I love Eleanor stuff is, you know, it's very flattering and warm feeling, and of course I love you, Kaveh, but I don't love you, Kaveh.
Right. I figured.
I know.
I wasn't sure for a minute. But anyway, after some persuasion, she agreed to reenact the scenes of us meeting at the movie theater. And then in the cab on the way to the shoot, she asked me...
So, have you talked to Mandy about all of this yet?
Yeah, I told her.
That's good. And what'd she say?
She said...
You know, we should invite Eleanor over and just like hang out and like normalize things.
I think that's a really good idea. Yeah. I'd love to meet the kids, and I don't want Mandy feeling weird or anything, so I think that would be a really good idea.
Yeah. And then when we were reenacting our late night talk after the screening, she told me why she had sent me that text message.
Because I got so excited that I was an artist in some way, that I had the capacity to be an artist, that I was a filmmaker. And you gave me that encouragement that I had the right, that I had this vision, this idea to make something interesting, meaningful, substantial.
You don't need to think that.
No.
But then in the cab, on the way to my place, she said,
Of course the thought like crossed my mind, like what would it be like to be with Kade, you know? Of course it did.
so it's kind of like a bit of a mixed message, you know, like denial and then confession, but basically, by bringing it out in the open, it was, I killed it. I killed the energy of it, I think. I did. For myself, certainly, but probably for her too, or there wasn't as much for her, clearly. But anyway, when we get back, Sam is there.
Can I ask you something?
Hey.
Hey, how are you? Can you, sorry, I need to ask him something. Can you pay me back for that Coke I bought?
You bought Coke?
Yeah, for the shot.
So, during the making of the paraplegic threesome in episode 2, Sam took me aside and told me that he had ADHD and he was on Adderall, but he was out of Adderall and he had been up all night and needed to do Coke to stay awake because he was out of Adderall. And he said that if I wanted to film him doing Coke, I could. So I said, okay. But then the footage that we shot was accidentally deleted. And since the Coke scene happened during the making of episode 2, I decided to reenact it for episode 3. So I called Sam and I asked him,
would you be willing to reshoot the Coke scene?
Now, I should explain that the last time I saw him, he had told me,
I've been sober for 8 days.
Really?
Yeah.
So I told him,
we don't have to really do Coke though, we could fake it. Tell him we can crush up some Adderall and you can use that instead. We can crush up some Adderall and use that instead.
No, it's not gonna, Adderall is all purple and shit. It has to be cocaine or it won't look right.
Okay, whatever you want.
So anyway, when he arrived at my place, he'd already done the Coke that he was supposed to reenact doing on camera.
So I was wondering, could you pay me back for the cocaine that I bought for the scene? It's like $28, it's nothing.
So I paid for the Coke and we started shooting the scene.
Drugs are really corporate.
But instead of reenacting the scene, he throws the Coke in the toilet.
It's a dead mythology, man.
Did you do
Drugs
it?
No, I'm not gonna subscribe to drug use on camera. Drugs are for stockbrokers, not artists.
You don't want to do it?
No.
And I was like, oh, what a fucking asshole, like. And I feel guilty because Eleanor was mad at him because he did Coke right before he came and he had stopped. And I feel guilty because I'm the one who gave him the idea to do Coke, I guess, by saying, would you do Coke in this movie? And so then he got Coke. But they're fighting.
Are you actually on cocaine right now?
What?
You were going to quit. You're supposed to be acting it. You can act it. What?
I don't have to fucking act. I'm not doing cocaine, I'm doing advertising.
No, you did do cocaine.
I did
You
advertising.
did a lot of cocaine,
Shot
and
at
you're addicted to
advertising.
cocaine.
I'm addicted to advertising.
No, you're addicted to cocaine.
Okay.
You're an addict, Sam.
And then he's mad at me and he's like,
What did you say Eleanor would turn against me?
I didn't say anything. I think she's mad at you because you did Coke. And he was blaming me for that and he was kind of like threatening me in these weird ways, like, and he's saying really harsh things and he's sort of accusing me of things I haven't done. I didn't say you wrapped around her. She's wrapped around your finger.
Your film did.
And he says,
your mythology's dead.
No, he says,
your mythology is a violent mythology.
Well, more like this.
Your mythology is a violent mythology.
Well, he said all kinds of shit. But, and Eleanor was like,
Sam, the only person being violent right now is you.
Which was true. And she kind of was able to sort of calm him down and sort of escort him out. Oh, I forgot one thing. Aziz had said to me that he needed, well, okay, so Dustin, who was playing Aziz, fell in love with a German woman, and he's moving to Germany. So he can't be in any episodes until they break up or move back or whatever. I need someone else to play Aziz.
I don't want anybody else to play me. I want Dustin.
I want him too, but he's in Germany.
Well, why can't you just play me on Skype?
I don't know. I think that's too weird.
Well, it's no weirder than anything else on the show.
But anyway, Aziz, what was I saying? Aziz, Mandy, Eleanor. Oh yeah, Aziz told me.
You need to get everybody to sign a release form.
Because I haven't been doing that. And so I was like, okay.
I want to sign it.
You gotta sign it or I can't use any of this footage. And he kind of signed just like a scribble, illegible scribble, kind of like a fuck you signing.
There you go.
And then he took it back and he was like,
I don't want to fucking sign this, man. Why should I sign this?
I don't know, Sam. Do whatever you want.
Sign it. There you go.
And I'm just thinking, never again. I don't ever want to deal with you again. I'm never going to put you in another episode again. But then here I am telling this story. So Sam and Eleanor left, and they ended up running into Mandy and the kids.
Hey!
Hey, you guys.
Hi.
Let me give you a hug.
Thank you.
Hi.
So I just want you to know, I'm not mad at you at all.
Are you sure? I would be mad at you.
No, I am mad at Kaveh.
Me too. Yeah. Yes, I know, that jerk.
We should hang out sometime.
I would love to hang out. Hey. This is Sam, by the way. I don't know if you know.
Yeah, no, we met.
Yeah.
Hi, Mandy. How are you?
I'm okay. How are
yeah,
you?
I'm sure you're okay. I mean, you're married to a fucking dick.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to curse, but the dialectic that your fucking husband sets up in his fucking movie is that this all-powerful Eleanor character, right? So amazing, he has to shoot the reaction shot. It's wrapped around my fucking finger, my 2015, my fucking finger.
Yeah. Okay.
Bullshit.
Right.
Bullshit.
Right. Right.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan.
He is a big fan. He
So
watched
is
all of Kaveh's work. The
David
entire...
Mark Chapman, but I'm a big fan.
Who's David Mark Chapman?
He's the guy that shot John Lennon.
Oh. Huh. Yeah. That's weird. All right.
Right, I can see you guys later.
All right, that sounds good.
All right. If you need a babysitter.
Mandy, all right. See you.
Bye.
See you later. Why would you say that?
Why would I say what?
Why would you mention David Mark Chapman?
Hey, Elaine, what's going on?
Hey, Kaveh. How are you?
I'm good. What's happening?
I just got out of a meeting with Human Relations at New School, and they had sent me an email because apparently someone had complained about our sequence in the show about the show where we're smoking pot together. So they showed a clip at the meeting, and they basically asked me if it was real pot, and if you brought the pot in, and if you sort of like made us smoke pot on camera, and they were just kind of trying to see if you were sort of like manipulating us into
into smoking pot?
Yeah,
Okay.
smoking pot, and and was that real weed when you did reenact the smoking? And I was like, yeah, that's a joint. But they asked about the coke, and I wasn't expecting that, so I lied.
What'd you tell them?
I told them that basically we kind of fictionalized the whole thing and kind of used Sam's sort of drug addiction to sort of like, play up his character, that there wasn't any coke at our apartment.
And why did you do that?
I just thought, coke is more serious than weed, so maybe you might get in trouble more. So yeah, I was just trying to cover up. But then, they also told me not to tell you.
Rolling, and give it a clap. So, after episode 3 came out, I got a call from Yelen, my student whom I had gotten stoned with on camera in episode 3.
I shouldn't do this.
So I just got out of a meeting with Human Relations at New School.
Was it Professor Zahidi's idea to smoke the marijuana?
No, it was my idea. We had just finished shooting the episode, and I rolled a joint for Jasmine and I, and offered him a hit.
And Professor Zahidi smoked the marijuana.
Yeah.
And then you reenacted the scene by smoking real marijuana again for the following episode.
That's correct.
And they also interrogated Jasmine.
So did you watch all 3 episodes? Because the second episode was quite explicit.
And then I found out that another one of my students, Stefan, who was helping with the editing, was also contacted.
I wasn't even there when you guys were smoking pot.
And then I got an email.
Dear Professor Zahidi,
and I have received a complaint about your involvement in an episodic show that includes your students. We would like to discuss this with you at your earliest convenience.
So I'm just like, man, I could get fired for this. I just like, my mind is racing, and then I'm like, Mandy is gonna freak out when I tell her.
Are you kidding me? You are always threatening our family's livelihood.
If I don't push the envelope at least a little bit, no one's gonna watch the show.
That's not a little bit. You don't know what a little bit is.
Well, it needs to be a little bit more than a little bit.
This is serious. You need a lawyer.
So I called my lawyer friend, Asher, who's married to Brooke, this actress that I'd cast to play my ex-wife in a scene we shot for episode 4. Action? But it didn't come out very well. You know, I wanted to get a wig to look younger, and I had a wig from a previous film I'd made, but I couldn't find the wig. It was in the basement in our cage, and Mandy is a big hoarder. She doesn't throw anything away, and we were running late for the shoot, and I couldn't find the wig, and I looked everywhere, and I took the whole thing apart, and so then we decided, okay, I'll just buy a wig. So we sent Peter to go get a wig, and it was like an African-American wig store, so he got me this really huge afro wig, and I thought, oh, this is too big, maybe I should trim it. But I didn't listen to my instinct, because everyone was saying,
it's funny. It's funny.
it's funny. Anyway, I hate it when I don't listen to myself, but I didn't. So we do the scene, and it was too big, it looked stupid, and a lot of people said, you know,
You look ridiculous.
You look like a woman.
You look like an idiot.
So we cut it out of episode 4. But anyway, I called Asher to ask him for legal advice. Meanwhile, I needed to convince Sam to act in episode 4. But I was worried that he wasn't going to want to reenact what had happened during the making of the previous episode.
My fucking finger, my 2015, my fucking finger.
So Sam had been trying to get me to help him with his film that he wants to make. And he came over and really late at night, and he was on drugs, and he was drunk, and...
Hey, do you have a laptop?
Yeah.
Could we watch it on the stoop? Smoke a cigarette?
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So then I watched his film, and there were really good things about it, but whenever I'd make a suggestion, he would he didn't want to hear it.
I see what you're saying, but you don't see what I'm saying, because I'm your successor, and by definition, you can't understand what I'm doing.
Okay, well, if you don't want to hear it, then why are you asking me to watch it? And, you know, the reason is because he didn't really care about my feedback, I don't think. I think he really just wanted me to love it and help him get it made, which, you know, I understand, but I didn't love it. I mean, I liked a lot of it, but it was too long, and it seemed too in love with its own every thought, and there were mosquitoes, kept getting bit. And after a couple of hours, like reading the script and dealing with him, and I just was like, you know what? I don't want to help him anymore. I wanted to help him, and I didn't want to help him anymore, because it was just like, wasn't worth it. And he felt like he wasn't being sensitive to my needs. I had to go to bed. I kind of got to get up early to teach.
Do you have any food?
And that's my issue. Like when people don't see me, whether it's Mandy or Sam or anybody, like I feel really upset, because that's, I guess, I felt as a kid with my parents. I basically didn't want to help him after that, and he sort of kept trying to talk me into it, and he kept coming over.
Hi.
Hey.
Bad time?
And he wanted to borrow my phone to ask this producer I know for money.
There's an ROI in place. I have to get a restaurant job because I live with my fucking dad.
So get a restaurant job.
And he's the other investor with my mom. My mom and daddy are the investors. You're gonna get your fucking money back.
And then he wrote me an email and said, and I was just like, you know, if you need me to write you a letter of recommendation to your mother, I think that's not gonna help, really. She doesn't even know who I am. It's like ridiculous. But I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything for a while, and then I just wrote. And then he wrote back an angry-ish sounding email like, So I was just like, okay, fine, I'm not dealing with this guy. But then I need him to act in the show in episode 3, so I was like, hey Sam, it's Kaveh calling. Just calling to see if you'd be open to acting in episode 3. Give me a call. Hope all's well. Bye. So he called me back, and he was mad.
You wouldn't even write a letter to my mom.
So anyway, we got into an argument.
Why don't you give me money then?
Sam, I don't have any money.
Sure you do.
Sam, I can't pay my credit card bills. My credit card keeps getting cut off because I can't pay my bills. I have all the student loan debt still, and even if I had some money, why would I give it to you? I can't even, I need it for my own films.
But, he's got this entitled thing where, like, he's a genius, everyone should give him money, and I used to be that way too, so I understand it, and I'm actually sympathetic, but I'm not there anymore, and I can't give him my family's money for a film I don't even like.
Look, if you don't want to do it, don't do it, okay? I can give you $100 to act in it. If that's not enough, fine. Don't do it.
So he basically threatened to quit.
Okay, fine. Quit. I'll get someone else to play you.
So he hangs up on me. And then he calls me back after a few minutes. And he says,
okay, I'll do it.
So Sam comes over to shoot episode 3.
Can you pay me back for that Coke I bought?
You bought Coke?
Yeah, for the shot.
And what happened later that night was what I needed him to reenact for episode 4.
No, you're addicted to cocaine. You're an addict, Sam.
The problem was that Sam wasn't crazy about how he was being portrayed in the show.
Me being a dick.
And he insisted that I show him a cut of the new episode before agreeing to act in it.
And before he snorts the Coke, he throws it in the toilet and flushes it.
It's a dead mythology, man. Drugs, no, I'm not going to subscribe to drug use on camera. Drugs are for stockbrokers, not artists.
So you don't want to do it?
No.
And I was like, oh, what a fucking asshole. Like,
It's the only way I could have looked more like an asshole. Like, the only way I could have looked more like an asshole than doing Coke in general is that. All right, go ahead.
I was a little scared of what he could do in that altered state. Anyway,
What?
Sam and Elena were leaving.
The scene of me shouting at him is him trying to get a frightening reaction shot and me shouting accordingly. That might have been the third take of me shouting at you.
I know.
I know you know, which is begging a larger conversation that I don't even know if I have to have with you.
Mandy was a little spooked by his energy, and she was a little scared of him because
Mandy
he
was
was,
spooked.
coked out and angry at me. Anyway, so this is episode 4, and
What character am I playing now? You have to do away with me in this episode one way or another, or I'm playing a Night Stalker for an unknown energy the rest of this 3 episodes about Brooklyn filmmaking. What I was thinking is if anyone kills you for any other reasons, I'm on the hook for it. That thought occurred to me
You should be a bodyguard.
with novelty and then without novelty. I need a cigarette.
Sure.
Want to go out on the stoop, or is that too?
So let's talk about the show.
Yeah.
So you okay with it?
Am I okay with what?
With what we're doing.
So anyway, I agreed to double his salary.
All right, David Mark Chapman. Yeah, whatever you need.
Okay. But anyway, I started getting all these comments from fans on YouTube. So I asked the fans if they would record the comments that they wrote and send them to me for this episode.
3, 2, I'm into it.
This is fantastic. Truly fantastic.
Amazing.
Fresh. This kind of blew me away.
This is so good. OMG.
I love it.
Amazing.
Congrats on having big balls, Kaveh.
Really funny.
I love that it's so meta.
The show is genius.
Give Kaveh all your money and let him make great shows.
And then I got an email from another fan who told me,
I was watching your TV show, and it made me realize that I was being dishonest with someone that I care very much about. And this huge lump, it developed on my thigh, and I believe that it had to do with some kind of blocked energy. And the person I was being dishonest with also loves you and that he loves your work. And we watched your show again together, and we were able to look at each other and to tell each other that maybe we shouldn't be together anymore. And the lump went away. But it was because of your honesty that you showed that allowed me to be honest. And I just wanted you to know that I love you and that I exist. And I thank you tremendously for what you're doing and your work.
There were also negative comments.
The way you humiliate and degrade your wife in this show is just pathetic. It's disgusting. You bring up her mother's suicide clearly against her wishes, and then you talk about her resulting feelings of abandonment. Then you go about talking about how you might leave her just because you're not getting any sex right now. It's sad, it's pathetic, it's wrong, it's not any way to treat a human being, and you do it all for your own aggrandizement, your own TV show, as if you have no talent and nothing to bring to your art other than the manipulation of your own wife, who's clearly in a vulnerable place. So this isn't a dialogue, okay? This isn't a back and forth. I don't want to hear from you. I just want you to know that I fucking hate you.
And then IndieWire film critic Eric Cohn picked the show about the show as one of the top 10 shows of 2015.
Hilarious, strange, and often boundary-pushing in its exploration of creative ambition. It's also wonderfully inventive and one of the most intriguing surprises of the fall. So your relationship to your wife is laid out in really revealing terms on the show. Is there anything that she just won't do?
Well, this new episode, there was a scene where I wanted her to reenact a blowjob. And so she's giving me a blowjob.
I will not be giving you a blowjob on camera.
Not a real blowjob, like a fake one.
I'm not going to give you a fake one either. I'll eat a banana if you want.
So it's like a metaphor?
Exactly. Could you do it a little more like a real blowjob?
I'm just going to eat it.
So anyway, she was reenacting a scene in which she offered me a blowjob, which was something that hadn't happened in a long time. But then she interrupted it.
Do you mind if I stop doing this for a second?
Okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I mean, we can resume later. You don't have to do it all right now.
Well, I'm so annoyed at my boss right now. She's like, tells me not to talk to anybody in New York, and she's like, you work for me.
So we talked about this other thing for a while, and I was, trying to listen and be sensitive, but then she just went on and on for like an hour. So I was like, can we finish the blowjob now?
Can we do this tomorrow?
Mandy, come on. Like, you said we would resume later.
I'm just so tired right now. Let's do it after
Mandy,
sleeping.
this always happens. You always do this.
Fine. You want one now? I'll finish. Go. Let's do this.
No, I don't want it anymore. I wanted it before, but like now, I don't want it.
To be continued tomorrow.
Going to bed? You really going to bed?
So she's okay with you revealing the intimate details of your sex life?
I mean, she has like a love-hate relationship with the show.
I'm not sure I want to be filmed right now. Let me rephrase. I don't want to be filmed right now. I want the camera off.
But then sometimes she really gets into it.
Can you make that more blowjobby? Yeah, that's the way.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was imagining.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Okay, good.
She also likes the popularity that comes from being on the show. For example, our neighbors love the show.
It's got big screen potential.
We're obsessed with the show.
Can I be in the show, please?
It's really inappropriate. I like it.
So it's made them a lot nicer to her than they used to be.
You gotta puff hard at this one.
Really puff hard because the smoke's going away.
Okay, go ahead.
All right.
I love you guys, by the way.
We love you too.
So anyway, after the IndieWire interview came out, I got a call from this producer in LA, and he'd made a lot of shows and movies. He produced Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I love the show. It's fabulous. Would you be open to me shopping it around to a bigger network?
Then I get an email from someone in Amsterdam who says they're a big fan of the show and they want to fly me out to Amsterdam to do an episode there.
Interesting. I'm not sure how that would work though. Like every episode is about the making of the previous episode, so how would that make any sense?
But so anyway, the more people said nice things about the show, the more self-conscious I got and the more afraid I became to lose
whatever small amount of recognition I'd achieved. So I started getting really obsessive, and like I really wanted episode 4 to not be a disappointment after episode 3. So I just started like shooting and reshooting, and I just was like, I was going crazy, really.
What's taking so long?
I know it's confusing because Dustin was in Germany, but he's back just for a little trip, so I filmed him. But then Aziz told me that...
That doesn't make any sense. He's supposed to be in Germany.
So I just wanted to say that. He's going back to Germany to be with his girlfriend. It's just temporary.
What's taking so long?
Do you want it fast, or do you want it good?
Fast.
Even the fans were starting to complain.
When is episode 4 airing?
Where the heck is the new stuff?
It's February 8th. When does it hit?
So I finally put together a cut, and I showed it to a few people.
Who do you think you are, man? Larry fucking David? Cut the episode down. It's too long.
The show isn't even about the show anymore. It's like a reality TV show about some dysfunctional couple.
I think you should cut out the masturbation stuff.
There were all these scenes that I was in love with, that I worked really hard on, and I ended up cutting them all out. But there was one scene that I just didn't want to cut out.
You can't say, so I paid for Coke. You've got to cut that out.
Why?
Because you say you bought Coke on camera.
I didn't say I bought Coke. I said I paid for the Coke that he bought.
That's the same thing.
No, it's not. He bought the Coke. I don't even do Coke. I was just reimbursing him for the Coke that he bought.
Yeah, you paid for the Coke. You bought Coke. You could go to jail for that.
So I was like, should I take it out? I don't want to take it out. I like that line a lot. So I paid for the Coke. Anyway, she storms off, and then she tells me the next day that she was crying all night and couldn't sleep because she was so worried about this line in the show. And she was like,
please take it out.
I can't take it out. Now that you got so upset about it, I got to reenact this moment for the next episode.
You said you were going to call a lawyer, did you?
I did, but he didn't call me back.
So call him again.
So I called this other lawyer that I worked with before. So I made another film in which I got in trouble with the government of the United Arab Emirates. And, you know, there was this threat of a fatwa. They tried to ban my movie, and he had defended it. And I asked him for help, and he was like,
How do they know it was real pot?
well, my student admitted it was.
How does your student know it was real pot?
Because we got high?
How does he know it contained THC? Maybe it was something else in there that got you high.
I'm not sure they'll go for that argument.
My point is, they can't prove it, and the burden of proof is on them.
Oh.
In any case, we need to nip this in the bud. We should threaten to countersue.
On what grounds?
Discrimination.
So I'm like, yeah, it is discrimination. It's discrimination against people who smoke pot. I mean, drugs are a human right. They're a birthright. I mean, it's a civil right. It is. It's like, you know, segregation was wrong. It was a bad law. Rosa Parks, you know, had to break the law to change the law. And like, I have to break the marijuana laws to show that the laws are ridiculous, which they are.
I don't think I would use that argument at all.
I think you just make the argument that it's fiction.
If I were you, I would just maybe start thinking about other jobs.
So the day finally arrives, and I walk into the meeting.
Thank you for coming in.
Oh, my pleasure.
Hi.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
You want any water?
No, I'm good, thank you. So I thought I'd start off with some small talk. I like your earrings.
Oh, thank you. I made them, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. It's very hard to get these stones now, but beautiful. I think they mined whatever was left.
And then they got down to business.
We received a sexual harassment complaint, so we had no choice but to investigate.
I'm sorry, do you say a sexual harassment complaint?
Yes, the email claimed you were forcing students to have sex on camera against their will.
Excuse me?
We realized after watching your show that the sexual harassment complaint was unfounded, but we are concerned about your decision to smoke marijuana with your students on camera.
Got it.
We are here to say that there's a public document out there showing you in illegal behavior with students, and we find that kind of troubling.
Okay.
We're all for faculty doing interesting things in the world, but we also have to protect our students and
I'm sorry, protect our students from?
From illegal behavior being publicly out there.
Oh.
It came from someone who identified themselves as Chad Newsom.
And I was like, Chad Newsom. Oh yeah, I've been getting hate mail from this guy.
Would you say you're being stalked?
No, I mean, it's not that often. It's like every few months or something. Does that count as stalking?
It can.
But is it illegal to send hate mail?
Only if it involves money, i.e. fraud or blackmail.
I don't think it ever involved money.
Well, but you should contact campus security and tell them that this person is harassing you. They might be able to track them down.
Okay.
As for smoking marijuana with your students, just don't do it.
Okay, I'll try not to.
Don't try, just don't do it.
Okay, I mean, I can live with that. I mean, like, I don't need to smoke pot with my students. You know, I can buy my own pot.
That's good.
And also, just so you know, I'm going to be reenacting this conversation in the next episode. I hope you guys are okay with that.
Oh, God.
I don't think that's a great idea.
Well, it's a really good idea artistically.
That may be true, but you're dancing really close to a policy violation. And we take confidentiality very seriously here.
I understand, but you saying that is also going to be in the show.
I think this meeting's over.
This is over.
But also, like, would you guys be willing to play yourselves, or do you want me to get actors to play you?
Don't push it.
So after the meeting, I checked my emails to see what this guy had sent me. And I realized that this guy had actually sent me these emails before asking me to give him money for footage that doesn't exist of the artist Joseph Cornell and this waitress Joyce Hunter, who I'm making a film about. And when I asked him to show me some proof of the existence of the footage, he just wrote back and said, so this guy has been sort of following my filmmaking, and obviously he watches the show, and I guess because the show's doing kind of well, he's trying to like bring me down, I guess, and like get me fired, because he hates my films. I don't know why exactly, but I think it's fraud to try to sell someone something that doesn't exist. And so maybe I have like a legal case against this guy if I can f him. So I guess I'm gonna try.
Didn't move.
I wish it waved.
Like this?
Yeah, like a loud clap.
Okay.
So during the making of the last episode, I was hired to go to Amsterdam to shoot an episode of the show there. And I did. I shot a whole episode. And I asked them, you know, is it okay if I make fun of you guys? They said, sure, no problem. We don't care. And so then I did. And then when I sent it to them, they said, hey, you're making fun of us. And I said, I know, I told you that I was going to do that. And they said, so I had to cut the whole thing out. Sorry. So the main thing that happened to the making of episode 5 was Mandy got stoned with the neighbors. And, you know, the neighbors get stoned in front of their kids. They don't hide it. And I think that's great. I love that about them, actually. And I hate hiding stuff. And, you know, it's like, it's hypocritical, you know, and it's like, what are you teaching your kids? That this is, you're doing something wrong? I don't know. I don't like doing it, but Mandy always insists.
You can't do it in front of the kids because then they'll go to school and talk about it, and then Child Protective Services will come take our children away.
They can't just take away your children.
Yes, they can.
So anyway, she worries about it, and I don't want her to be anxious, so I usually don't get stoned in front of them, but I'm such a better parent when I'm stoned. Like, I can really tune into their wavelength. And when I'm not stoned, I really can't. So Mandy had gotten stoned with the neighbors, and I went over there, and
I was like, wow, she's smoking right in front of the kids. And I thought, oh, this is great because now it means it's okay and I can do it too. But I realized later she was just so high that she didn't realize we're there. And so I wanted to reenact this moment for episode 5. Mandy, you know what to do?
No.
Just, he's gonna take a hit, he's gonna give it to you, and you're gonna take it.
Take it?
Yeah. And Mandy is refusing to smoke pot on camera.
I'm not.
I've had a long day too.
Again on the camera. I'm not.
And really, she was worried about Child Protective Services.
So you don't want to get in trouble? Right. Don't want to get in trouble with the law.
And, you know, she's a mom. Like, she loves her children more than anything in the world. So, like, the thought of having Child Protective Services come and take our children away, that's like her biggest nightmare in the world.
I think that what other film footage is of you up there
That's right.
would definitely counteract any thoughts of taking your kids away in the child, if child services was watching this in the first place.
It's just a horrible, you don't want to deal with them ever.
How could it stick? There's no claim to authenticity on this show.
There is.
No, there isn't.
It's the real people.
But there's no way you can prove that. It could be a show about a show pretending to be a show.
It could be totally fictional. A lot of people think it is. And finally, I just said to her, the more you fight it, Mandy, the more you make it seem like you actually are doing it and that it's not fiction. And so I talked her into it with that argument.
I guess. You're a very persuasive man.
But you know, the show is not fiction. I mean, everything is fiction on some level. So you can make that claim, but the whole point of the show is that this is true, and it is.
I'm gonna drink wine.
There's nothing that's going to happen because you do this, except that I won't be furious with you for the next 10 years. But anyway, I asked Asher, my lawyer friend, is Mandy right? Could they really take our children away?
Yes.
Really?
The people who run Child Protective Services in New York City are these Haitian women. They're horrible. They're these mean, born-again Christian women who are always taking children away from their parents, especially if you're Dominican. They really don't like the Dominicans.
Well, we're not Dominican. Are we safe?
You look Dominican.
So when we filmed Ashley, the fan with the lump, one of the things she said was,
I love you.
and I liked hearing this, and so I wanted her to say it again.
And I love you. And then I love you. And then I love you.
And I noticed that I started having like an erection while she was saying,
I love you.
and I thought that was strange because I usually don't get erections from people saying, I love you. I usually get erections from, you know, something involving lust or sex. And I thought, oh, that's strange. Maybe I'm maturing. Or maybe I'm just like so love-starved that now that's what turns me on.
I love you.
And also, when I first met her, she gave me flowers.
Oh, Kaveh, I got you these flowers.
Oh, thank you. You don't have to get me flowers.
That's okay. Give them to Mandy.
And I don't know flowers that well, so I was like, what kind of flowers are these?
Hydrangeas.
These are hydrangeas?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that Wallace Stevens poem? He called hydrangeas purple, and they were?
No, better look it up.
So actually, I looked it up. And I sent her the poem.
He called hydrangeas purple, and they were. Not fixed and deadly, like a curving line that merely makes a ring. It was a purple changeable to see. And so hydrangeas came to be.
And you know, someone once defined adultery not as having sex with somebody, but simply as doing something with somebody that you wouldn't want your significant other to know. And this kind of qualified as that because I really didn't want Mandy to know that I was sending a poem to this girl that I got an erection during her telling me.
I love you.
Now, Ashley, one of her jobs, she has a few jobs, is she does craft services at a post-production house. And when we were leaving her place, she said,
So if there's anything you need help with for the show, just let me know.
like what kind of thing?
I don't know, like craft services?
And I never feed anybody. So I thought, hey, the crew would love this. But I thought I should tell Mandy about this because I didn't want to keep any secrets from her. Do you want to get stoned? And she took it pretty well. But then she started referring to Ashley as
the lump.
So Ashley ended up doing craft services for the shoot. She got us hummus and granola bars.
Also brought bananas.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
And I wasn't feeling aroused or intriguing or flirty. I was in a good place, and there was no more, flirty intrigue energy. But I did fantasize about having sex with her a few times when I was having sex with Mandy. So when I showed a cut of episode 5 to Aziz, the first thing he said was,
"What's with the swastika?"
So there's a scene in episode 5 where Sam is typing with his shirt off.
You can tell it's a swastika?
It looks like a swastika, yeah.
Yeah, it's a swastika.
So basically, a few people at Bric had complained.
What's with the swastika?
You can't have an actor with a swastika tattoo and not address it.
He's Jewish, so it's like a statement.
Okay, then you need to address it in the next episode.
Okay.
It's a 22.
It looks like a swastika.
It's a 22.
If it was a 22, the two wouldn't be right next to each other like that.
It's a digital 22, but let's
It looks
make
like-
your conversation that was a swastika.
Yeah.
It's not the Nazi swastika.
Boom, 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 boom.
No, but the Nazi swastika is inverted.
Unless you were looking in the mirror.
That looks like a 55 to me.
It does look like a 55.
Right, because the other way it's a 22.
So how does the Nazi one go? It goes like this, right?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I was told that.
That's a swastika. There it is. It's the swastika.
Okay.
So Bric has horrible promotion department. They are just terrible. They're terrible at promotion. And they were making these materials, and they picked this photograph of the back of my head for the poster. And I was like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
We like this picture.
And I was like, can I please do the poster?
Do you think you can do better?
Yeah, I can do better.
Go ahead.
But I didn't have any great ideas for a poster. How about if I'm just smoking a bong on a TV? Get it? Like I'm on TV? Or what if I'm a puppet holding a puppet of me holding a puppet? So the puppet was a no, but they did like one of the bong shots and agreed to make that the poster. And they said,
"We're gonna put it on bus stops."
But then they censored the bong.
We had to cut out the bong because the bus stops don't allow bongs on the bus stop.
I still don't believe that's true. Is there like a law that says no bongs on bus stop posters? A bong isn't actually illegal. How much are these? So anyway, I decided to shoot a scene in front of one of the bus stop posters. So there used to be a bong here, and they cut it out. And also, I hated their tagline. It was like the most subversive comedy on television or something. And I just hate taglines that sort of like feel boastful like that. And I had much better ones, like soon to be canceled. Maybe not great, but better than the most subversive comedy on television. It's not even a quote by somebody. It's just like us saying it. So anyway, we were going to go to the bus stop, and it was really cold, and it was raining. And there were two bus stops, and they were not too far from each other, but I wasn't sure how far apart they were. And Peter said,
"No, it's really close. I know where it is."
Yeah, but this one works. Should we check out the other one too? I'm always a totalizer. Like, I always want to make sure everything is as good as it can be because of some like deep insecurity, I think, that like I'm compensating for all the time. And it's like, it's a notion of perfection, but it's false. I mean, there is no perfection. There's no best. But so anyway, we go to this other bus stop, and it's really far, and it's really cold, and we're carrying all this really heavy equipment, and it's raining. And we're late for our next shoot. And you can be perfectionistic, but there's something that you're gonna be ignoring in your quest for perfection. And this is sort of the story of the show, because I'm always doing this. That's why it's taking so long between episodes, and why we keep having fewer and fewer viewers. So, Mandy and I got stoned recently. And while we were stoned, Mandy said to me,
"There's something I want to tell you, but I really do not want it to go in the show. So can you promise me that you won't put it in the show if I tell you?"
"Well, I won't put it in the show unless you tell me it's okay."
I'm worried that you're going to talk me into, using this as material for the show later. I don't want you to listen to that Mandy. I want you to listen to this Mandy.
But why would I listen to this Mandy instead of the future Mandy? Like, why trust this Mandy more than the future Mandy?
I want you to promise that no matter what, you will not put this in the show. Do you promise?
Okay, I promise. And she told me this thing that I'm not supposed to tell you. And I said, you know, why don't you want me to put it in the show? And she said,
because it's my story and I might want to tell it someday.
So I was like, okay, why don't you tell the story in the show? And that'll be the season finale. I also need you to clap.
Okay. So, step out.
Okay.
Okay. So, okay, so I made Kaveh promise to, I wanted, okay. I hate this show. Yeah, and I kind of,
Watch BronxNet on Bric TV. Tune into the second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Catch the latest in news, arts, entertainment, culture, health education, and more. Straight from the Boogie Down Bronx. BronxNet on Bric TV. The second and fourth Sunday of each month at 8 p.m. Right here on Bric TV.
Hi, I'm Matt Fisher of Fletcher's Brooklyn Barbecue, and I'm here at the Borough Hall Farmers Market in Brooklyn to fill this bag with 5 mystery ingredients to make a meal for you. Let's see how it turns out. So we got golden beets, one of my favorites, parsnips, celery root, arugula, and lastly, sugar snap peas. Today we have 5 ingredients from the Borough Hall Farmers Market to make a meal with. And what I'm gonna make is a couple of dishes. One is gonna be a salad, and we're gonna make a light vinaigrette to go with that. With the rest of the root vegetables, we're gonna fire roast those, and we're gonna make a nice summertime borscht. I started to build a bed of coals, and now I just put our cast iron skillet in there to start preheating and warm it up. We're gonna throw some of the root vegetables in here to start getting them roasted off in the live fire, and we're gonna kind of blister and char the skins. Let's get down to prepping some vegetables. This is the parsnip that we're cutting up right now. Again, just a rough, quick chop. Like a lot of people, I started cooking in my parents' kitchen at a young age. My father was trained as a chef. He was in the Merchant Marine. The gentleman that taught him had been trained at the Cordon Bleu in France, so that was how my creative side in cuisine really got started. So these guys are just about ready. So let's check on our fire and see if the pan is ready to throw these in. And already it's giving out this kind of sweet, rich, earthy aroma. It's really beautiful. And then we're just gonna throw this back into the fire and let it go maybe another 10 minutes or so until it's nice and roasted and charred around. So we'll get ahead and we'll start to wash and separate arugula while the root vegetables are roasting in the smoker. So just going through and kind of pulling and shredding some of these beautiful arugula leaves for our salad. And then it'll have the sweetness of the sugar snap peas, which will add a nice crunch. So we're gonna make the vinaigrette for our salad now. I have here a little red wine vinegar. So that's gonna go right in. And I'm gonna add a little bit of salt and pepper just to season that up a little bit. And I'm gonna add it right to the vinegar because if we add it with the oil, you're not gonna really be able to dissolve the salt very well. So do that step first. Then I'm gonna put in a little bit of a light grain mustard just to kind of give it a little spice and to help pull it all together. And then lastly, a little bit of canola oil, just a quick vinaigrette. So that's gonna set while we take our vegetables out of the smoker and start working on the rest of our borscht. And there we are, beautifully roasted, nice and tender, smells fantastic. So we'll let that come out and rest a little bit, and then we'll throw together the last elements of our borscht. To help pull this dish together, we're gonna pull out the old boat motor, as we call it in the kitchen here. This is called an immersion blender or a hand mixer. So it's just quickly shredding all of these root vegetables into nice little pellets. So I'm cheating, I'm breaking the rules. This is a little celery. This is gonna help garnish our borscht and give it a little extra pop of color at the end, even though these are ingredients that did not come from the Borough Hall Farmers Market. A nice fine dice, and then we will plate up our food and go to town. Just gonna take a nice light drizzle of the vinaigrette that we made earlier. Just a light glaze, you don't wanna drown the greens, just a little bit to coat them. We'll stir it around real well. It's a nice flavorful bright dressing, so a little goes a long way. So we'll do that. Just a little salad like that, and then we'll plate up our borscht in a minute, and we'll have a little lunch. Now we're gonna plate up our borscht, and this has the golden beets, the celery root, and the parsnip in it. And then we have a little bit of garnish that we made for it, and just a little bit of some other fresh veg that we're gonna use to give it a little punch of color. And then we have green market luncheon. So today at the Borough Hall Farmers Market, our 5 mystery ingredients were parsnip, arugula, golden beets, sugar snap peas, celery root. And what we made with them is a sort of a takeoff borscht with the root vegetables. And with the beet greens, the arugula, and the sugar snap peas, we made a fresh salad with a mustard vinaigrette. Signing off from Chef Roulette, I'm Matt Fisher of Fletcher's Brooklyn Barbecue in Gowanus, Brooklyn. Come and visit us and taste the smoke.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let shouldn't stay, you ought to go. You served your peace. I have the scar, I have the song, now you can leave. I know you only came to name these tears. After all the water I've cried, I have no fear. What could I fear now, and who could I fear? I met betrayal, I let her stay here, but my OGs won't let no pain remain here. So they shook it up and made it plain and made it clear. Susie's on another lane. We the Madamas and we don't play them games. Como mi amo, I know you know my name. Como mi amo, it's time you say my name. Cause I know why you came. 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 You only came to give a name to these fears. You only came to give a name to these tears that I won't cry. I won't cry. I won't cry. I won't cry for you. No, I won't cry. You only came to give a name to these fears. You only came to give a name to some tears that I won't cry. No, I won't cry. No, I won't cry. I won't cry for you. No, I get up early in the morning. I get up early in the morning. I get up early in the morning. I can't sleep at night. Well, I wanna know who's gonna hold me. I wanna know who's gonna rock me. Yes. I wanna know who's gonna console me. Yes. And hold my side, my right side. Who is gonna hold my side? My right side. Who is gonna hold and console and
Today's bit of Black Girl Magic music is brought to you by the very rare and ever so precious gem of an artist and humane being, Treasure Empire. I am Queen Goddess, and this is another dazzling episode of B-Side Darling. Let us give it up one more time for Treasure Empire. two songs back to back, Came to Name and Early, and I would love for you to, right around now, early in the show, introduce these gentlemen who helped you play this song for us.
All right, well, we have Chico Fire on guitar.
Hello.
Compton Timberwolf on drums. And Gentrified, the god of sound, on keys.
And in front of you we have young shaman of the streets, young high priestess of the hood, mermaid from the PJs, the intersection of community meets the cosmos, and my friend, who I'm about to be all the way biased for, Treasure Empire yet again. So let's start with being mushy. I want to say most people don't start a show like this by telling the artist how much they love them, unless it's like, I love you, and I'm not going to do it like that. I'm going to say, I love you. You really, I've known you since we were teenagers, and it is really special to, from this side of the mic and the stage, get to watch you shine and grow and to share this experience together. I'm really happy, and I wanted to just take a moment for us to take that in.